Release that witch. Chapter 51, Her Majesty the Queen. Sunlight fell through a narrow window into the room and was reflected as dark red stripes on the wall. There were only a few places within the kingdom where you could still see the sun, and the port of clear water was one of them. In this place, the months of the demons, with its cold wind and strong snowfall, only had a tiny bit of influence. With the exception that the Black Sail fleet couldn't leave the harbor, the entire city was still as busy as usual. The city governor and harbor master Garcia Wimbledon was sitting at her square table under the window, seriously studying the contents of a letter. Her gray hair was caught in the sunset and had a golden touch. Her face produced shadows from the light, adding definition to her facial features and giving her a unique charm full of heroic spirit. Ryan had been standing by her side for quite a while. Although she had already exceeded her usual time for reading a letter of this length, he still chose to wait quietly for a little longer. He didn't want to interrupt the silence. Eventually, Garcia sighed softly, put the letter down, and then told him, "My father is dead." Hearing this, Ryan was startled, and he had to ask, "What?" "My father, Ali Wimbledon, King of Greycastle." She rarely repeated anything she said, he thought, because when he usually asked her again, she would merely look at him like he hadn't said anything. However, she really wasn't kidding, right? The king is really dead. Ryan opened his mouth, trying to say some comforting words, but in the end he just asked, "How did he die?" Fortunately, she didn't care about this. She was the daughter of the king, the governor of the port of Clear Water, and the commander of the Black Sail fleet. She didn't need anyone to comfort her. "The letter says that my brother Gerald killed my father, but he was caught by the guards. He didn't commit suicide to escape punishment, so in the end he was put to trial by several ministers. There he was sentenced to death by beheading." That doesn't sound right. Ryan subconsciously couldn't believe it. "Of course that isn't the truth," said Garcia, expressionless. "It's true that my first brother is a relatively stupid man, but he isn't so foolish to go on a suicide mission. If no one led him in that direction, he would never do such a thing." "Someone framed him?" asked Ryan. "Let me guess." The third princess closed her eyes and thought for a moment before she answered. "Someone probably put this detailed plan in order and tempted Gerald by saying that they would help him, bringing people into my father's courtyard. This must have been arranged by someone in advance, including the eradication, exchange, and bribing of the guards. But those aren't areas where Gerald has his strong points, since he is just too lazy to arrange something like this. The rest would be simple. It was only important to acquire a person who had Gerald's trust, but would still betray him in the end." Ryan could add nothing. After all, these were only guesses. What truly happened was not important. The important part was only the result. He believed that this was also the thought of the third princess. Sure enough, Garcia opened her eyes and continued, "I am 90% sure that it wasn't the first prince. He was a person who only knew brute force. His brain is one big muscle, so it was regular that he was fooled. Only, when saying this, her voice had some spunk. My second brother would be this cruel. You mean Timothy Wimbledon was the true culprit? Apart from him, who else would know so much about Gerald? Also, after this matter, he is the person with the greatest gains." While speaking, Garcia was unconsciously tapping her finger on the table. Even a blind person can see this. But he was father's favorite, so he really didn't need to do this. Her Highness was truly angry, Ryan realized. Seeing the princess this heated up was truly rare. It seems that even though she had been complaining that her father was too eccentric, in the end she still didn't want to see her father dying like this. Ryan was able to understand this feeling, more or less. In a large family, the younger generation would always have such a feeling towards the master of the house. A mountain they would have to surpass, both revering and hating him. If she was right, and this was truly planned by the second prince, then his actions could indeed be considered bloody and cruel. But why would he do this? Because he was afraid of me. Garcia took a deep breath, trying to control her emotions. He is afraid of my black sail fleet. Realizing that Ryan wouldn't answer, she continued to explain. Timothy seems to have a spy in our city, which in itself isn't surprising. I myself also have arranged eyes and ears in Valencia. When he discovered the existence of my black sail fleet, it became easy for him to imagine what I would do later. Valencia isn't able to support an army that is capable of facing my fleet. So, he came to the conclusion to use Gerald as bait to get what he wanted. So you mean he wants an army? He wants the throne, said Garcia. With my father's death and now even Gerald's death, he has become the first heir. I am afraid that he will press the ministers to crown him as fast as possible. Only when he becomes Wimbledon IV will he be able to mobilize all his vassals with their armies. As she said this, she shook her head. However, as I have already said, as father's favorite son, he really didn't need to do this. Wouldn't that be worse? Asked Ryan, worried. If your second brother gets crowned, won't he declare the battle for the throne finished and call you and your siblings back? What will you do then? Garcia answered as if she felt it was completely beneath her dignity. This step would be too straightforward. Just because he was our father's favorite son, it doesn't mean that he will have the support of the ministers, especially because of his move to kill the former king. Although he pushed the murder on Gerald and may be able to fool the civilians, I estimate that it will take a long time until he will be able to grasp full authority in Greycastle. So, she looked cunningly at Ryan and said, I have to change my plan a little. Ryan immediately fell on one knee and said, I'm willing to serve. Garcia stood up, walked to the window, and spoke to Ryan with her back to him. The first thing he is bound to do after he claims the throne is to deal with me. However, his only possibility to pressure me is to command Joe Cole, the Duke of the Southern Territory. I estimate that the latter will use the king's mourning period to delay sending out his troops. That old fox has always been reluctant to do business where he would make a loss. At most, he will summon his feudatories and send them out to surround Port of Clear Water. Garcia paused slightly and then spoke further. However, this move will give us unnecessary trouble, so we will set sail tomorrow. Sail, Your Highness, don't tell me you want to. Eagle City lies more inland and is almost undefended. We can reach the town of Clear Spring by using the tributary of the San Juan River. From there, we will only need 1 day to arrive at Eagle City. After we seize Eagle City, the entire Southern Territory will be under my control. The situation after Timothy claims the throne will be different than what he thinks it will be. When Timothy wants to know the Duke's progress, but discovers that the whole South is under my control, I really want to see his face. But you also said that Wimbledon III just passed away, and following this, what, do I need to shed some tears first? Garcia turned around. The light of the sunset fell on her body and covered her with a red veil. Her face was hidden in the dark, only her eyes were reflected by the light. The emotion shown within her eyes was as solid as a boulder. Ryan thought, even if she is angry or feeling regret, she will never show sorrow. Showing sorrow wouldn't be suitable for a king or queen. No, you don't need to do that, Ryan seriously said. Garcia nodded with satisfaction. Go and tell the captain that I want to speak him. Since Timothy was unwilling to wait until the end of the 5 years, I will not let him down. After I conquer Eagle City, I will declare the independence of the Southern Territory. All this didn't matter to himself, he thought. Garcia will always find a solution for every possibility. Once she decides on a path for herself, she will walk down the path courageously. This was where her charm laid and was one of the reasons why he followed her. Yes, Your Highness. No, Ryan corrected himself. Your Majesty. Chapter 52, Heart of Fire. Roland knocked on the door, and when he heard Nightingale's response, he entered the room. The windows in the room were closed and had thick curtains. They were only open during the early morning and evening to let in fresh air. At any other time, the windows were closed to keep the room warm. The only light in the room came from 2 candles at the end of the bed. The candles burned quietly and threw out many crisscrossing shadows throughout the room. Roland went towards the bed, seeing that the woman resting on the soft pillows and bedding still had her eyes closed. He sighed softly. "Is Border Town's defense still holding?" asked Nightingale while coming over to Roland and handing him a cup of tea. "At the moment, everything is going smoothly," answered Roland while taking a small sip, but then he gave her the cup back. "From that day on, a big group of demonic beasts like last time hasn't attacked us. Also, all of our injured members of the militia are now healed and back, ready to fight. Their fighting passion has become somewhat high. What is with the damaged part of the city wall?" Carl rolled logs under the carapace of the mixed beast to move it towards the hole in the wall. "There, he will use a capstan to get it up, and use a wooden frame to hold it upright, making it a part of the city wall." Roland knew that Nightingale was trying to distract him by questioning him, so that he wouldn't worry himself too much. However, when he stepped into the room, all his attention would always stay on the woman who was lying in bed. If we say that the last time we confronted the large-scale invasion, we obtained a victory worthy of pride, there is no doubt that the biggest contributor for the victory was Anna. If she hadn't used her wall of flames to block the gap in the wall, the consequences would really have been unthinkable. However, she hadn't woken up since she fainted in his arms. "It has already been 1 week," whispered Roland. "Theoretically, if a person laid in a coma for 1 week without food or water, with no possibility of supplying her with nutrition through external measures, such as injection, the body's functions will shut down, and the brain will gradually go into shock and die." However, Anna did not have any signs of poor health. In fact, her appearance now was better than when she fell into Roland's arms. Her cheeks were rosy, her breathing was smooth, and when Roland put his hand on her forehead, he could feel that she had a normal temperature. Everything showed that Anna was at full health, but she wouldn't wake up. "This is also the first time I have encountered such a situation." Nightingale stood at Roland's side, shaking her head while explaining. She depleted all her magic within her body, but now her magic power is already at the point of saturation, even more rich than it has been in the past. If I did not calculate it wrong, today at midnight will be her day of adulthood. "Do you mean she's going to be an adult while in a coma?" "No, she will die while in a coma," Nightingale said bluntly. "You must use your will to overcome the suffering on your day of adulthood. If your resistance is broken, the bite of the witch's magic power will irreversibly destroy her body." Roland moved a chair next to the bed and sat down. "I remember that you once said that when facing magic backslash, no matter how painful it becomes, you will always stay conscious and clear-headed. Either you will be able to cross this hurdle, or you will choose to terminate your life." Indeed, it is exactly like this. Within the Witch Cooperation Association, we also had someone who believed to draw support from being unconscious when passing through the bite of the evil spirit. Only having to bear the torment once a year, Nightingale hesitated, but then continued. She said that she relied on alchemic substances to sleep, but in the end it was meaningless. When the moment came, she was immediately devoured by the magic without any chance to resist. The pain does not slowly increase. No, when your time arrives, the pain will strike you just like lightning, but how long you have to resist varies from person to person. My sister was not strong enough, but she trailed off. Roland understood what she meant. Not knowing how long they had to suffer the pain was already a kind of torture in itself. Not knowing how long they have to resist, it was similar to being on an abandoned ship in the middle of a heavy storm. It would be easy to let people give up the desire to live on. During the moment of silence, Roland felt a hand on his shoulder. During my homeless and miserable years, I had seen too much death. I saw witches being treated like cattle, hanged, burned, or tortured to death just for the entertainment of the nobility. The only way for a witch to survive was to live far away from other humans, living a cloistered life. I do not know where the holy mountain is located, but in our hearts, it is an unattainable paradise. Nightingale's voice became softer than it had ever been in the past. But Anna is different. In addition to the help we sisters can give her, I have never seen someone else being so concerned about a witch as you. She is needed by people. She is valued and treated like a normal person. Your Highness, Anna has not even made it through her adulthood yet, but she has already found her holy mountain. However, this was not the outcome Roland had hoped for. He closed his eyes and recalled the scene when he had met her. She was barefoot and was only wearing tattered clothes. She had been living in a cage, but there was not the slightest hint of fear in her face. Her eyes resembled an unpolluted lake surface, clear and calm. She was the flame, but she wasn't flickering like a flame. Memories began to appear like the pictures on a film reel. I have satisfied your curiosity, sir, so can you kill me now? I have never used my power to hurt someone else. I just want to stay near you, Your Highness, nothing more. The demon's bite will never kill me. I will beat it. Are you dreaming? I'm not going anywhere. Roland had to restrain his surging thoughts and whispered, I will stay here and accompany her until the last moment. I will also stay, thank you. After dinner, when Nana heard that Anna would go through her day of adulthood, she insisted on staying. Roland set aside a room for her and her father, who would accompany her during the night. Like this, Roland and the two witches were sitting beside the bed, quietly waiting for the approaching midnight hour. Regarding Nightingale and Nana, they would also have to face the demon's bite this winter, but fortunately, their magic awakened on different days. Otherwise, the three witches would have to suffer their test of life and death at the same time. Roland estimated that if that was the case, he wouldn't be able to stay calm in the room. The town had no clock tower, so with only the light of the candles, the passage of time became blurred. Cold wind blew against the window, so from time to time they could hear the screeching wind. When Roland felt a trace of weariness attack his heart, Nightingale suddenly said, "It has begun." Only she could see the magic flow within Anna's body. She saw that it became restless, and the cluster of green flame became unusually rich, but the white incandescence in her center turned dark, while all of the irritable magic converged inward. It seemed to be pulled towards the center while struggling and rolling wildly, but it was of no use. Roland couldn't see these changes, but he was also aware that something was wrong. The candle flames began to shake, even though no wind was blowing inside the room. The light emitted by the flames got darker. It seemed like all the shadows were swallowed by the flame. As it changed its color, the orange-red glow turned into a jade-like green flame. He looked at the woman lying on the bed, but she was still sleeping, without even the slightest changes on her face, as if all this had nothing to do with her. At this point, the flame of the candles almost disappeared, but the flame was not extinguished. The green flames were just like phagocytic cells eating up the orange flames, plunging everything into darkness. But soon, the fire was lit up again. However, this time the flame of the candles had turned into a pure green. The three people sitting around the bed were submerged in green light, looking quizzically into each other's eyes. But in the end, no one could understand what was happening. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards the bed. They had heard Anna groaning. Anna slowly opened her eyes. Anna, Roland was shocked. She woke up. Anna blinked a few times to clear her eyes, but then she smiled at him, stretching out with the open palm of her right hand, reaching for the prince. A mass of green fire was leaping up from her palm, quietly burning. Roland didn't know why, but he could understand what Anna wanted. He hesitated for only a moment, but then he slowly inserted a finger into the flame. The anticipated burning sensation didn't come. Instead, it was just like being wrapped up in lukewarm water. It felt soft and warm. Chapter 53, Heart of Fire, Part 2. The day after Anna woke up, Roland and the others bid Nightingale farewell. Although the reason why is still unclear, but Anna is probably the first witch who has spent the day of awakening without pain, Nightingale excitedly said before leaving. After Nightingale had followed Roland for a long time, she got used to the term awakening when describing the transformation of witch. When I come back, I will bring my sisters with me. At that time, I hope you will accept us, just as you had accepted Anna. This would be exactly what Roland wished for. With only Anna's ability, he was able to revolutionize the forging process, allowing the town to see the dawn of the industrial age. So what would he be able to do with a bunch of witches? Of course, he also had to take into account safety issues, since crossing the mountains during the months of the demons was very dangerous. But apparently, Nightingale was quite eager to bring her sisters back, because she said, "During this winter, many of my sisters will have to face this difficult period. If I can bring them the news only a little earlier, I might be able to save at least some of my sisters. Rest assured, normally the demonic beasts aren't able to find my whereabouts." Finally, Roland asked, "When do you have to face your day of awakening?" Nightingale turned around and mounted her horse, at the end of winter or early spring. While leaving, Nightingale waved back towards the prince. "Do not worry about me. In the previous years, the bite of the demons gotten lighter and lighter for me." This answer gave Roland something to think about. He had already thought about how Anna could survive her day of awakening. After all, Anna said afterwards that she hadn't felt any pain. This was completely against the Nightingale's concept. The power of witches come from the devil, so the power is contaminated by evil. This could be seen when their blood turned black and flowed out of every pore. Their skin would look burnt, leaving the body in a miserable condition. This was unshakable and irrefutable evidence. However, since the beginning, Roland had thought this was wrong. He rummaged through the memories of the old fourth prince, but he didn't find any proof that God or the devil existed in this world. Since it isn't a divine power, it shouldn't be regarded as a standard to distinguish between good and evil. In fact, even if there were gods who would frequently interfere with the mortal world, it was still the believers who choose their own camp. Only then would the gods get their power, rather than vice versa. According to the Nightingale's description, a witch would gather the magic gathering within her body. However, when the magic had no way to be released, would it damage its own vessel? Roland thought that the possibility of this theory being right was very high. After all, most people who were confronted with hostility and pressure would certainly choose to hide their own abilities, pretending to be normal while hoping to leave the battlefield alive. This would lead to the point where before they reached their adulthood, they would rarely have the opportunity to use their magic. Roland certainly did not think that his castle would block the demon's bite. He asked Anna if she had an unbearably painful experience before this. If anything was different during this year, then it was because she came to the castle and was able to use her magic almost every day. So, with Nightingale's final answer, his guess was confirmed. Her stealth ability wasn't very noticeable, so she could even use it often. In addition, she had been forced into training her ability by other people and was forced to use her ability recklessly. Thus, the backfire of her magic power only had little impact on her. When Roland were back in the castle, he immediately started Nana's enhanced training. If no one was injured while defending the town, she had to treat a variety of small animals. If he was able to confirm his theory with Nana's help, the significance for the witch community could be described as earth-shaking. The devil's curse would change into a present of the divine. As long as he could ensure that his territory was a safe haven for witches, endless masses of witches would come to border town. He didn't know how, but after the last attack, everything was back on track, without any big waves. Roland began to intensify the production of his steam engine II, but also gave Anna enough time to get familiar with her new capabilities. He built another shack in his backyard, but this time it was cover from the snow. It was used as an experimental area, since he still felt it was safer to build one in his own backyard. Nightingale had previously said that witches, when reaching adulthood, would stabilize their magic power and probably produce new branch capabilities. However, until now he hadn't seen Anna show any new capabilities, but her control of fire had become completely differently than before. No, whether or not it could be called a flame was still a question, Roland thought. The former flame was still in the range, to understand with common sense, but now the green flame wasn't understandable with common sense. He named it Heart of Fire. It could exist away from Anna, but at the same time stay influenced by Anna's will, capable of changing its shape. Just as she was doing it right now, the Heart of Fire was burning on top of an iron panel 2 yards away from her, swaying lightly back and forth, as if it was saluting her. However, Roland knew that Anna was still controlling it. Normally, the Heart of Fire had a temperature close to one's body temperature, but when Anna wanted to heat it up, it would instantly raise its temperature to a comparatively higher temperature, changing its color from a jade-like green into darker green. Similarly, it could also turn into a big cluster of flames from a small flame, or even change its movement speed. Unfortunately, it couldn't be moved too far away from Anna. After repeated testing, they discovered that when the flame moved more than 5 yards away from Anna, it would disappear. Another new feature of the Heart of Flame was that Anna could call more than one flame, but until now she had barely been able to operate the 2 flames simultaneously. Even so, the situation at the wall was described as calm. The demonic beasts would still appear one after another outside the wall, but there was no presence of a mixed species. Without them, it was nearly impossible for the demonic beasts to break through. Just like Roland had said, they became stronger and faster, but they were still just beasts. Due to the huge wall length, they had to direct the demonic beasts to the middle section of the wall, so that the militia with only 200 members could hold the wall. So, in addition to his daily routine of patrolling his territory, Roland had plenty of time to spend on construction. He had set aside a site south of the castle and planned to use it as living area for the arriving witches. As the investor of the project, he appointed Carl as the head of the workers, building a batch of 2-story brick houses. At the same time, a reasonable and beautiful layout was considered, allowing easy entrance and exit, and a good drainage system strove to create a well-planned neighborhood. He also considered whether the witches would be distributed to the old areas or only the new urban areas, mixing them with the common inhabitants. But after thinking about it, he gave up the plan. Although this would help accelerate the acceptance of the witches by the normal people, before he could erase all the misunderstandings, the consequences were likely irreparable. After all, the witches only had a certain influence within the militia. In addition, there was also no guarantee that the witches brought by Nightingale were harmless, and behaved people, most of them, had suffered the pain and suffering of the world. So Roland was afraid that the situation wouldn't be so easy to summarize. After all the witches couldn't be like Anna and Nana. Also, when the witches lived in one area, it would be convenient for collective management. Before they came, Roland had to draw up all the relevant rules and regulations. Until now, Roland had no experience he could refer to, after all. He had neither the personnel nor capacity of the National Security Agency. Nor was he the creator of the Avengers, who knew how to manage a group of people and had the abilities for it. He was without any better option than to press for a basic system used for personnel management by companies, slowly wading through the river by groping for stones. Of course, Roland knew that this program had loopholes, but as a pioneer, what else could he do? Retracing his tale and only staying in border town could take decades to be able to touch the threshold of industrialization. But he wasn't a cultivator, so how could he wait for decades? Wanting to lead this era into the next, being at the forefront of the reform, it was necessary to have a spirit of adventure. Just when he was recording these thoughts on paper, Barov opened the door and walked in. Shaking the snow of his coat and saluting the prince, he informed him, "Your Highness, a messenger of Longsong's stronghold is coming." Chapter 54, Bad News. Petrov didn't think that he would visit border town again so soon. He had not intended to travel during the cold winter. In particular, he had not intended to leave his warm house when the demonic beasts were ravaging the countryside. However, when Duke Ryan personally gave him the mission to deliver this letter with hot news to the hands of the fourth prince, he had no way to refuse. He certainly knew the contents of the letter. In fact, the entire aristocracy in the Kingdom of Greycastle were discussing the amazing news. The King of Greycastle had fallen because of murder committed by his eldest son, Gerald Wimbledon. Immediately after the news spread, the second prince stepped forward, announcing that the kingdom could not survive without a king. Since he was previously the second in line, he was now the heir, and with this would be the next king. However, this behavior wasn't approved by everyone. It was said that the process of Gerald's trial was very strange, because during the whole interrogation, the prince was only seen a few times, but he hadn't said a single word, and his hands were tied tightly. So, most ministers were hoping to look into the matter thoroughly before deciding who would inherit the throne. It was also rumored that the second son, Timothy Wimbledon, played a self-guided drama, where he was the real killer and was only placating a sad look, but in truth couldn't wait to inherit the throne. In the end, the debate about the true culprit was meaningless. Since the second prince had the full support of the imperial prime minister, he could temporarily take over the position of king, so he was still able to grasp the right to be the supreme ruler of Greycastle. At the same time he took over the throne, he issued an order to recall all of his competitors. The battle for the throne was over, so the king's sons and daughters should return to Greycastle before the end of the winter, after receiving the prince's edict. Based on the ruling of their conferred territories during the last 6 months, the new king would then be officially canonized. Petrov could clearly detect the urgent mood within the letter. Through this, Timothy Wimbledon could firmly secure the throne. Everything depended on the reaction of the king's other children. If they behaved and gave up the fight for the throne and returned to Greycastle, Timothy would naturally become the undisputed Wimbledon IV. All documents sent to Border Town would be transferred through Longsong's stronghold first. When Duke Ryan saw the recall order, his first reaction was to snort disdainfully. The former king was always fair towards the nobles and gave them lots of freedom, but as for the second prince, his ascension to the throne by force would need to be incomparably harsh. This could be seen when Gerald was sentenced to death by the guillotine, so now no one would go back to Greycastle, fearing to get the same treatment. However, in the eyes of the 6 families of the Longsong stronghold, this was a well-timed command. 2 months ago, Earl Elk set an unauthorized plan into action and made Duke Ryan very unhappy, especially since the plan failed. The prince's reaction was very intense, sentencing Dmitri Hill to death by hanging. With this, both sides could be regarded as having in public and acrimonious conflict. Duke Ryan had originally intended to wait until the end of the months of the demons, so that he would have a free hand to solve the awful problem. But now he had this document. With this, he had a legal option. Roland Wimbledon was called back by the soon-to-be king, so when he left, Border Town would naturally be owned by Duke Ryan again. However, if he didn't go back to Greycastle, Duke Ryan would be able to send him back by force, everything under the name of the new king's banner. In the end, the Duke didn't care which hands the crown would fall to. Thinking of his return to Border Town, Ambassador Petrov naturally didn't feel very comfortable. Last time, he had vowed that by his next visit, he would bring a new trade agreement, but in the end, The result was that they were attacked by the elk family. Now he was back, bringing bad news once more. Whether it was the death of his father Wimbledon III, the new king, or the recall order, Petrov believed that the fourth prince didn't want to see any of them. Since the kingdom of Greycastle laid in the south of the continent, the way to border town was smooth sailing, because even in winter, the river didn't freeze. From time to time, Petrov went to the window and took a look outside. During the journey, he didn't see any person dead, starving, or even fleeing, which indicated that border town had yet to fall. This made him a little surprised. After all, the last time he had visited, he had seen that the wall had yet to be built. Petrov didn't have much confidence in them since they were building a stone wall out of mud. Then, an even more surprising situation appeared. He saw a boat with the banner of Willow Town hanging on its mast, slowly passing them on the right side of the river. This would usually be a familiar scene, but not during the months of the demons. Even when Border Town was fighting with the demonic beasts, they were still able to do business. Without transferring all of their mining workers towards defending, how could they withstand the brutal attacks of the monsters? 3 days later, Petrov's vessel arrived at Border Town's pier. It was still the same dilapidated wooden dock, but now at its end was wooden shed. After the ship docked, 2 guards emerged from the shed, staring at the boatmen's every move. Petrov immediately understood what Roland intended with this arrangement. Obviously, the fourth prince didn't want anyone to secretly leave the town by the river. After identification by the guards, someone immediately brought him a horse and then took him to the castle while accompanied by guards. Just like the previous time, Prince Roland Wimbledon met Petrov in the living room. Moreover, although the time was not the regular mealtime, the prince still commanded the attendants to prepare a rich meal. Grilled ham, dried fish slices, an unknown salad prepared with wild herbs, as well as butter, bread, and vegetables that could be seen at any dinner party were prepared. It seemed that the prince liked to talk business during dinner. While Petrov had such thoughts, his hands did not stop for a single moment. After all, in the last few days he hadn't had much of a chance for a meal. Even his own honeysuckle family, when they had no dinner guests, would basically eat only bread with bacon. After dinner, the dessert was served. During this time, Petrov respectfully handed over the letter. Roland took the letter and opened the wax seal with his dining knife. Out of sight, he rolled out the letter and took a quick glance. Then he became stunned. The king was dead. Roland had no feelings for this nominal father at all. Since his crossing over, he had been living in Border Town, so he had never seen his father face to face, let alone that in the fourth prince's memories of his father had only blamed and resented him. Because of this, he felt that he was caught in a very embarrassing situation, should he have a sad look on his face. Reading the following contents, he could smell a conspiracy. Wimbledon III was murdered by his eldest son. Under the identity of the new king, the second prince announced the end of the battle for the throne and immediately ordered all of his siblings back to Greycastle. Roland coughed and raised his head just to see Petrov's apologetic eyes. So, he thought, I'm afraid Duke Ryan will be happy regardless what I do. No matter whether or not I comply to the new king's orders, both are a dilemma of their own. He didn't bring the trading agreement, but instead brought a letter of bad news. I think at the moment he feels very sorry. Roland secretly smiled, then folded the letter again. I got it. Well, Your Highness, then what are you going to? Even if I want to go, I will have to wait until the end of the months of the demons. Right now in the ice and snow, if I'm gone, then what would the people of Border Town do? If it was someone else, Petrov would certainly say something like, do not worry, my Longsong stronghold will help you to handle this situation properly, or any other diplomatic responses. But in front of the fourth prince, who he had only seen twice, he couldn't speak carelessly. It was the first time that Petrov loathed his own identity as ambassador. In the end, he merely nodded. "I understand. Should I pass a reply for you?" As an answer, Roland called his attendants to bring over a pen and paper. He wrote a quick reply, and then sealed it with wax and his own stamp, and handed it over to Petrov. The latter glanced at the envelope. It was clearly written to Prince Timothy Wimbledon of Greycastle on the cover instead of King Wimbledon IV. Petrov thought, now Roland has made his statement. Chapter 55, A Once in Thousand Years Opportunity. Roland opened the door to his office, seeing that Barov was waiting for him. Roland threw the letter towards his assistant minister, then sat himself on his chair with his feet on his desk. If he had not been in the presence of an outsider, he would hum a ditty. "Your Highness, it's okay to grieve." Barov began to frown while quickly reading the letter. The death of the king is such a tragedy, and he was even murdered by his own son. This is really a tragedy. I don't know what your Highness should do next. The trial leading to Gerald's death was just too strange. I want to wait and see what my elder sister and my younger sister decide to do, Roland said. But in any case, there are some things we should do in advance, even if we do it only to be on the safe side. Barov looked at the prince, waiting for him to continue. Because of the replacement of the king, the next few months, or even years, can become turbulent. So the first thing we should do is safeguard our loved ones and family members. What was more important was the fact that the second prince could kidnap these people to threaten them. Now, if he wanted to maintain Border Town's administration and financial affairs functionality, his assistant minister was indispensable. Roland sipped his tea and then continued. You and Carter, as well as your subordinates, should all write them a letter. I will have the guards deliver them while they deliver my response to the king. Then they will arrange for them to take shelter in other towns. Not in Border Town. Barov wasn't a fool. After 20 years of political experience, he immediately understood the prince's meaning. No, they won't come directly to Border Town. Roland didn't want the other side to use the families of his subordinates to threaten them, and he also didn't want his subordinates to think that he himself would threaten them with their families, so he chose a compromise. He would first bring them to a more secure town, and after he had a strong foothold in Border Town, they could be migrated. I understand. I would like to thank your Highness for your concern. The assistant minister spoke while nodding in agreement, which let Roland feel relieved. It seemed that his subordinates were intelligent people who could think for themselves. Roland declared, another thing we have to talk about is the ore trade. After the last iron ore trade, we will put a stop to the ore trade and sell only rough stones to Willow Town. I need the iron ore saved for our own usage. That wouldn't be good. As a result of that, our revenue would decline, Your Highness. Yes, but it will not drop too much. Recently, the miners found a new deposit of gems, so with this we can make up part of the gap. Explained Roland, and winter isn't really the time for business. The peddlers hesitate to come trading when they always have to fear an attack of demonic beasts, so we will most likely only have 2 to 3 transactions during the next 4 months. Thus, it is obvious to trade rough stones to make up for the less trade, since they are the more cost-effective choice. I see. Barov accepted the explanation and recorded the orders down. After his assistant minister had left, Roland called for Carter and told him, I need to expand the size of the militia, so you will be responsible for it and will give out recruitment orders. You will need to quickly evaluate their abilities, and if you find strong members, they will be appointed as team captains. You will also implement the same training methods like last time. Your Highness, if I train them according to those training methods, I am afraid the new team will need a very long time before they can be deployed to the battlefield. As long as they are stronger than the mob. Roland dismissed his concerns and told him to do what he said. Despite his input, the training level was far away from that of the army. He was afraid that this level of training was only on the level of a college student military training, but sometimes It was only important to have better combat effectiveness compared to their opponents. In addition to fighting against the brainless demonic beasts, most of the time they would fight against a noble's private army, mercenary soldiers, or if needed, turned into a mixed arm. So as long as they used cross-era weapons and equipment, even an army on the level of college students would be able to cope with it. After Carter left, Roland could not stop himself from laughing. He did not think that such a fortuitous situation would fall into his hands. It was simply like someone sending him charcoal during a snowstorm or handing him a pillow when he was sleepy. Was this bad news for me? Was this a dilemma? Wrong. He didn't know much about Garcia Wimbledon, but he was sure that she wasn't a woman who would allow men to trample on her. The first prince was sentenced to death in such a short time. Even if there was no insider, she probably wouldn't easily return to Grey Castle only because the second prince had ordered her. It was the same for himself. He would just stay in Border Town, so someone would be bound to come out. Most likely it would be Duke Ryan from Longsong's stronghold, since he was such a restless person. Otherwise, he wouldn't send someone in this horrible weather during the months of the demons, only to deliver the letter to his hands. One day Duke Ryan would want to confront him, since until Roland left Border Town, Ryan could not rest or eat in peace. Choosing to stay in Border Town would be equivalent to defying the new king's edict. If Roland would only wait until the end of the months of the demons, Duke Ryan would in all likelihood, under the name and banner of Timothy Wimbledon, try to teach him a lesson. That was exactly what Roland wanted. If you asked someone what they needed for faster industrialization, the answer would be without doubt people. Large-scale production required a large number of staff devoted to it. After all, a lot of people were needed to drive huge machines. In that time, the term sheep ate people came into existence. It described that when tenant farmers in Britain were thrown off their land to starve so that sheep could graze and produce wool for new mills, turning them into free laborers. The industrial age was a cruel time. So long as they unceasingly invested into the education of the laborers, they could archive a generous payment. The more developed the industry, the larger would be the population. If Roland had a problem, then it would be Border Town's low population. Border Town had around 2,000 inhabitants. Even with the newly invented machines, it was only a small type of workshop. There were not many free laborers, so many projects couldn't be expanded. But from where should he snatch so many people? Should he buy slaves? Not to mention, he didn't know from where he could buy so many slaves. Adult slaves would cost a lot of money, and they would have little sense of culture. Buying slaves under the age of 10 and teach them would take too long. Granted that he would allow child labor, so he would have to wait for many years. Recruit talented people to this borderland. How many people would be attracted to this town? And for them, he would need to spend even more than for slaves. Encourage his people to increase the birth rate. Forced marriages? Forget it. He also couldn't hope to get more people from Longsong's stronghold. The kingdom was in a steady state. So if he tried to lay his hands on the surrounding lords, he would become a joke in the future. For the same reason, Duke Ryan didn't dare to face Roland openly. He could only take actions in secret. But now it was different. After Timothy took over the throne, he would be eager to have all his competitors disappear. All this could be seen from the recall order. Duke Ryan apparently was able to see this point once the old king was gone, and he had the control over the west border. So if he didn't try to enforce his rule, it would be strange. This was a long-awaited opportunity for Roland. Longsong's stronghold was already for hundreds of years the business center at the west border, with nearly 10,000 residents. But behind the stronghold lay the big cities without any strong defense. He would just have to beat Duke Ryan, take over the city, and get a large number of freedmen, and at the same time, he could accumulate a lot of wealth. What would be easier than the annexation of the population? What way would be faster to get wealth than to plunder it? This message was just like a beacon to dispel the mist, illuminating the future path of Roland. He definitely would not miss this golden opportunity. Chapter 56, Between the Mountains. Nightingale was slowly moving forward on the mountain path. The path under her feet was only shoulder width. On either side of her was a huge rock wall, separated by 10 feet. But between them was a bottomless ravine and the shoulder-wide path she was walking on. So directly next to Nightingale's feet was a steep cliff and a huge wall out of rock. When she looked into the deep ravine, she could only see darkness. While traveling on her shoulder-wide path, Nightingale was always carefully leaning on the rock wall next to her, trying to avoid losing her footing and falling into the ravine. When she looked up, only a thin shimmer could be seen from the sky, like a silver thread hanging in the night sky. However, she knew that it was just a little after noon. Even during the day, she still needed to hold a torch. The light coming down the cliff was not sufficient enough to illuminate the road ahead. Walking on this path for a long time even gave birth to the illusion that she was walking in the mountains. The only advantage here was that not much would fall down the gorge, despite the cold wind whistling through the mountains and lifting up the fallen snow. Occasionally, there were a few natural snowflakes that fell on her head from and landed on the mountain walls or on the trail, turning into water vapor. Down here, the temperature wasn't the same as it was in the outside world. Occasionally, she could see the hot air rising up from below the cliff. If it weren't like this, she wouldn't dare to pass the impassable mountains during the months of the demons. She could hide herself in her own world of fog, but there, it would be still the same temperature. If she were to brave her way through the snow, she estimated that she would freeze to death after an hour of walking. Nightingale didn't want to spend an extra minute down here. She could always feel something in the dark, always watching her, making her blood run cold. If she could, Nightingale would stay in the fog the whole way, but it was a pity that her strength wasn't enough to do that. When she used her ability for a long time, she would quickly become exhausted. Nightingale raised the torch and let it illuminate the opposite cliff. In the faint firelight, she could occasionally see dark shadows on the walls. Nightingale knew that those were caves, which were so deep that light couldn't reach the end of each cave. They looked like orbs of darkness. But on the other side, nearly at the same position, was also a deep hole. It reminded her of the North Slope Mine's rumors, which said that the mine used to be a monster's underground lair, with many forks in the road that extended in all directions, dug out by monsters. The northern slope was part of the mountain range, but it was so far and wide with so many caves. Who could say that the caves weren't connected to the mine? The idea made her shiver. To the west of the impassable mountain range was the abandoned barbarian wasteland. It was known that the impassable mountain range extended for several hundreds of miles, with countless undiscovered caves. Nightingale was afraid that this wasteland could give birth to countless monsters. She did not dare think of going into the caves and only concentrated on moving forward. Finally, she could see a change in the road further ahead. The shoulder-wide path split into two, one leading slightly upwards and the other one leading downwards, leading deeper into the darkness without end. No one knew where this pit led to. While standing on the bifurcation point, the feeling of being stared at had become very intense, as if countless eyes were motionlessly looking at every move Nightingale made, making her have a dry mouth and tongue and giving her a creepy feeling. Nightingale grit her teeth as she opened her world of fog and quickly stepped into it. Soon, the creepy feeling began to disappear. While following the path leading upwards, the surrounding air temperature soon begun to fall, but above her head, the small thread of silver became bigger. A quarter of an hour later, a huge cave opened up directly in front of her, with its entrance slightly higher than the path she was following. When she set foot into the cave, she could see a faint fire deep within. Finally, She had reached the Witch Cooperation Association's hiding place. When Nightingale left her world of fog, she was immediately detected by the witch in charge of defense, who instantly set up a wall of black smog to block her. However, soon the wall disappeared and a surprised voice could be heard from the darkness. "You're back," Nightingale thought. "Yes, I'm finally back." But when she noticed that the girl had 2 bands tied around her arm, Nightingale's good mood turned directly into grief. Once again, 2 sisters were. The other's witch's voice stalled for a moment, and then she sorrowfully said, yes. Ari and Abby had their day of adulthood 5 days ago and didn't survive it." She forced herself to smile. "It happens often, doesn't it? But let us not speak about them. You have to go back to the camp. Wendy is always talking about you. Ari and Abby, a pair of twins who left their lives in a wealthy family from the fallen Dragon Mountain only to die within the impassable mountain range." Nightingale sometimes wondered if what they did was all right. If the twins hadn't left their town with the Witch Cooperation Association, they could have at least enjoyed their lives with their family, rather than following everyone, wandering from one place to another without any fixed home. However, when she thought of Wendy, Nightingale's heart was filled with warmth. If she hadn't given her a helping hand when she desperately needed it, she was afraid that she herself would still be living a life as a puppet, always fearing to be disposed of just like every other tool. Yes, she should tell her the news as soon as possible, and she should tell it to all her sisters. They weren't required to hide like little mice any longer. Someone was willing to accept all of them, and there may be. They could come out unscathed through their annual day of awakening. When she stepped into the camp, Nightingale saw that a familiar figure was squatting near the campfire, handling the food. Until now, the other person hadn't seen that she had arrived, so she couldn't help herself and shouted, "Wendy, I'm home." The other witch turned away from her meal and looked towards Nightingale, welcoming Nightingale with her usual smile. "Veronica, welcome home." Wendy was the embodiment of a good woman and also one of the first witches of the Witch Cooperation Association. Now she had turned 30, but still any wrinkles couldn't be seen on her face. She had red-brown hair which fell straight down, almost reaching her waist, with mature and charming facial features, which gave her the appearance of a big sister. She was always concerned about each and every sister of the Witch Cooperation Association. Whether it be about their daily life or psychological counseling, she would always try to help no matter what happened. If it wasn't for Wendy, there was a big chance that the Witch Cooperation Association wouldn't have gathered so many witches. She was precisely the reason why Nightingale decided to run away from her family when she met her, embarking with her on a journey into the impassable mountain range, trying to find the Holy Mountain. She was also one of the few people who knew her original name. "How many times have I already told you that I'm no longer that cowardly little girl from the past?" said Nightingale, while smiling and shaking her head. "I'm now a powerful witch. Veronica doesn't exist any longer. You will always be you. Breaking away from your former nightmares doesn't mean to part with important and happy moments of your past," said Wendy softly. "Of course, I'm glad you like your new name. Nightingale, I've been waiting for you to come back. Surely you had to suffer throughout the whole journey." "Well," Nightingale stepped forward and hugged her friend. "Thank you." After a moment, Wendy opened her mouth and asked, "What happened to the girl? Were you too late to save her?" When hearing her speak of this, Nightingale's spirit immediately began to rise again. She grabbed the Wendy's arm and said excitedly, "No, she did not need me to save her. On the contrary, maybe she is able to save us all." Then she began to describe in detail her experience of her time living in Border Town. Border Town is governed by Lord Roland Wimbledon, 4th Prince of the Kingdom of Greycastle. He is willing to shelter all of us, and he also promised that one day that all witches in his territory could live the life of a free person, just like everyone else. Chapter 57, Kara the snake witch / Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. However, Wendy wasn't as excited as Nightingale had thought she would be. Instead, she asked in a skeptical tone, "Did he really say that?" Yes, even before I arrived in Border Town, he had already rescued 2 witches, Anna and Nana. From the beginning, the prince never thought that the power of the witch came from the devil. He said it was our own strength. Nightingale suddenly stopped, realizing that the other didn't believe anything. Good stop, she thought. This isn't Wendy's fault. They will probably only believe it when they hear it directly from the prince, but maybe even then they will doubt it. After all, it would be exactly what every witch's heart was longing for. We witches were oppressed for far too long, even on the way from the east to the border of the impassable mountain range. We could see many living examples where witches were betrayed and abandoned, without any person who would reach out to them with a helping hand. When thinking about all this, her excitement gradually subsided. Perhaps this trip wouldn't go as smoothly as she had thought. Wendy, you know what my magic had evolved into on my day of adulthood. In addition to being able to see the magic flow within a person, I'm also able to identify if a person is lying or not, stated Nightingale seriously. So when I asked him why he would take such a big risk to save us witches, he replied, "In Border Town, we don't care about your background. He just wants all the witches to be able to live as free people. But while doing this, he will become a thorn in the side of the church." Wendy frowned and asked, "Even if the prince does not understand what it means, you do know it, right?" Nightingale could not help it, but she began to chuckle loudly. My initial thoughts were almost the same like yours, so I asked him, "Do you think you can really achieve this?" And guess how he answered me? She paused, and then repeated verbatim, "If you do not step out, you will never know the answer." Wendy was surprised when hearing this and had to ask, "That wasn't a lie?" "No lie," confirmed Nightingale. "It sounds unbelievable." Wendy's voice became slightly relaxed. She and Nightingale were already friends for many years, so she couldn't think of a reason why she would try to deceive her. "Yes." Nightingale deeply sighed. If she hadn't personally heard it, since she could verify it with her ability, she probably wouldn't have believed him so quickly. Now, in retrospect, just like when they stood on the city wall and talked about it, Roland really seldom lied. During the 2 months she stayed at his side, beside the moment they stood on the wall, he had sometimes tried to deceive her once, but Nightingale was still very satisfied with his answers. After all, she didn't care that he was trying to deceive her a little. Instead, if you would just tell an unknown witch all of your secrets, that would be too ridiculous. Tonight, when we all come together, I want to tell this important news to all of our sisters. Nightingale looked pleadingly at Wendy and said, "And I want you to help me convince them." When the evening came, the witches who were busy outside the camp returned one after another. When they saw that Nightingale had safely returned, the witches became very happy, coming towards her and asking her how she did. Seeing that their arms were wrapped in a white cloth, Nightingale felt heavy within her heart. At the beginning, she still casually answered a few questions, but with time she turned more and more silent. But then she began to tell her long story. She talked about how she had sneaked into Border Town, how she met Roland, Anna and Nana, the construction of the city wall, the construction of the steam engine, how they had resisted the attack of the demonic beasts, and finally, about Anna's adulthood. Nightingale even took out the drawing of the construction plans for the steam engine to prove to everyone that she wasn't lying. Most of the witches, after they entered the Witch Cooperation Association, would live a cloistered life. For them, it was difficult to imagine the life in the outside world, so they listened attentively. But when Nightingale said that Anna hadn't suffered any pain during her day of adulthood going through it unscathed, the crowd suddenly began to rage. This was a great concern. The day of adulthood bothered witches for all of their lives, and led to leaving a sheltered and warm life. They even went into the impassable mountain range, losing everything only to look for the legendary Holy Mountain. If what Nightingale said was true, that there was a territory lord who was willing to accept them, who even knew how they no longer had to suffer from the demon's bite, wouldn't that have been even more perfect than the Holy Mountain? At this point, a path began to spread through the crowd, and a witch with a head full of green hair and half of her body plastered with snake tattoos walked in front of Nightingale. When she saw her, Nightingale bowed and greeted her respectfully. "Respected mentor." "Hello." The witch who came was the founder of the Witch Cooperation Association, Kara the Snake Witch. When speaking with her, all the witches called her their mentor. "I heard the story you just told." When Kara spoke, her voice hoarse and hollow. "Do you want to tell everyone that what we are doing is wrong?" "No, mentor. Those are not stories, I mean." "Enough." Nightingale was interrupted by Kara, who was waving impatiently. "I do not know what happened to you, but when you went to this border town, it made you say such words. A prince, that sympathizes with a witch. It's practically as laughable as sympathizing with a frog." She turned around with a cold smile and raised her arms in the air, shouting, "Sisters, have you all forgotten how those mortals treated you all?" Not even letting Nightingale say something, she continued to shout, "Yes, that group of mortals, the group of incompetents who pretend to fight in the name of God, who are always aiming a sharp blade or whip at us. If there wasn't a God's locket of retribution, how could they step on us witches? Our ability doesn't come from the devil. Instead, it is a gift given by God. The one who take charge of God's authority shouldn't be them, but we, us the sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association. The Holy Mountain, recorded in ancient books, is the residence of the gods." What? Nightingale couldn't believe what she had heard, though the leader of the Witch Cooperation Association was always considered as an eccentric. She was strongly attached to the search for the Holy Mountain, with a passion exceeding that of any ordinary person, but she was always very far from madness. Although Kara wasn't as approachable as Wendy, at least she had always treated the concern of her sisters with sincerity. But Nightingale had never thought that she could be so hostile to ordinary people. Could it be that, over the past few years, she had always been suppressing her hatred and anger? The so-called not to get involved into profane affairs, merely in order to save power, only so that we can one day impose a thunder-like retaliation in the future. Nightingale thought to herself, was that the true reason why Kara hid herself? "We have found a clue to the gate of the Holy Mountain. It is just like it is described in the ancient books. It's only 20 more days until the red moon will appear in the night sky, just like a drop of blood, raising from the direction of the great Shaman. We will eventually arrive on the other side." Suddenly, Kara stopped to speak and turned back to look at Nightingale and exclaimed, "You've been fooled by mortals. Since we have been born, we had lived in a huge scam. The suffering during the day of adulthood is a test by God. Only the strong-willed, with indomitable talent and genuine power, can pass it. As for the church," she sneered for the second time, "they are a group of mortals who dare to borrow and act in the name of God. Sooner or later they will have to go to hell. And you, child, now it's time to come back." Kara paused for a moment and then continued, "If you forget those stories you just told, I can forgive your ignorance and mistakes. As a member of the Witch Cooperation Association, you will get help from us, and together with us, you will go on the search for the Holy Mountain to obtain eternal freedom." Nightingale's heart had turned completely cold. The pain was only a test. That suffering during the day of awakening, the sisters who weren't strong enough to hold on, they weren't worth it. They were only losers. This argument was simply exactly the same as that of the church. While the surrounding witches unexpectedly exposed an expression of resonance, even Wendy didn't come out to express her disapproval. Nightingale suddenly felt dull, and within the blink of an eye, the founder of the Witch Cooperation Association, every witch's mentor, had turned into a stranger. Nightingale shook her head, So, I'll be willing to take every sister with me who want to leave, but if you decide to stay, I wish you good luck." Just as Nightingale was ready to leave, suddenly a slight tingle could be felt in her lower leg. When she looked down, she could see that a fine, shining blue and black striped snake had bitten her into her calf. This was Kara's magic of the snake. It was silent, and she could use a variety of toxins. The paralysis quickly spread through her whole body, so when Nightingale tried to open her mouth to say something, she fell into darkness. Chapter 58, Escape. Nightingale didn't know how long it lasted, but when she woke up, she discovered that her hands were tied to a stake. The same could be said about her waist and feet. They were also tied to the stake. She tried to free herself by struggling, but her body was tied to the pole so strongly that she was totally immobile. The next step was to try using her magic ability, but she couldn't feel the familiar feeling when reaching for her power. She seemed to be also cut off from her magic powers, so she was completely tied up. When Nightingale looked down along her body, she saw that a transparent prismatic stone was hanging down from her neck. "You're finally awake." Kara walked in front of her and begun to talk to Nightingale. "What do you think about my petrifying venom? Honestly, I had high hopes for you, Nightingale. However, sadly you couldn't live up to my expectations." Nightingale didn't know how to answer first, but then she took a deep breath and spoke reproachfully. "You were actually hiding a god's locket of retribution. Kara, do you still know what you are doing?" This stone was originally shackles used by the church to suppress witches, but now even their own mentor used it to deal with her, just like the church. Though what made her even more angry was the callous look on the faces of the surrounding crowd. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with what they were seeing. "Damn it," cried Nightingale at the bottom of her heart. "Don't you think that you turned into the kind of person who us witches hate the most? This is only a tool, which will be occasionally used to punish bad girls who won't listen," explained Kara indifferently. "And you, Nightingale, are such a person who need to be punished. Or, should I call you Veronica, born within a noble family, got reduced to a witch, but still thinking about how to climb the social hierarchy? I don't know what you're talking about. You let me down. When Wendy saved you from the clutches of the aristocracy, I thought you would stand firmly on the side of us, the Witch Cooperation Association. But look at what you're doing right now, when we will soon discover the Holy Mountain. You want to stop us from achieving our goal." Kara shook her head and laughed loudly, but then continued, "Trying to take us sisters with you to the prince. Were you kept captive for too long, and now servility has deeply rooted itself into your being, so that you can only live on when you find for yourself a master? Or else, do you just want to sell them to the nobles, in exchange for receiving a good position for yourself? Everything I do is for my sisters." Nightingale had to swallow down her anger. After all, shouting would be meaningless, so she said calmly, "I hope that no one will have to die during their day of awakening, hoping that they can live without worrying where they get clothes and food for their daily life. I never intended to stop your plan, but us sisters should have the right to freely choose our own way of life. At the moment Border Town is undergoing tremendous changes, I brought even the construction plan for the steam engine. It can operate on its own, with a nearly infinite force. With this kind of machine, the water within the mines can be directly pumped out, so that people don't need to do it every day any longer." Kara sneered once more and asked pejoratively, "Are you talking about this?" She turned around and pulled a roll out of the stack of parchments and rolled it out, so that everyone could see it. "Although I don't understand everything painted on this parchment, but who would believe that a bunch of dead, cold iron can be pieced together so that it can work independently like a living creature? Do you think we are all 3-year-old children?" She walked to the front of the brazier and threw the roll into the charcoal. "No," cried Nightingale in vain, only able to stare blankly while the blueprint turned into ashes within the brazier. "My patience has been exhausted. I will only give you one last chance." While she threatened Nightingale, Kara took an iron skewer out of the brazier. whose end had already turned bright red from the heat. "If you plead guilty in front of all your sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association, admitting that you have been bewitched by the aristocracy, I can spare your life, but the whipping is unavoidable. After all, this will be your lesson for cooperating with the enemy. But if you will still be stubborn, I will have to use this iron skewer to pierce your heart, nailing your body at the stake, so that everyone can learn from your wrongdoings." After waiting for a second, she said, "Do not miss my last offer of mercy. Tell me now, how have you decided?" Holding the iron closer to Nightingale so that she could have a better look, holding it so close that she could even feel the scorching heat coming from its tip. If she was still her cowardly self from before, she would have bowed and admitted defeat. But she had already bid farewell to her past self, no longer being that timid girl. Now she was Nightingale, a powerful witch. Even in front of death she wouldn't yield. So she only closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of her last moment. She didn't know why, but an image of Roland appeared in front of her eyes. "Stop!" shouted someone suddenly. For a moment Nightingale hesitated, but then she opened her eyes. Nightingale could see that Wendy walked out of the crowd and said to Kara, "Mentor, look at the white cloth wrapped around your arm. We already have experienced so many deaths. Do you really want to add another one?" "What? Even you are being deceived by her. Wake up. Wendy, what she said are all lies." "I do not know." Wendy shook her head and continued, "I do not intend to go with her to Border Town, but I think that one of the things she said was right. We sisters should have the right to freely choose our own way of life." She turned around and loudly asked the crowd, "Which of you want to leave with her?" No one within the crowd answered her. The scene fell into silence. "So there is no problem when she is leaving alone," said Wendy. "She didn't harm the Witch Cooperation Association, so I really cannot watch you kill her." Nightingale had fully understood the meaning of Wendy's words. She couldn't help but get a sad feeling within her heart. Even Wendy didn't completely believe what she had said. So because of this, she kept silent when she needed her help when trying to convince everyone. But she was still the good-hearted and caring witch. Even if she didn't agree with her point of view, she would still lend a helping hand. After Wendy's remark, some whispering voices could be heard from within the crowd, and then a few people spoke up for her. "Yes, since she is willing to return to the secular world, just let her go. The church and the pain have already taken so many sisters away from us. Respected mentor, please think about her punishment once more." "Everyone shut up," Kara raged and shouted. "If I let her leave, what will we do when a second or a third Nightingale appear? Also, if she sells the position of our camp to the church, then we will have nowhere to escape." The voices didn't quiet down, so she lifted her arm to hit Nightingale with the iron skewer. But Wendy was a step faster, producing a strong breeze of wind, throwing Kara onto the ground and stopping her striking attempt. Then she threw a coin into the air, raised and waved her hand, leading the rapid airflow to wrap around the coin and shooting it in the direction of Nightingale. When the airstream came near Nightingale, it instantly disappeared. Yet the coin still maintained its speed, accurately hitting the god's locket of retribution around Nightingale's neck. The transparent and prismatic stone released a hitting sound and instantly broke. "Traitor!" Kara screamed furiously while standing up from the ground. Wendy and Anne belonged to her inner circle and were her right hands, but now one of them had betrayed her. Out of anger, she threw out a shadow snake, which flew with its mouth open in the direction of Wendy, biting her ferociously at the back of her hand. At this moment, the ropes fell to the ground, still maintaining their wrap-up formation around the stake. Only Nightingale wasn't any longer at her place, bonded to the stake. When thinking about Nightingale's ability, Kara felt cold sweat running down her back. She instantly mobilized all of her magic, creating magical snakes, gleaming with all possible color variations, which then poured out of her chest. Ordering them to form a wall, she herself rushed backwards, but Nightingale was still faster than her. Only one step, just after one step, she already appeared behind Kara. Thrusting her hands forward, the iron hammer, which actually should have pierced her own heart, went straight through Kara's body. Chapter 59 Explorer. Respected mentor. When they saw that Kara had fallen, all the witches around her began to panic. Idiots! Ahem! Kara tried to cover the wound with her hand. She could no longer feel her lower body. Quickly, go and kill the traitors for me. However, at that time Nightingale, who was carrying Wendy, had already turned into fading mist. When they arrived back at the fork in the road, Nightingale realized that Wendy had fallen unconscious and her arm had turned black. The venom was spreading within her. Now, no hesitation was allowed, and every second counted. She gnashed her teeth, ripped off the sleeve around Wendy's injured arm, and then used it to bind the arm as tightly as she could. Then, she drew a dagger from the sole of her boot and opened Wendy's wound. After less than half a quarter of an hour later, she had cut open Wendy's arm. As long as the arm wasn't cut off, Nana would be able to heal her. When she had done everything she could do, Nightingale took out 2 straps and bound Wendy on her back. As long as Nightingale was able to bring Wendy to Border Town alive, Nana would be able to completely heal her. But to keep her alive for so long, was it possible? She alone already took 3 days on the way here, but now, while carrying a person, she would naturally need longer. If she were to go faster and accidentally slide down the trail, she wasn't sure if she could climb up again. Wendy's arm was still losing blood. She would never last 3 or 4 days, but Nightingale had no other choice. She would never be able to leave Wendy after all. She was only injured because of her. "Do you need help?" Suddenly, a voice could be heard out of nowhere. Nightingale was frightened and almost simultaneously opened her own world of fog and assumed a defensive position. However, there was no person in front of her. "You don't need to be nervous, I didn't come to fight." When Nightingale looked up, she could actually see a person flying in the air. Then, she asked, confused, "Who are you?" "My name is Lightning. I just joined the Witch Cooperation Association recently. Since I'm always away, it is normal that you don't know me." She tried to smile easily. "However, I know you, the famous Nightingale, the shadow assassin. Did Kara send you?" No, don't misunderstand me." Lightning slowly came downwards, setting her feet on the earth in the end. "I want to go with you." Nightingale couldn't believe what she heard, so she asked, "What? You said, we should have the right to freely choose our own way of life." Lightning paused for a second and then said, "I choose to go with you. It's that simple." "What is?" Nightingale was already completely disappointed by the reaction of her sisters. Even Wendy hadn't fully believed in her, but now this girl in front of her, she was actually still a child, around 14 or 15 years old like Nana. She had fresh and neat short blonde hair, a face full of high spirits, and speech and self-confidence that didn't match her age. Also, she didn't wear the usual Witch Cooperation Association uniform. Instead, she wore a set of long trousers tailored to match her personal preferences, with many pockets and patches. This could also be said about her vintage leather jacket. The last part of her attire was a crude-looking belt that was fastened around her waist. Only God knew where she had picked it up. At first glance, this just looked like a man's clothing. "You said that there's a machine that huffs and puffs out black and white smoke, and that you can also create stones out of gray powder and even have powder that breaks apart mountains with a thunderous bang. I want to see everything." Lightning was talking full of enthusiasm. "I'm determined to become an explorer who, of course, only goes to interesting places." What kind of a reason was this? Nightingale was startled, and she couldn't make a sound, but even in this kind of conscious, she could still tell that Lightning was not lying. "I do not understand. If you want to be an adventurer, why would you leave the Witch Cooperation Association and join me?" "Not an adventurer. I want to be an explorer." Lightning stressed. "I'm not one of those who are only driven by money, who say that they are risk-takers, but in fact are only doing the dirty work of others. Explorers only act out of interest. Are you asking why Elle don't want to be with the Witch Cooperation Association? Explained Lightning confidently, who are looking for the Holy Mountain, which should be the dream of every explorer. Kara doesn't understand the spirit of adventure. She is completely immersed in the old book, only looking along the road for the characteristics described in the ancient book. She is walking through the mountain range, only searching for two weathered pillars rising out of the ground. If this is the way she does it, she will never find the real Holy Mountain. My father always stressed the point that an explorer must honestly record everything they see when looking for a fine horse by using only a picture. That's just the way an explorer should handle the matter. Although Nightingale would have loved to know what kind of father would teach such ideas and raise such an absolutely strange daughter, now wasn't the right moment to chat. After all, Wendy's life was at risk. Since she didn't mean any harm, an additional helper would be appreciated. In the end, Nightingale only asked, "Your ability is flying." "Well, yeah." Lightning nodded and said proudly, "I can even carry you both and flow forever forward, just like the wind. Then I will have to trouble you." Nightingale made sure that Wendy was strongly bound to her back, and then she held on Lightning's shoulders and wrapped her hands around Lightning's chest. Really heavy. Lightning grit her teeth and slowly rose upwards. "I think we probably won't be as fast as the wind." Thus, they began their strange form travel. When Lightning was exhausted, she would be carried by Nightingale, who took everyone through her world of fog. When Lightning was physically recovered, Nightingale would then climb onto Lightning's back so that she could fly forward again. When both of them were exhausted and compelled to rest, Nightingale would find the time to ask her some basic questions, for example, who her father was, or the situation with her family. Lightning said that her father was the world's greatest explorer and that he even traveled across the ocean. He had an ocean sailing fleet and was affectionately called Thunder by his crew. However, she had lost her mother when she was still very young, so she didn't have many memories of her. While on a sea voyage, her ship had run aground and capsized during a storm. Lightning was lucky and was rushed to an island by the ocean currents, but she lost all contact with her father. On the island, Lightning used the knowledge and skills her father taught her. She nearly spent 2 months alone on that island before she had awoken during the winter. With her new ability, she flew westwards across the channel to the south of Greycastle. After going through numerous setbacks, she joined the Witch Cooperation Association in the end. She felt that as long as she adhered to exploring, one day she would be able to come across a miracle and see her father again, as long as he was still alive. Nightingale didn't gain much useful information from this dialogue. Her ability could only be used to distinguish if the other side was lying, but she couldn't determine the authenticity of the spoken content. In other words, as long as the other person said that the sun was square and didn't doubt it, her ability would still show that they were telling the truth. However, there was actually some information that could be inferred. For example, she must have been born in a wealthy family. Families who were struggling with poverty wouldn't have the time to explore. The fact that her father had an ocean-going fleet was also consistent with this judgment. Therefore, Thunder's true identity was perhaps a wealthy ocean-crossing businessman. Lightning had blonde hair, unlike the descendants of the kingdoms of the mainland, and more like the sea people from across the fjords. Wendy had awoken several times. During these times, Nightingale would always try to let her drink as much water as possible, but after drinking, she lost her consciousness again. Nightingale could feel that Wendy's body temperature was falling lower and lower. This made Nightingale feel increasingly anxious. The two had no other alternative than hurrying, and the normally 3-day-long path took them 1.5 days to finish. At the entrance, the horses the prince had left for them were still tied to the ground, and the heap of straw in front of them was still only half eaten. Nightingale climbed on one horse while carrying Wendy and let it run, followed by Lightning as she rushed non-stop towards Border Town. Chapter 60 Arrangements. Border Town's second militia recruitment went much smoother than the first one. After all, during the winter, the food was rationed, so the members of the militia would be given more and better food. On the weekly visiting day, there would be many soldiers who would secretly transfer bread and meat, which they had saved during the week, to their loved ones. Roland told Carter and Iron Axe to overlook these matters, because when those loved ones happily stayed at home with food, they would surely tell their neighbors where they got it. This would be a perfect example of word-of-mouth recommendation, executed by his militia. The conversations between neighbors were much more effective than information announced by the city hall. At this point, most of the urban areas of the town already knew about it. His Highness militia wasn't only well paid, but would also eat 3 meals every day. In addition, the fight with the demonic beast didn't seem so dangerous as previously thought. So during the second recruitment, there were many more candidates than during the first one, and even residents of the better districts came for registration. The number of people who matched the requirements were much higher than the Roland had expected, so the second recruitment accepted 200 new members who would be trained by Carter during the weekdays. When the horn sounded, the new recruits would also rush to the wall to stand as auxiliary forces on standby. The chief knight and the assistant minister raised some objections, like that at this point, the new batch of militia wasn't qualified to fight against the demonic beasts, or that the newly recruited unit had more than twice the number of soldiers of the first unit, which wasn't necessary. Increases of the general public food rations and salary would lead to the increase of their financial expenditure. But even so, if they gave out more gold royals, they would not achieve a significant effect. However, Roland kept to his decision even though these people were not prepared to deal with the demonic beasts. Yet, he didn't dare to inform his men about the plan he came up with. No one was allowed to know that he intended to attack the Duke's stronghold. If he told them about his idea now, he was afraid that Barov and Carter would find it totally unacceptable. The difference between the Longsong stronghold and border town was just too big. As the official border stronghold of the Kingdom of Greycastle, its walls were 10 feet tall and was built brick by stonemasons. With the Duke's private army and the 6 noble families' private armies, and also the city's own soldiers, they could mobilize more than 1,000 soldiers. In theory, it was impossible to win a siege when one could only rely on his own army of 300, even if they were equipped with crosshair guns. And because of the god's stone of retribution, the witches couldn't be used as an assassination squad. Roland had confirmed this point several times with Nightingale. Duke Ryan and the important people of the 6 families would purchase these stones, not leaving anything to spare, of course. For the outside world, this purchase was called donation. If someone wanted to buy such a stone, they had to donate several dozens of gold royals. Banning the power of the witches within a certain range was the most powerful weapon against the so-called devil's servants and was the biggest annual income source for the church. Roland only had a chance when it was an open field fight. Thanks to this era, most of the soldiers were drafted before a battle. So if the Lord didn't want his drafted army to flee halfway, he was required to travel with his army, which would present a perfect opportunity to implement Roland's annihilation plan. However, he was still unsure about how he could take advantage of this opportunity. After all, his experience of war tactics came only from movies and television works or historical stories, so he had no experience of his own. In the end, he thought that since he didn't understand it, he should first do the things he was good at. Roland wanted to stretch out a little and left his office to take a walk in his backyard. The steam engine II was assembled and standing quietly in the middle of the field. At first glance, the new steam engine looked much cleaner than the previous one, and the welding marks were no longer as uneven as before. This masterpiece was possible thanks to Anna's new capabilities. Her green fire could drill into the tiniest gaps for welding, allowing for the individual parts to fit better together than in the past. However, the most important difference between the steam engine II and the older steam engine wasn't the overall look, but the integration of a centrifugal governor. The first set of the automatic control system and feedback system in human history could be considered as a big milestone. Roland's governor's structure was very simple, consisting of 2 iron balls connected with a string to a main rod. At first glance, it was just like the bamboo dragonflies that children played with during their childhood. If someone quickly rubbed the bamboo pole, the 2 rotating blades would be forced to automatically rise due to the centrifugal force. For the governor, the equivalent for the fan was the 2 iron balls. When the steam engine worked, the main rod would be driven to rotate, and when the output increased too high, the balls would spin faster, gradually increasing their height under the influence of the centrifugal force, closing the valve bit by bit. When the output decreased, the ball's speed would also get slower, lowering their position under the influence of gravity, thereby increasing the valve output again. This always kept the steam engine running at a relatively fixed power level. With speed control, it was now possible to let the steam engine II take over some of the more sophisticated processing tasks. The gears produced by the blacksmiths were delivered and neatly placed in a corner of the shed. Looking at them with the perspective of an industrial production line, none of these gears could be called qualified to work with, and all of them would be thrown into the defective box, waiting to be recycled. But in terms of this age, they were rare works of art. The design of involute gears were created with a sense of harmony. The gears that had been immersed in lard emitted a unique metallic sheen. In addition to produced gears, carpenters who were responsible for the planning had already built the foundation, as well as other parts that were already prepared. He let the door guards call for Anna so that they could begin to assemble the first steam-powered borer together. They began Roland's plan, which he thought was the most effective plan to mass-produce rifles. Relying only on blacksmiths who had to manually knock out a barrel was extremely time-consuming, but also very boring for the blacksmiths themselves. Now, he only had to take out an iron bar, and he could directly drill the barrel out with the borer. So in one day, he would be able to produce more than 10 barrels. At the same time, by replacing the head, the boring machine couldn't only be used to cut, but also to engrave the rifling. With rifled flintlocks, the firing accuracy would be further improved. Thus, he was confident that before the end of winter, the 2 groups of militia, nearly 300 people, could all be armed with rifles. However, Roland couldn't guarantee that his army would be able to calmly load, aim, and shoot at their targets in the face of charging knights. It was more realistic to think that they would rather drop their weapons, turn tail, and run away. After all, the training time of the 2 troops were too short. They had no combat experience against other humans. So, he had to bring out a more powerful weapon onto the battlefield, a weapon which could defeat the enemy even before they could start their own assault. That was artillery. As the god of war in the history of human warfare, the destruction and deterrence brought by artillery wasn't reproducible by guns. A 6-pound field artillery had the range to attack the other side before they were even able to gather. The mixed-up armies of this era would surely be unable to maintain discipline in combat while being under constant fire. As long as he could get 3 or 4 field guns, his enemy would never have the chance to charge. Roland was following a step-by-step plan with his manual milling machines, which could be used to process usable steering gear. He would be able to produce the speed-controllable steam engine II, and with this machine, he could create his own borer. With steam boring, he would be able to process a variety of gun barrels and cannon barrels. There was still at least 2 months until the end of the months of the demons, so as long as his plans played out smoothly, border towns, militia would have the power to compete with the Duke in a full-out battle. TN, Information about Bamboo Dragonflies. Chapter 61 Return. Just when Roland squatted down to install the base for the new steam engine, 3 figures suddenly emerged out of thin air. They landed, staggering, in front of his feet and took him with them when they fell to the ground. Anna was so scared that she immediately jumped back and set up a wall of green flames to try to block the strangers. When Roland looked up, he found that one of the women was the long-awaited Nightingale. From her face, she seemed very exhausted. Her cheeks were abnormally red, so obviously she had been running in the cold and windy weather for a long time, but despite the wind, her forehead was covered with dense sweat. Nightingale lifted her head and cried with palpable anxiety. "Your Highness, please call Nana and have her come over. We need her immediately." Now, Roland noted that the woman tied to her back was very pale and had her eyes closed. She was wrapped in clothes which were dark red from the oozing blood and had a nearly cut-off arm. He immediately reacted and shouted toward his guard. "Carden, run to the medical center and fetch Nana." "Yes, Your Highness," answered the guard as he dashed away immediately. Aside from these two, there was also a young girl caught in Nightingale's armpit. She looked like she wasn't in a serious situation and was looking around with eyes full of curiosity. "You aren't hurt, right?" Roland stepped forward to untie the woman with the injured arm from Nightingale's back. "I'm fine, Your Highness, Keek. I'm very sorry. I couldn't bring back my sisters from the Witch Cooperation Association." Nightingale gasped for air. Her voice was very weak. Apparently, she had had a very long journey and had almost physically overextended herself. "Say nothing more. You need to rest first." Roland picked up the unconscious and injured woman and let Anna lead Nightingale. Like this, the 5 people returned to the castle. Nightingale had the room next to Anna's, so when they came to the castle, he immediately ordered the maids to build a fire in her room and to also deliver a vat of hot water. After Nana arrived, he first explained to her what had happened before she began to clean the wound and treat the injury, while Roland stepped out of the room. As long as she wasn't dead, Nana would be able to heal every injury like they had never happened, so the problem wasn't if she could save her life. Although Nightingale had carefully tied up the arm, the blood circulation had been cut off for far too long, so he did not know if it could be saved. The following cleaning and treatment required the patient to undress, so as a gentleman, Roland consciously chose to step out. But how could it have developed into this? Asked Roland himself. Could it be that the witch camp was attacked by demonic beasts and there was no one else she was able to save? If that was true, then that would really be a great loss. Roland was nervously hovering at the door. About half an hour later, the door was pushed open, and the first person who came out was the unknown girl who looked unharmed and who had come together with Nightingale. When she saw him waiting in front of the door, she nodded and said, "You're exactly the same as Nightingale had described you." Roland didn't know what to make out of this sentence. What did she say about me? A prince who would care about us witches. While answering his question, the girl lightly shut the door. Unfortunately, the news was so unbelievable that most of the witches didn't believe what she said. In fact, I also couldn't believe her, but it is exactly like my dad had always said. The world is so big, and it has all kinds of people. "My name is Lightning, Your Highness. Glad to meet you." When she finished speaking, she bowed her head and laid her right hand on her left shoulder. It probably was her way to salute. However, Roland didn't think any longer about the salute. The part, most people did not believe her, was the important information. The Witch Cooperation Association wasn't attacked by demonic beasts. Attack? No. Why would you think this? She nodded her head while thinking, but then she suddenly put her index finger on her forehead and revealed an enlightened expression. "Yes, I see. That big sister with the broken arm is Wendy. She was injured by our respected mentor Kara." Then, Lightning began to tell the story. After hearing what had happened, Roland fell silent and thought, so it was actually like this. I really have underestimated the cruel oppression the witches have to face. Now, after being accumulated over many years, the hatred between the witches and the upper nobility of the church has reached its peak. This Kara is one of the extremists. Then, Roland got the impression that the first thing the leader of the Witch Cooperation Association would do when she had the power to do it was to eradicate people with the same attitude like herself. But fortunately, Nightingale was still able to return safely. And not only that, but she even brought back 2 new witches with her to Border Town. As for the witch house, Roland thought he would still let Carl build it. Even if they didn't need it at the moment, there was still the possibility that the number of witches would increase. So you were also a sister of the Witch Cooperation Association. Not anymore. Lightning sighed and then continued. It's the same for Wendy and Nightingale. Since we left, it is now impossible to ever go back. I'm afraid Kara won't be able to swallow her pride. Will she survive even though Nightingale pierced through her body? Roland asked disbelievingly. Probably. In the camp, we have a witch called the Herb Witch, who can increase the effectiveness of herbs several times, explained Lightning, by multiplying the effect of some hemostatic grasses and turning them into a blood-replenishing medicine. Rescuing Kara's life should not be a problem. But compared to your witch, who has the ability to heal, the effect is inferior. Hearing this, Roland thought, this will really be a nuisance. It seems like it wasn't enough to just worry about to the church. Now I also have to look out for the witches. Fortunately, their purpose is to look for the Holy Mountain, so I hope the trouble of looking for Nightingale is too much for them. Previously, you had said that you didn't believe in what Nightingale had said, so why did you go with her and leave the Witch Cooperation Association? Because you have a machine that huffs and puffs black and white smoke, and you can also create stones out of gray powder, and even have powder that breaks apart mountains with a thunderous bang. Lightning repeated the exact same words she had said to Nightingale. Maybe there wasn't be a prince who was good to the witches, but she wouldn't have lied to me. It is impossible to make up such lifelike ideas. At least, this was what my intuition of an explorer had told me, and just seeing the monstrosity in the yard, which is capable of ejecting white gas, shows me that I was right. This monstrosity, Nightingale seems to call it, a steam engine. Right, explorer? Roland automatically ignored the last question. Yes, explorer. Lightning emphasized the word. This is the reason why I choose to follow Nightingale. All explorers are curious about the unknown. Roland secretly sighed. What should I do with this witch? Someone like her could only survive in this age if they were born in a rich family. Anyone only had to look at her once to see that she was a tomboy, not only because of her clothes, but also her short golden hair. Are you sure your name isn't Izawa Riel? Who would that be? My name is Lightning. The little girl proudly explained. At this point, the door opened once more and Anna and Nana came out. How was it? Asked Roland. Did the healing go well? Seeing Nana nod, Roland could finally feel relieved. Generally, a limb needed to be reconnected within 6 to 8 hours. When this time limit was exceeded, the success rate would be greatly reduced. Since Lightning said that they had taken more than 1 day to travel from the camp to Border Town, the chance to save the limb was actually already very small. It would almost be impossible to reconnect the nerves by conventional surgery. This once more showed how unbelievable Nana's healing ability was. Now the young witch was also tired. It seemed that the treatment also cost her great effort. So Roland encouragingly said to them, "You all have worked hard today, so after eating dinner, you both should sleep here with Anna." Of course, he thought that would also mean that Sir Pine would also sleep here. ED note: Izawa Riel is the Chinese name for Ezreal from League of Legends. Chapter 62 Oath. Today was such an exciting day with so many surprising matters that Roland didn't want to continue the boring work with the steam engine. Instead, He had his chef prepare an exceptionally great dinner of black pepper steak and fried eggs without any limit to the amount everyone could eat. After eating, Lightning and Anna had to pat their bloated bellies while Nana, chewing on the last piece of meat, was still full of vitality. In addition to the dinner, he had asked the maid to prepare and deliver a stew out of soft meat and waxy porridge in a heat-preserving porcelain dish to Nightingale. Once Nightingale and Wendy woke up, they could immediately eat hot food. After dinner, the next step was to arrange rooms for everyone. Fortunately, the lords of Border Town loved exquisiteness and grandeur. Even though this small town was only built for mining, as an early security point, the castle was still built to the standards of a medium-sized town. Thanks to this, Roland now had a 900-square-meter living area spread over 3 floors, along with watchtowers and arrow towers in the form of pagodas in the 4 corners of the castle. He also possessed his own vestibule and back garden. Roland arranged the room opposite of Anna's room for Lightning, while the room next door went to Wendy after her rehabilitation. When Roland saw Nana walk into Anna's room with a sugar stick in her hand, he could not help but shake his head in amusement. Back at his office, Roland poured himself a cup of ale. A plan was only good until the first deviation. He had thought that with the help of Nightingale, he would have gotten a batch of new witches, getting a boost in science and technology, and upgrading agriculture, etc. But he had never expected that the leader of the Witch Cooperation Association would have such hostility towards non-witches. Witches like Nightingale seemed to be a minority. Wendy. After the talk with Lightning, he knew that Wendy actually didn't want to leave the Witch Cooperation Association. She only intended to save Nightingale, but after her intervention, she was treated as a traitor by Kara and the other witches. After his first drink, Roland poured himself a second one. Even if the ale wasn't the best, it was still better than nothing. During the meal, Roland had asked Lightning about her and Wendy's abilities. Lightning said she could fly like a bird and fly freely through the air, while Wendy was able to control the wind. Hearing this, Roland couldn't think of a good use for a technological upgrade, but for the upcoming war, they held great potential. He also asked her about the abilities of the other witches at the camp and found out that their abilities varied strongly and seemed not to follow any rules. Some effects could hardly be described with science, while some were completely bizarre. For example, Kara the Snake Witch, the founder of the Witch Cooperation Association. She could condense her magic into snakes. These snakes were not illusions. They could be touched and also attack an enemy. The different colors of the snakes represented the different venoms. Lighting herself had only seen 2 types of snakes, paralysis and toxic. Roland found that it wasn't only Anna, but Kara and the other witches could also only use their magic within a small range. For example, when Anna's green fire left a range of 5 meters, it would suddenly disappear. Kara's snakes also couldn't stray too far. For Nightingale, it was an even shorter distance. When she wanted to influence a foreign object, she would have to leave her fog and become visible. For this reason, they were always equipped with crossbows in case they had to face the church or any other army who possessed God's stone of retribution. Otherwise, they could only flee in all directions. Roland worked until midnight, and the fire in the fireplace had already dimmed. When he began to sneeze, he thought it was time to sleep. When he opened the door to his bedroom, he thought that he had gone into the wrong room. It was the already familiar scene again, where a woman was already in the room, sitting on his bed. Her figure was half shrouded in darkness. Her shadow, reflected by the fire, was only displayed in mosaic, like a mural. However, this time there was a big difference to the previous instances, namely that the woman was no longer wearing her body-hiding robes. Instead, she had replaced them with ordinary civilian clothes. Her appearance was no longer hidden from the outside world, and now everyone could directly see her appearance. Nightingale. Roland became a little nervous. This kind of battle Would it be a lucky one? When Nightingale noticed that the prince had come in, she got up and slowly walked over. Even only after half a day of rest, her face looked better than how most people would ever look. Her pale cheeks were replaced with rosy ones, and her hair didn't give her a dull appearance. He thought, I have to say, the resilience of a witch is really amazing. You worked hard in the past few days. Roland coughed, breaking the silence, and then continued, Why don't you rest longer? Lightning has already told me everything. Hearing this, Nightingale shook her head, giving a solemn impression. This gave Roland the feeling that something was wrong, and in her eyes he could see an indescribable dedication. Roland realized that she had made her decision and was converging her emotions towards him. This look of determination was difficult to see in many other people, so Roland waited until the other had found the right words. However, Nightingale didn't begin to speak immediately. Instead, she took a deep breath, got down on one knee while holding a dagger in her hand, and slightly bowed her head. This was the etiquette for the standard night ceremony. When someone part of the aristocracy swore allegiance to a superior, they would often do it this way. Your Highness Roland Wimbledon, I, Veronica, also known as Nightingale, swear, she said in a formal tone. As long as you will be kind to the witches, I will be at your service, whether as a strong shield against the demons or as your personal sword during the night, without any fear of regret, until the last moment of my life. Roland thought, so this is her decision after the Witch Cooperation Association became such a disappointment to her and destroyed her hope of leading the witches into a better future herself. If it went like he wanted, he would refuse her offer, since he was more accustomed to hiring or working together. If there were further ambitions and a common ideal, they could become comrades. However, he knew that sometimes it was meaningless to emphasize equality and freedom. As long as there was no suitable soil, even the best seeds would decay. As a prince, he wouldn't be able to depart from his role as a prince until he unified the kingdom. After a moment of silence, Roland acted accordingly to the court etiquette in the memories of the former prince. He took her dagger and then touched her shoulders 3 times with his own sword. I accept your allegiance. Nightingale's shoulders trembled slightly. It seemed she could finally relax. Then he stretched out his right hand, holding it in front of her. Nightingale took his fingers and delicately kissed him on the back of his hand. With this, the ritual came to an end. Although the allegiance ceremony exercised by the witches was extremely nondescript, following through the whole set of actions couldn't be archived with an ordinary background, and she also called herself Veronica. Is Veronica your real name? Don't you have a last name? Roland pulled her up and asked. Yes, Your Highness. I have no intention to hide anything from you. 5 years ago, I had left the house of Jylin. Now the house and I have nothing to do with each other. Nightingale told him everything, and put down even the last barrier to her heart by telling him of her own past. She was born in Silver City, the city whose name came naturally from their rewarding silver mines. Her father was a viscount, but her mother was born as a commoner. Such marriages were not common, but the two had hit it off well. In addition, Nightingale also had a brother named Hyde. She had spent her whole childhood in Silver City, and that was the happiest period of her life. Chapter 63 Old Story. Nightingale had spent her whole childhood in Silver City, and that was the happiest period of her life. However, this wonderful time only lasted until the winter she turned 14. In that winter, refugees started a riot in Silver City. Her parents went out to distribute food, but they never came back. Nightingale and her brother were sent to the home of her father's brother, another branch of the Jylin family. This was also the winter that Nightingale had awoken to her witch powers. She carefully hid her abilities, but in the end, she was still discovered by Mr. Jylin, who immediately separated Nightingale from her brother and used her brother's life to threaten her into doing his biddings. So Nightingale had no choice. Mr. Jylin sent her to the Thieves' Guild and made her undergo their training. Later, he had her do some shady things, like breaking into the homes of his enemies, to steal trade contracts or other important things, and eavesdropping on the town hall meetings. She even had to go to some potential competitors' homes and put poison in their water tanks. The Gylan's family business grew bigger and bigger, but Mr. Gylan's attitude toward Nightingale gradually turned worser and worser. If even the slightest thing went wrong, she would be kicked. Every time when she wasn't doing something for him, he would shut Nightingale in a room in their house, which had its door replaced with iron bars. The part which made Nightingale the saddest and most puzzled was that she wasn't able to see her brother Hyde. She began to suspect that Mr. Gylan had already killed her brother. Having had enough of her repeated requests, he finally brought over her younger brother. However, when Hyde saw Nightingale, he had a look full of disgust and said that he never wanted to see her again because as a witch and the devil's companion, she should go to hell. Hearing this, Nightingale's world collapsed, but the nightmare wasn't over. Mr. Gylan gave her the final blow. The fact that she became a witch was a secret, but he still told Hyde, and even told him that the farther he got away from a witch, the better it would be. After Hyde bid Nightingale farewell, Mr. Glenn grimly warned her that Hyde would inherit their father's title, but if she wouldn't continue to obey his orders, he would make her brother die quietly. In this way, Nightingale fell deeper and deeper into sorrow and despair, and turned into a puppet manipulated by the Gylan family. On her coming-of-age day, she had to complete a task for the family and was on the way home when she met Wendy. Or, more precisely, Wendy found her. Wendy told Nightingale everything about the Witch Cooperation Association and told her that there were many people who had gone through similar experiences like Nightingale's, but these sisters had not given up. Hearing this, Nightingale's shattered heart suddenly ignited with a new spark of life. She didn't need much time to change from confusion to determination. 1 week after her coming-of-age day, she had already overcome the torture, forcing her magic to undergo great changes. Her fog no longer hid only her figure, but also kept the iron bars from holding her back. On the day that she had finally recovered from the afflictions of her coming-of-age day, she entered her world of fog to step into Mr. Gylan's bedroom to take a knife and slit his throat. Mr. Gylan let out some high-pitched breaths, and then only the sound of popping blood bubbles could be heard. During the whole situation, Nightingale found out that she was much calmer than expected. Then, Wendy and Nightingale left the Gylan household. As for her brother Hyde, she ignored him and did not want to see him again. After this, she and Wendy started their journey towards the Witch Cooperation Association. When Nightingale came to the end of her story, she waited for a moment, but when she felt that Roland was still immersed in her past, she left the room to retire for the night. As for Roland, after a long time, he had finally collected himself and remembered that Nightingale once said that every witch had a long history of bitterness. If they could reach their day of adulthood, they could even be considered lucky. While Roland crossed over, it was fortunate that he had become a prince. The next morning, Roland went to visit Wendy in Nightingale's room. After a night of rest, Wendy's color looked a lot better, and the previously injured arm looked totally healed. Despite her still being weak, she sat up and bowed to pay tribute to the prince. "I already know about you. Thank you for saving the life of Nightingale." Roland took a parchment out of his pocket and went straight to the point. "There is no doubt that with Kara as their leader, it will be impossible for you to return to the Witch Cooperation Association. So, it would be better for you to stay in Border Town and work for me. If you agree, you only need to put down your signature on this contract. You will get the same salary like Anna, and every month you will get a gold royal." "Your Highness," Nightingale blinked hesitantly. Roland knew what she wanted to say. After all, this would change her life. In addition, after Wendy had saved her life in the mountains, Nightingale didn't want Roland to force her to make a decision immediately. In Nightingale's view, As long as Wendy stayed in Border Town for some time, she would certainly come to their side. I would like it too if I wasn't forced to talk about this in such a hurry, but some things become a little more dangerous with every day of delay. Roland paused for a moment, but Wendy didn't interrupt him and quietly waited for him to continue. I think I may know a method to how a witch can survive her day of awakening without any pain. This remark brought a loud outburst from the two witches, who asked with one voice, "What? It's just my speculation, and there is no tangible evidence," appeased Roland. "But I think I know the reason why witches in the camp suffered less pain compared to their life in hiding." The only difference between both situations was, while they were hiding their identity as a witch, they didn't use their magic power, but during their life within the camp, they had to use their ability to maintain daily operations. Wendy nodded her head. That's right. And in Anna's case, she trained her ability daily before her day of adulthood, and she even fell into a coma because of overdrawing her magic power. When she finally regained consciousness, she had overcome the most difficult hurdle as a witch, and even without any injury. So, I think this is probably the key to conquer the demon's bite that attacks your body. I believe that a witch is a kind of magic container, and during adolescence, the witch is always accumulating magic. When this magic exceeds the body's tolerance level, it causes harm to the witch's own body, and the demon's bite itself is dated with the witch's day of awakening, the witch's most powerful moment. So, if a witch can continually release her magic, constantly keeping her magic on a safe level, maybe the torture the witch would have to go through during the day of awakening would be greatly reduced, or even completely disappear. Roland paused for a moment to let them think, and then he said, "As the Lord of Border Town, I can offer your witches a safe place to use their magic. No one will arrest, send you to a trial, or even put you to death for using it. If my guess is correct, then there is no doubt that Border Town will be the end of your long pursuit of the Holy Mountain." A witch was taught from the beginning that her dangerous capability was given by the devil. After endless suffering, the witch would feel that it wasn't her own strength, but instead that her power was a curse, starting a vicious circle. The more the witch didn't want to use her magic, the stronger the bite would be. Directly after the crossing, Roland's attitude towards this force was the completely opposite. After going through the memories of the old fourth prince and ruling out the existence of a god, he had simply seen the magic as a kind of energy, an energy which was controlled by their own willpower. Wendy was silent for a long time, but then she asked, "When I sign the contract and agree to work for you, then I want to know first, what will I need to do for you?" During the past few centuries, because of their unique abilities, some witches were bought by a few ambitious people and were secretly imprisoned, used as consumable tools. Although the church would look for and punish such behavior, it was still difficult to ban. In addition, they used to be ruthless towards the witches. Once they had lost their value, their fates could be described as a spectacle too horrible to endure. Of course, Roland had also heard of these cases, but he took a fancy to the long-term interests and believed that this was a win-win situation for everyone. So, he smiled and replied, "The first thing you need to do is practice your ability repeatedly until you fully grasp it, just like Anna." Chapter 64, Curiosity. 3 days later, in the castle back garden, Sister Anna, Nana pulled at Anna's gown and called her name to get her attention. "Yes," the latter turned around and asked, "What do you think about Sister Nightingale? Don't you think she has been behaving a little weirdly?" "Weirdly?" Anna was confused. "Do you mean how she has been dressing herself lately?" Nightingale stood at Roland's side, just like the many times before, but this time she was not wearing her usual gown with the strange pattern. Instead, she was now dressed like Anna and wore the strange clothing His Highness had invented. Although Anna did not want to admit it, the new attire accentuated Nightingale's tall figure, her shapely legs, slim waist, as well as her long, curly hair most vividly. Together with her cloak and pointed hat, anyone would let their gaze roam all over her body. "I wasn't talking about her clothes," Nana muttered. "Don't you think that her tone of voice when speaking with His Highness and the expression in her eyes when she looks at him have become different compared to before?" "Have they?" Nana didn't know what to say, but then she gave up. "Well, Sister Anna, later when it's too late, don't come to me and say that I didn't warn you." Unable to make head or tail of it, Anna shook her head and ignored Nana, focusing on the two new witches' bodies instead. The first one she looked at was named Lightning. Her general size was the same as Nana's, but she wore particularly unusual clothes. When Anna roughly counted, she discovered that Lightning had at least 12 seamed pockets on her piece of rag-like coat. As for the other witch Wendy, she didn't wear the same body-concealing clothes Nightingale wore before, but on her ordinary and casual women's clothes, she had the exact same pattern that Nightingale's previous clothes had printed on them. However, she had something that didn't sit right with Anna. The other one's chest was too grand. "Since you both have agreed to sign the contract, we can now start with your training for the first time." Roland was finally at ease and started the training of his two new witches, issuing instructions. "Lightning, you go first." "Yeah." Lightning was so happy to start first that she threw her hands in the air as she stepped out of the shed. At the moment, only a few snowflakes floated in the air and no wind was blowing, so the little girl gently floated in the air and waited for Roland's next command. "Show me your fastest speed." Roland looked upwards and shouted to her. "All right, look at me." She gave him a thumbs up, went into a starting position, and then quickly flew around the castle. Roland visually calculated her flying speed and came to the result that her flying speed should have been between 60 and 80 kilometers per hour. These numbers were based on his own experiences of driving back in his old world. For a single flight, this speed couldn't be counted as fast, since it was similar to an ordinary dove. However, Roland had heard that she could carry Nightingale and Wendy during their journey back to Border Town. That feat was a lot more impressive compared to her speed. What would that mean if she could lift up a weight of more than 100 kilograms? In Roland's eyes, he could already see Lightning carrying a 100-kilogram bomb. However, the next trial broke his wishful thinking. When the weight was more than 50 kilograms, Lightning's flying height decreased sharply. From the previous 100-meter altitude, she suddenly fell down to only 10 meters. While carrying nearly 100 kilograms of weight, she could only reach a height of 2 meters. That is to say, if he turned Lightning into an incarnate bomber, even when only carrying a few kilograms of explosives, she would enter the range of crossbows and become an easy target to shoot down. So Roland came up with new ideas for this young witch. Whether it was as a scout or as an investigator for the right place for a bombardment, she would be an excellent candidate. Previously, Roland seemed to have hit a wall with his plans, but now he could see a glimmer of hope again. While the prince tested Lightning's flying abilities, Wendy stood by quietly at his side, closely analyzing Roland's every expression. In the 15 years of wandering after her departure from the monastery, she had seen many different kinds of people. Commoners, farmers, artisans, soldiers, and nobles. It didn't matter who it was, but they would all have the same reaction. As long as they didn't know that she was a witch, they showed her desire and love. But when they became aware of the fact that she was a witch, their desire and love would instantly convert into fear and hatred. Every time she saw this despicable behavior, Wendy wanted to vomit. She thought she would only be partnered with witches for the rest of her life and never be accepted by a man. This was also the reason why she refused Nightingale's offer, not out of mistrust, but because she was afraid of getting her heart broken once more. However, Roland Wimbledon had already changed her opinion. He looked at them with the same expression as he looked at common people, like he had already seen witches thousands of times. When she met Roland for the first time in Nightingale's room, she had thought that he hid his aversions towards witches extremely well. She also believed that another reason he didn't show any contempt was because Nightingale stood directly beside her. However, during the next few days, she discovered that the expression on his face was still the same. Could it be that the ability of a member of the royal family to hide their true intention is much better than us commoners? Another changing point was the contract. Previously, Wendy had thought that it would only be a formality, but when she began to read it, she found it filled with dense clauses. It didn't only list their responsibilities, but it also stated their own rights. This is simply inconceivable. It still put the witch in his army, but it didn't deprive them of their liberty. Instead, it was quite generous to them. Could this still be called a contract? For example, Article 2.1, it was the first time that Wendy saw such a structure. The witch could have paid leave, which meant that she would still get money even on the days she didn't work. Next, the witch should complete experimental projects according to the employer's orders. But when part of the project was too difficult to complete, wasn't timely possible, produced discomfort, or caused the witch to feel that it was too dangerous, the witch could ask for changes or reject the experimental project. Then, the next clause said that the employer should provide for and guarantee the safety of the witch. The employer was responsible for the witch's accommodation, food, and salary. When one part of the condition was not met, the witch was allowed to unilaterally suspend the contract. Wendy thought these articles were a bit prolix, but they expressed their meaning very clearly. After signing the contract, the witch wouldn't be turned into the prince's possession. Sure, she had to do his biddings, but she also had equal rights and was always able to say no. To a contract like this, she finally felt the sincerity of the other side. If it was only for appearance, it wasn't necessary to write such a detailed list of treaties. Coming to this conclusion, Wendy couldn't help herself from looking at Nightingale. Wendy was very clear of everything Nightingale had to go through, and she also knew how deep the other one's disgust of nobles sat. But now, when Nightingale spoke with Roland, her tone and demeanor showed so many different kinds of emotions. I'm afraid even she isn't aware of these changes. 2 months ago, she left the camp of the Witch Cooperation Association in the direction of Border Town. Only in 2 short months, Nightingale has already begun to completely trust this man. She would rather cut off all her relations with the Witch Cooperation Association than to never see Border Town again. In her heart, it was very likely that she already saw the place beside Roland Wimbledon more as her real home than the Witch Cooperation Association. It's very sad about what happened to Mentor Kara. She, as the founder of the Witch Cooperation Association, had forgotten how important every surviving sister was. Wendy knew that there was no way she could ever go back. Since fate had brought her to this place, why shouldn't she believe in the choice Nightingale had made? Just the same, like she always believed in the choices I made. Wendy. Ah! With this shout, Wendy was brought back out of her daydreams, only to discover that Lightning had already finished her tests and that now everyone was waiting for her. Giving everyone an apologetic smile, she walked out of the shed. You have already made your decision, so now you have to go through with it. Plus, you cannot lose to the younger generation, right? But at this moment, the horn call could be heard from the west again. The sound echoed in the mountains, breaking the tranquility of the town. Chapter 65, Ominous Sign. There had already been several instances before when the horn was blown. Each time, several dozens of demonic beasts had attacked, mostly one after another, but every time the skilled militia had been able to push them back. So, when Roland heard the sound of the horn once more, he did not panic. He calmly suspended the training and sent Wendy and Lightning back to the castle to rest. He also ordered Anna to protect Nana, who would go to the medical center to wait for the arrival of wounded soldiers. Roland himself rushed to the walls with Nightingale. Unexpectedly, When Lightning heard Roland's orders, she began to protest. Though I'm already such an experienced explorer of the western border of the continent, I have yet to witness a large-scale attack by demonic beasts. If I don't grasp this chance, I'm not worthy to call myself an explorer any longer. So, I plead you, Your Highness, let me travel together with you. Roland did not hesitate for the slightest moment to reject the young witch's plea, and told Wendy to make sure that Lightning would behave. After all, they weren't allowed to lose any time when a horde of demonic beasts attacked. Then, he looked at Nightingale and asked her if she was ready to go. She nodded, took hold of Roland's hand, and took him into the fog with herself, moving straight in the direction of the wall. Once he knew that Nightingale could bring any other object she was in contact with along with her into the fog, Roland immediately became hooked to this kind of travel. In the fog, they could travel straight through obstacles and ignore terrain. They were able to cross several meters with one step, so this kind of traveling was very enjoyable. When they arrived at the foot of the wall, Roland found a corner where no one could see him and stepped out of the fog to walk to the outlook alone. Looking into the distant wilderness, he could only see a world of white instead of the expected grand, demonic beast invasion. Was this a false alarm? He could also feel the confusion coming from the direction of the militia, who had already taken their defense positions. When the prince finally found Iron Axe, Roland saw that he had a serious expression while staring into the distance with his hands tightly grasping the horn. When Roland arrived next to him, Roland immediately asked, "Did you sound the alarm?" "Yes, Your Highness." You see, Iron Axe's voice was much drier than usual. "That guy came." That guy? Roland looked carefully in the direction Iron Axe pointed at. There in the far distance, he could make out a faint black spot that was nearly invisible even in front of a pure white background, very difficult to be spotted. The rule was that only if it was determined that the patrol couldn't resolve the problem, they were allowed to sound the horn. Knowing this, Iron Axe, as a seasoned hunter, must have had his reasons. That is a hybrid species. Iron Axe had to swallow and calm himself before continuing. The last time I encountered this bird was 6 years ago. Is it really a hybrid species? Roland frowned. Theoretically, evil beasts would attack Longsong's stronghold until the point that all of them had died, possessing no intelligence. The beasts had no concept of retreat in their minds. The defense of the Longsong stronghold had never been broken, but this hybrid beast not only survived, but was even able to live after 6 years. Thinking about what this could mean, Roland could detect a faint feeling of foreboding within his heart. However, the demonic beast was so far away that Roland could only vaguely see a black spot, while Iron Axe was able to clearly distinguish the type of demonic beast. Iron Axe's vision had to be really amazing. Perhaps he had misinterpreted it. The prince thought hopefully. The demonic beast didn't make Roland wait too long. It soon began to move closer to the walls, allowing everyone to notice its unique body. It didn't have the large body like the previous hybrid beasts had, but instead, it looked like an enlarged version of a cat at first glance. However, on its back, it had a pair of wings that covered its body on both sides when they weren't spread out. Its head looked like that of a lion, but with an extra pair of eyes. If the extra eyes it had weren't for decoration, then it wouldn't need to turn its head to see every movement made in the area at its rear. Carter and several hunters had loaded their flintlocks and were prepared to take the challenge. However, the lion hybrid didn't attack straight away, but instead stopped outside of the crossbow firing range, carefully taking in everything. The distance it stopped at was within the effective range of their flintlocks, but the probability that the first salve would hit was almost 0. Not long after it stopped, it suddenly leaped towards the left side, spread its wings, and took off with its huge body. As Iron Axe had previously said, it could fly or glide a short distance. After it crossed over the barriers, the hybrid demonic beast quickly flew towards the western end of the walls, attacking the unguarded area of the wall. Seeing all this, Roland's heart madly began to thump. It felt like a nightmare come true. It had observed its enemy and judged their strength, detected and attacked their weakness, proving that it possessed high intelligence, which was previously the weakness of demonic beasts. They occasionally attacked the weakness of their prey, but that was an instinct honed by many generations over thousands of years. When facing an unknown opponent, they would not judge, or even more, attack their target after long analysis. What did having intelligence mean? Humanity relied on its remarkable brain with outstanding capabilities to climb to the top of the food chain from nascent prairie life. For the moment, Roland did not dare to reflect on it. Instead, he waved his hand and told his chief knight, Iron Axe and his hunter squad, to follow him to shoot down the demonic beast. It rushed towards the unmanned segment and jumped straight over the wall, easily leaving the wall behind it, and ran straight towards the residential district, disregarding the whole hunter team as if they were nothing. "The beast!" Roland shouted loudly. "The second militia team go to the wall and temporarily defend the wall. The first team will come with me." At this point, the new team had not had enough time to get trained. With this move, he could lead them away from the battle, but if the demonic beast came back, they could attack it separately. Carter led the guards to follow the prince. They were the group with the strongest individual strength and were ready to face the enemy at any time. Behind them followed Iron Axe, who was leading the team of hunters equipped with guns. After entering the old areas, they couldn't see very far since their view was blocked by the houses. With narrow roads covered by snow, they had to be careful and limit their actions. Hoping to find traces of the demonic beast, Roland was afraid that there was no other possibility than to disperse his team into many small ones and let them walk through the streets. He regretted that he didn't let lightning follow them. If he had a witch who could investigate the situation from the air, he wouldn't need to split his team and send them into every direction. After searching for around 10 minutes, they suddenly heard some townspeople scream from deep within an alley. Changing their direction, the team rapidly advanced toward the source of the sound. Because most of the militia were people from the old district, they immediately found their way through the many small streets, making it appear as if they were taking a walk in their backyards. Finally arriving at the source of the sound, Roland saw a man bitten into 2 parts with his internal organs scattered all over the ground, obviously dead. "My God, it's Iron Fork, I know him," someone shouted. "Damn, in which direction did it run?" asked another. "Look, the beast is right over there." Suddenly someone shouted. Shortly after the voice fell, a dark shadow swept out from the house on the right side. Accompanied by debris from scattered wood, it flew directly through the wooden wall of a hut and directly attacked the first line of militia, pawing and biting them. Iron Axe was the first one to react. He wanted to shoot the beast with his gun, but he discovered that his view was blocked by the other members of the militia. Trying to get the right opportunity to shoot, he squeezed himself through the crowd and walked step by step in the direction toward the hybrid species. Other hunters also discovered that they had the same problem and took their guns under their arms before jumping on the eaves or climbing up the roofs. The hybrid species didn't care about the approaching men. It spread its wings, stood up on its hind legs, and began to shake around the soldier it had bitten, spraying blood everywhere. Seeing this scene sent the crowd into a panic, causing the crowd to fearfully step back. When the hybrid species got some space, it tried to jump, but in this moment a shot hit it. Suddenly, several black flowers bloomed on the monster's fur. The hybrid species, which was hit by several lead balls, roared in anger, threw away the prey in its mouth, and jumped in the direction of the hunters on the roof. When the demonic beast appeared above the crowd, it came directly into Iron Axe's view, who quickly raised his gun and aimed at the beast in front of him and pulled the trigger. It was nearly impossible to miss a shot this close. It was even so close that the gunpowder entered the nose of the demonic beast. The velocity of the bullet wasn't reduced as it went straight through the target's eyes and penetrated its brain. The body of the demonic beast became stiff and suddenly fell towards the ground. Chapter 66, Battle of Hermes Part 1. As the freezing cold rain fell, it diluted the smell of blood that covered the whole of New Holy City. While in these inhuman conditions, Alicia was fighting for her life by swinging her great sword while violently panting. It wasn't her first time participating in the battle to defend Hermes, but she had never thought that there would come a day when the New Holy City could fall. The walls were completely destroyed. In her whole life, Alicia had never seen such a horrible monster. A huge worm-like hybrid beast came out of the ground and pressed its body close to the glacier cliff, drilling its bone claws into the cliff and climbing up the wall step by step. Even when it had reached the top, its lower body still hadn't left the ground completely. If it had only a huge body, it wouldn't have been such a disaster, but none of them could expect what had happened next. When the huge hybrid species opened its mouth, a horde of demonic beasts rushed out and turned the wall into hell within seconds. Originally, it could still be said that everyone in her team was calm and prepared, but when the demonic beasts attacked, everything was broken and turned into disorder. During the chaos, Alicia was separated from her squad, so she could only helplessly watch as one of her comrades was swallowed by a demonic beast. Warm human blood and black monster blood mixed together and flowed along the grooves on the stone-paved floor. When the horn gave the signal to retreat, Holy City's mangonels began to fire, dropping granite blocks the size of half a person from the sky, totally disregarding that many defenders were still fighting on the city walls. Alicia could still clearly remember the image when her captain was hit on the side of his head by a stone. When she got up from the floor and was finally able to look at him, she saw that he was embedded into the stone floor together with his armor. Folded together like a parchment, his intestines were dripping out of his opened abdomen, and his hot blood pooled into small puddles. Alicia thought, if I hadn't thrown myself onto the ground at the last second when I discovered the stone, I'm afraid I would have ended up just like him. As for how she exactly archived to stay alive and return from the walls, Alicia wasn't able to clearly remember it. She was only surrounded by yelling and cursing. Everyone was frantically waving their arms, trying to defend themselves, but in the end, who they were hitting was unknown, and it didn't matter if they hit a demonic beast or one of their own. From her own team, which started with 100 soldiers, only 12 survived, including herself. What to do next? Captain Alicia. Since Alicia had survived, she was to take over the post of captain, as per the military regulations. If the captain was killed during the battle, the vice-captain would take over the post of captain and lead the team to continue the war. To clear her head, Alicia bit her lips until an iron taste filled her mouth. Then she finally decided, we will go to the North Gate. If the demonic beasts want to leave the New Holy City, they have to pass through that point. Following this order meant that they gave up the area between the walls and the whole inner city, but she had no other choice. There was no place comparable to the central church. Nothing was more important than the Hermes Cathedral. She didn't say it aloud, but everyone knew that with only 12 people, they couldn't play an important part in defending the walls. In her heart, Alicia prayed, maybe today will be the day I will die while defending the kingdom. May God be kind to me. However, to the outside world, she shouted, Verdict will never give up, we will march. Verdict will never give up, shouted the others in union. Alicia's team of 12 followed her and trotted in the direction of the northern gate. During their run, the sound of the war became less and less clear under the rain and blowing wind until it completely died down. Upon her arrival at the North Gate, Alicia saw that there was already a crowd of survivors from other squads in front of the drawbridge. Evidently, they were thinking the same thing. This made her heart feel a little better. However, in this time of crisis, they actually let down the drawbridge. Seeing this, Alicia began to frown and walked towards the handsome warrior in charge, who was wearing the standard red robe of a presiding judge. She gave him a salute. "Presiding judge, sir. I'm the captain of the 4th Battalion Advance Team, Alicia Quinn. I'm Tucker Thor, responsible for the defense of the North Gate. You've worked hard." The man nodded acknowledgingly and said, "We have set up the emergency area at the other side of the gate. If your team has any injured, you can send them there." "Your Honor, I don't understand why you aren't raising the drawbridge in this time of crisis. The demonic beasts on the wall can attack us at any moment. We must ensure that they don't conquer the inner city." "Calm down. Captain, I know that you and your team are not afraid to sacrifice yourself for the greater cause, but that sacrifice would now be meaningless. We are still far from the church's point of no return." He tried to calm Alicia down and wiped the rain from his brow, then continued, "We have to work together. If you run out of pills to expel the cold, remember to ask the quartermaster for more." When the presiding judge reminded her, Alicia finally recognized that she was totally frozen. After she left the heat of the battlefield behind her, the cold rain and the sweat on her body mixed together, almost turning her into an ice puppet. Facing the forever blowing ice-cold wind, she couldn't suppress her body from shivering any longer. She grasped into her sheepskin vest pocket to pull out a bag, whose contents she then dumped into her hand, only to find a viscous liquid flow out. It seemed that she had accidentally damaged the pills during the battle. Finding nothing valuable, she sighed, raised her head disappointed, only to discover a new cold-expelling pill in front of her. "Take and eat it," Tucker Thor said while reassuringly smiling at her. "When the moment comes again, I may ask you for the favor to be returned." Alicia didn't try to be polite. She immediately took the pill and swallowed it. "Maybe we won't have a next time where we need this kind of stuff." "Yes, well, that would also be all right." Tucker actually nodded in approval. "If I have to choose, I would choose death instead of eating the pill." Just when his voice fell, a strong smell of fish washed up from Alicia's stomach. Even the stomach-churning smell of death in the city didn't have such a disgusting taste. She didn't feel like she had eaten a pill. Instead, she thought she had eaten a mixture of flesh and blood, releasing an unbearable tingling feeling from her abdomen into her body. However, the chill faded suddenly, followed by a hot flow of blood through her whole body. Alicia's body temperature was slowly restored to her normal temperature, so that the already frozen sweat began to fall down. Her head also began to release water vapor, and then finally she could feel her numb toes again. "But we won't die today." Seeing her eat the pill, the presiding judge waved his hand. "At the moment, the gods' army of punishment is rushing over from the cathedral. When they arrive here, the demonic beasts won't be able to pass the North Gate. Take your people and send them to the assembly, and also remember to let them check if they still have their pills, so that they don't end like you and discover that their pills were destroyed when they needed it the most." The gods' army of punishment is the strongest elite arm in the church. Alicia had already heard of them long before, but she had never witnessed them fight. But even if the gods' army of punishment was as powerful as the rumors said, they were still humans, right? With a human body alone, no matter how hard they trained, they couldn't easily beat a crowd of mixed species. But since the presiding judge said so, she had no way out from sending her 11 survivors to the North Gate, close to the western side of the assembly. Hundreds of troops had been gathered here after their retreat. They were standing in groups of 2 or 3 in the cold rain, disregarding the cold water that was flowing down their cheeks. Some of them even sat on the ground with a listless look on their faces. Only a small number of people had lined up a neat row, waiting for the enemy to arrive at any possible time. If it were still some days ago, Alicia would certainly have stood up and scolded them, but now she was at a loss. In order to establish this new holy city, countless people were buried here. It could even be said that each brick was built with the blood of believers and people sent by the military trial. The bishop had often said that Hermes was built on holy ground, the capital of the kingdom of God. Today, however, the kingdom of God seemed to be falling by the hands of the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts are coming. Someone suddenly shouted, "Take your positions to meet the enemy." Alicia shouted loudly to raise the spirits of the soldiers, lifted her sword, and gazed at the fast-approaching horde. For Hermes, for the new holy city. Chapter 67, Battle of Hermes, Part 2. The expected final battle didn't happen. A soldier went to a woman standing in the front line and pressed against her sword to keep her back. "Stand back." His voice wasn't loud, but it was still clear and strong. Alicia noticed that even after the intervention of this unknown person, her side was still holding their positions. Looking closer, she could see an eye on the man's sleeve, and under it was written, "God's Army of Punishment." She tilted her head, and not far from them, a team of tall warriors rushed out of the north gate. They were all dressed in the same whole-body armor, which had a silver sheen under the rain, and their red cloaks waved in the wind. However, all of them had different weapons. Some were holding swords and shields, while others were holding halberds or iron axes. After they crossed the bridge, they didn't march as a team. Instead, they spread out and went straight against the incoming demonic beasts. What kind of tactic is this? They are creating a total mess. They faced the demonic beasts with power and speed that exceeded what was humanly possible by far. Do they want to fight the demonic beasts completely alone and without any order? Moreover, how could we let the God's army of punishment fight alone against the demonic beasts? We have to support them. No, the unknown man shook his head, looking somewhat gloomy. You have to stay back. If you rush into the fight, you will only drag them down. Drag them down. Alicia angrily stared at the man. Could it be that her impression of the man was wrong? Was this person just a cowardly man? She clenched the hilt of her sword, ready to immediately join the battle. Although the future of the new holy city was unknown, at the moment of their biggest crisis, when they had to face the enemy, she was only allowed to stand by as others fought for them. Before she could even take 2 steps forward, an incredible scene happened in front of her. Something came flying down from the sky. Its shape was just like a fallen angel. Its huge wings were covered in gray feathers and completely open. It had a wingspan of more than 12 feet. It had a head like a bird, but also a pair of long horns and barbed claws, capable of cutting through a warrior's breastplate like they were butter. A vertical drop from the sky was the beast's preferred kind of attack, covert and difficult to defend against. Even when holding a heavy shield, soldiers wouldn't be able to defend themselves. The huge impact force would shatter their arms and crush their rib cages. Many soldiers had already died from their attack without any chance to retaliate. Their only chance to shake it off was by throwing themselves towards the ground, diving away from the dangerous blow. But the members of God's army of punishment didn't think about dodging. A warrior wearing silver armor took a firm stand against the enemy, and at the last moment, he reached out with his hands and grasped the incoming claws with his hands. The impact force was so strong that a screeching sound could be heard. The warrior bent his right foot while straightening his left foot, stretching out his arms and forming so a straight line with his body, creating a counterpart with enough power to repel the impact. When another warrior saw that the demonic beast came to a stop in the air, he threw a javelin. The javelin was so fast that Alicia could only see a silver flash. It precisely went through the beast's head, directly shattering it at the moment of impact. The warrior who was still holding the beast's claws threw the twitching body away. His arms were abnormally bent. It seemed that the bones in his arms had been broken. Apparently, he hadn't survived the impact without any injuries, but he calmly took his iron axe and began to kill demonic beasts again. They were only relying on manpower to withstand this herd of monsters. Seeing this, Alicia could not believe her eyes. Hundreds of soldiers of the God's army of punishment poured into the herd of demonic beasts. Due to their red cloaks, it seemed as if they had merged into a powerful flood of blood, abruptly stopping the enemy from moving forward. She now understood what the soldier meant when he said they would drag them down. These warriors seemed to have the ability of 10 men. Each of them had the strength, agility, and reaction time comparable to that of a demonic beast. No, they seemed to be even stronger. In front of them, ordinary demonic beasts seemed to be almost like little children. They are too much. Alicia could feel joy from the bottom of her heart. With such a strong group of warriors, Hermes Cathedral would never fall. Ah, yes. I never asked you for your name. My name is Alicia Quinn. And what is your name, Captain? It appears that you already knew the fighting abilities of the gods' army of punishment. The captain looked Alicia directly in the eyes. His look was as freezing cold as the rain. When he finally responded, he didn't give her his name, he only muttered, "My brother is a member of the gods' army of punishment. It appears that we will win," said Bishop Maine, who stood at the topmost level of the cathedral, looking out of the window. Here, at the highest point of the new holy city, he used a telescope to look over more than half of the battlefield. "Let the mangonels stop their attack. Our army will soon start an attack to reclaim the city walls. You know that winning wasn't the main point, right?" Suddenly, another voice could be heard. The possessor of the voice wore the same gold clothes like Bishop Maine, but the only difference was that his voice was much older. The important part of this fight was that the armies of the 4 kingdoms were destroyed. "That's right. This way, their defensive lines will be rendered useless," said the last person. She seemed to be the youngest person in this trio, appearing to be around her early 30s, and also the only woman within the 3 archbishops. Their standing army of more than 5,000 well-equipped and well-trained soldiers, and also nearly 1,000 knights, were immediately taken out of the picture. They will need 4 to 5 years to rebuild their troops. "Ah," she let out a moan, and happily continued, "It's really such a wonderful day." But in order to achieve this purpose, we had to sacrifice many of our own soldiers. They were the backbone of the church, Maine sighed. If this wasn't the fastest plan to achieve our desired goal, I really didn't want to send all of our soldiers into this purgatory. The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully and then said, "We had no other choice. The wild beasts had appeared, which was described in the Holy Book. Following the descriptions in the book, there is not much time left. So, if we do not unify the entire continent and force all the kingdom under one rule, only death will await us. Destruction is actually nothing bad," said the woman while laughing frivolously. "Humans are always greedy, have malicious intent, and only see nothing but personal profit. Under the name and banner of righteousness, they do much worse things than even the demonic beasts. Maybe even the devil from hell would treat us better than we humans each other." "Heather," shouted the man angrily while pulling his beard, "your comments can be counted as treason and heresy against the will of God. Do you want to die?" "You don't need to take it to your heart, Tayfun," Heather shrugged, disregarding, her face full of disapproval. "The person in charge of this tribunal is me, not you. Besides, do you really think that it's important to God whether we survive or not? How do you know that he is more caring than the devil?" "Enough, Tayfun, Heather," shouted Maine in displeasure. "That is enough for today. I need to report to the Pope. You both will go now and complete the mission." After they left, Maine stood in front of the window overlooking the north, with the mountain of despair in the background, a never-ending, snow-covered winter land, and in the west, laid the barbarian territory. There laid the beginning of everything. He knew that Bishop Tayfun was right. The soldiers in the gods' army of punishment were too precious. To join, one not only needed to be faithful, but also a strong willpower to survive the transformation afterwards. After nearly a century of accumulation, the church was only able to save 1,000 soldiers. If they wanted to fight the demons, this number was not enough. But the North could only support so many warriors. If they wanted more warriors, They had no other choice than to unify the continent. Of course, Bishop Heather was also correct. She served as the church's judge, holding trials for thousands of witches. Whether they were good or bad witches, they were all gathered and killed with the most savage methods. The higher your position was within the church, the more you could clearly feel God wasn't good, but he also wasn't bad. How do you know that he cares more for us than the devil? When he thought about Heather's words, Maine couldn't help himself from laughing out aloud. I am afraid that only she has the talent to annoy Tayfun until he has nothing left to say. God didn't bless the world, nor did he show concern and care for the devil. God will only love the winning party. Chapter 68 Funeral. The funeral was held within an area south of Border Town, on the edge of the wasteland. To call it a wasteland wasn't correct. Vanner didn't know when, but one day someone had built a small stone fence around this area. Since then, no one showed any interest in the piece of land. The wall was covered with thick snow, and when observed from afar, it looked like it laid under a coat of silver. Although the wall wasn't high, it was easy to step over it. Whenever Vanner saw this wall, he couldn't help himself from thinking about the city wall. They both had the same color and shape. Until now, he had only heard from the traveling merchants about such a ritual. When an important member of the aristocracy or royal family died, the deceased's family would go to the cemetery together. There they would play some sad music, and everyone would be allowed to mourn the dead until the coffin was buried underground. The greater the deceased's noble status was, the greater the funeral would be. Even after their deaths, they still get better treatment than us commoners, thought Vanner enviously. He asked himself, what will happen to my body after my death? Will they just dig a hole at the edge of the forest and throw me into it? Also, no one knows when the months of the demons will end, so there will be no guarantee that no demonic beast will come and dig out my body to eat it. To the people of Border Town, death wasn't something unknown. In particular, each winter when they were forced to live in Longsong, stronghold as refugees, and live in shacks, many of them died of hunger and cold or died of diseases and injuries. That was already the norm. Nobody had the time and power to grieve for the deceased. The question of where to get the next piece of bread to eat was much more important. But today, His Highness actually wanted to hold a funeral for a soldier. I heard he unfortunately fell during the pursuit of the mixed species. His head was bitten off along with half of his body. Vanner knew this unlucky guy. He could be considered as one of the known faces of the old district. No one knew his real name. Everyone just called him Ali. Vanner knew that Ali left behind a wife and 2 children. The older one was around 6, and the younger one had just learned to walk. Under normal circumstances, the family would be finished now. The widow could still find a new man to live with, but what man would also take in the 2 stepchildren? Because of this, many children were thrown on the street to let them fend for themselves. Most of these children would then go to a bar to attract customers and sell their flesh and die from strange diseases in the end. But His Highness really seems intent on honoring the promises he gave during the militia recruitment. When a soldier falls during the war, his family wouldn't only get his full payment, but also extra compensation. What had His Highness called it? Vanner had to think for a moment. Ah, yes, he had called it a pension. And the money his wife gets is actually 5 gold royals. In addition, His Highness will provide them with enough food and charcoal every month, which means that even if his wife doesn't go to work, she will have enough to care for herself and her children. Well, it could be that these are only empty promises, but at least the gold royals are real. He had seen how His Highness had given the money to the chief knight, who later gave the money to Ali's wife. Hell, could it be that I'm a little envious of Ali? No, no. Vanner shook his head again and again, trying to expel this stupid thought. With my talent, I don't have to sell myself so cheaply to care for my wife. After all, it is most likely that she will become someone else's wife then. After giving out the money, His Highness gave a short but captivating speech. In particular, the phrase, "While protecting his loved ones and the innocent, we will always remember him," made the blood burn hotter within him. So that was the way it was, he thought. No wonder that in the recent days, apart from bread and silver royals, I always thought to follow a greater goal. At least during this winter, we will be able to survive by relying on our own power instead of hoping for the Long Song Stronghold's charity. The last part was the burial. Ali's coffin was let down into the previously dug pit. Then, the chief knight made all the militia members line up in front of the grave. Regardless of whether they were from the first team or the replacement, everyone had to step in front of the grave and throw in a shovel of earth into the grave. While queuing, the 200 militia members stepped into their already all too familiar 4 columns. When it was Vanner's turn, he suddenly felt that the shovel had become somewhat heavy as he took it. He could feel that all the members around him were watching every movement of his, making him slow down. When he finally stood to the side, Vanner could see with his own eyes that the next person in line was now under the same pressure he previously felt. The tombstone was a rectangular piece of white stone, and there were also some words written on it, but he couldn't read them. Ali wasn't the first one who was buried in this place. Next to his grave stood another similar tombstone, covered by snow. When Vanner was leaving, he saw the other new vice captain, Brian, standing in front of a stone, slowly pouring a pot of ale on the tombstone. Vanner couldn't help but think, if this becomes my last destination, it wouldn't be so bad. Your Highness, during the return back to the castle, Carter suddenly began to talk. What you did was inappropriate, continued Roland. No, Carter thought for a moment, but in the end he only shook his head and answered, I don't know how to say it, but I think no one has ever treated his employees like this. They have neither a title nor a family background, and most of them don't even have a last name. But in the end, do you think what I did was right? Asked Roland once more. Well, Roland smiled and laughed. He certainly knew that this kind of ceremony had a strong appeal to Carter, who was also always fighting for and protecting him. When people start to think who they are fighting for and why they are going to war, such a ceremony could be good motivation. For Carter, this change had an even greater meaning. Now this kind of honor wasn't just a privilege for the nobility. During these times, the common people could already get the same training and teaching the nobility got, but now the civilians could also receive the honor of defending their homeland. The doubled sense of achievement was absolutely inexplicable. Of course, the introduction of the public funeral was just the beginning, Roland thought. He still had many ideas that could be used to enhance the collective sense of honor, such as using flags, playing military songs, establishing a heroic example, and so on. It wasn't possible to produce such spirit out of thin air. Roland would only to be able to increase their sense of belonging step by step, and always instilling the idea, until it gradually took effect. In order to ensure that the pension project was set in motion and reliable, Roland had arranged all of it by himself. Within the town hall, he had set up a group of people who were responsible for the payment of the food and charcoal. The further along Roland got on his way of upgrading Border Town, the heavier the pressure became on his shoulders. Even so, it seemed that the mining project and upgrading the people's living conditions was on the right track. With sufficient grain reserves, so far no one had starved or frozen to death. Compared to other towns and cities, this seemed to be a miracle. Even in Grey Castle, some people had to die during the winter. Even knowing all this, Roland thought that Border Town was still lacking in many places. His goals were much higher than this, but his range of operation had already reached his limit. His assistant minister Barov and his more than a dozen apprentices who he had brought with him were now controlling all the financial and administrative management of Border Town. If Roland wanted to further expand the department, just recruiting some management staff wasn't possible. Roland had already asked Berov if he still knew some Pratege's colleague or favorite pupils, but the answer he got poured cold water on him. Even if I knew some, they wouldn't want to come. After all, your highness should know what kind of reputation you have right. Well, that sounds kind of reasonable, but it was really depressing. When they were back in the castle backyard, Nightingale emerged out of the fog, immediately giving Wendy, who was standing in front of the shed, a warm hug. Lightning was walking around the unfinished steam engine, looking at it, but when she saw Roland, she immediately pestered Roland to assemble and install the autonomous machine. Seeing all this, Roland thought that all his hard work was worth it. Chapter 69, Cannon System. 4 days later in the backyard, 2 deep holes were dug in the ground. Each hole was in a circular shape, and the deeper it went, the narrower its radius became. At ground level, its diameter was around 40 cm, but its deepest part expanded to only 26 cm. These holes were the molds that Roland intended to use to produce his cannon prototypes. The inner walls of the holes were baked and hardened by Anna. She burned it so long that its surface was without any flaws, just like a shell. She began to harden the shell at the bottom and took all the air bubbles and scum with her as she moved upwards. During history, there were several sizes of cannons. Roland roughly remembered that the so-called 6-pound and 8-pound cannons got their name from the weight of their shells. Roland's first step for producing a cannon was to produce several 12-pound balls, and then calculate their sizes according to the diameter and the wall thickness of the cannon's shell. In the absence of measurement tools, Roland simply created his own custom standard. He took an iron rod and separated it into many small parts with the width of the smallest phalanx of his ring finger, hoping to come close to 1 centimeter. After that, he created many copies of the iron rods. The diameter of a 12-pound iron ball, when measured with the new iron ruler, was around 12 centimeters. Because of this, the thinnest wall of the shell had to be 4 centimeters, and the rear end, which was used as the detonation chamber, would need to be 7 centimeters thick to prevent self-explosion. As for length, there were many different kinds of cannons, like the cannons used on battleships, modern tanks, or antique front-loading artillery, so he really did not know which to choose. Taking into account that the shorter the tube, the lighter the cannon would be and the more materials could be saved. Roland dismissively waved his hand. I will just build a cannon with a length of 1.5 meters. If the test's results aren't satisfactory, I will adjust the length later. When the cannon was originally invented, it was built with a wooden core and strengthened with iron rings, just like a barrel. Roland still remembered that this kind of cannon had the risk of air leaking and self-explosion. Thus, it would be better to mold the cannon bodies completely at once. When drilling out the cannon with a steam engine, there was no difference in producing a 6-pound cannon or a 12-pound cannon. The so-called caliber was just a concept to differentiate between their sizes. If the muzzle was bigger, it became a 12-pounder. Everything beyond that couldn't be used as field artillery. But the exact weight of the shells or the cannonballs wasn't important as long as they shoot in a straight line. After all, he was only getting ideas from history and not replicating it. Roland took a deep breath, then he gave Anna the signal to start now. The latter nodded her head, took a steel ingot, and placed it over the hole. Under the power of her green flame, the ingot quickly turned red and began to melt, forming a small waterfall out of molten iron, which flowed into the hole. The molten iron glowed red-orange and became so bright that it was hard to look at. In order to protect Anna's eyes, Roland specially set up a support frame at the edge of the hole. She just had to take a good position first, and then she could lean against the support frame to produce the cannon without looking into the hole. The ingots were normally only used up slowly. After all, Honor alone couldn't start the era of hot steel, but producing a small batch wasn't a big problem. The most difficult problem to solve was to hold the temperature at the same level, but with Anna's help, he was able to produce a small batch of excellent quality steel. This was also the reason why Roland dared to produce a cannon of the size of 5 meters. Compared to the cannons produced out of bronze or iron, the cannon made out of steel was clearly much stronger. Even if Roland built the cannon in the wrong size, the probability that it would self-explode was much smaller. The amount of molten steel was continuing to rise within the hole, but the numbers of ingots were also becoming less and less. Seeing this, Roland couldn't help himself but feel some heartache. In the end, he only could wait until the time when he would be able to build some blast furnaces on his territory. The number of steel and iron ingots a noble could produce was one of the criteria used to measure strength and power during this time. When the 2 molds were filled, Anna's cheeks were bright red because of her effort. So, Roland took out his handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from her nose away. Unable to accept this embarrassing care, Anna showed some resistance at the beginning, but after a few seconds, she obediently closed her eyes and let Roland take care of her. Her face had a red shine from the light of the molten steel, causing Roland to think about taking a bite out of her. However, when he looked further down her neck, her exposed, slender clavicle entered his view. The both of them were so close together that Roland could smell her delicate fragrance. Ahem. Well, Roland embarrassedly took the handkerchief away, while trying to control his restless emotions. That was everything for today. Well done. I will tell the kitchen to specially prepare a pepper steak for you. Now wasn't the right time, Roland thought. If I take action now, everyone will think that I am taking advantage of a vulnerable person. I will have to wait until she is completely free. When Anna opened her eyes, she could feel that Roland had wiped away all her sweat, but his face seemed to be redder than before. She gently nodded to Roland and expressed her thanks. In the next few days, Roland traveled between the castle and the North Slope mine several times. In addition to cannons, he also needed to make a sufficient amount of boring tools. The production method of the boring tools for gun barrels and cannon barrels were quite similar. After their removal from the mold, Anna would heat them up again, so that they could be processed with a hammer. It was quite different from producing an ordinary knife. At first glance, it looked like a blunt iron rod. However, the only difference was that it had a gap on its head, which was used to discharge metal debris. At the last step, the iron was quenched to increase its hardness. The production method was quite different from modern high-precision drills. After all, Roland only needed them to drill into iron. Taking their high wear rate into account, Roland and Anna produced 5 boring tools within a week. Thanks to this boring tools and the usage of the steam engine for drilling, the production of the gun barrels rapidly increased from 2 each month to 10 each day. After everything was ready, the miners would dig out the 2 cannon embryos, then clean the scum from the surface and transport them onto the carriage smithy. For the production of these 2 cannon embryos, nearly all of Roland's steel ingots were consumed, a priceless test. So Carter and his whole guard were responsible for the protection of the transport, which let the chief knight feel a little superfluous. Who would steal so much inflexible stuff? According to the requirements of the prince, the blacksmith began to polish and flatten the appearance of the embryo after the grindstone. When they had finished it, the embryos were delivered into the castle backyard. At this time, they just looked like 2 solid iron bars with dark gray and rounded appearances, exuding a heavy metallic luster. Roland couldn't wait to start the drilling, so together with Carter, he brought the embryo to the right place and placed the tip of the cutter head at the top of the steel bar. With a face full of expectation, Roland pulled the valve on the steam engine. The boring tool slowly began to operate, but not much later it was already running at a steady speed. "Begin," the prince loudly shouted. Hearing this, the chief knight pushed the sliding base down so that the boring tool came in contact with the embryo. When the tip of the boring tool came into contact with the embryo, a harsh noise which even overshadowed the noise of the steam engine could be heard. As lubricant, they used lard, which was packed into the drilling, coming out of the wire as black foam. The onlooking witches withdrew from the wooden shed, and only Lightning insisted on staying. It seemed to her that looking at this machine was much more beautiful than any landscape. Please vote on the future of the commenting system. Chapter 70 Spy, Part 1. Groundhog Cole was somewhat anxious as he looked out of the window. In this hell-like place, it was snowing without end. He thought that the sky looked exactly like his grandmother's sheets, which she hadn't washed for years, both of them dirty and gray. Even though he couldn't see the sun, he still had another way to judge the hour. That way was the militia training. As long as the weather permitted, the militia would run every morning at 8 a.m. around the town square. The group of idiots had already started it a month before the months of the demons, but they were still doing it even now. Don't these people know that it's most important to save as much strength as possible during the winter, so when the time comes that they truly need to run, they won't need to pray to God to lend them stronger legs? However, thanks to this bunch of idiots, he could now determine the right time to leave. That's right, Cole wanted to flee this possessed town. Although he was ordered by the second prince to stay in Border Town to observe everything that the fourth prince did, and then send the gathered intelligence back to Valencia. But now, he had reached a point where he didn't want to stay any longer. His thoughts were, I'm afraid that in less than 2 weeks along with this town's inhabitants will all become the devil's sacrifices. This wasn't him being paranoid. Since the beginning of winter, one strange thing after another had happened. Perhaps other people weren't aware of it, which to him wasn't surprising. These townspeople don't have any experience, they're all country bumpkins. As long as they have enough to eat, they don't care even if the heavens were to fall down on them. But I'm different. I'm Groundhog Cole, because my skills in stealing information and snooping for news are the best. His Highness Timothy himself hired me for this job. One night, when he had climbed over the city wall, he had discovered a strange weapon that was able to knock down demonic beasts. But of course, this wasn't the most startling discovery. The fourth prince was openly working together with a witch. Merciful God, could there be anything more unholy than this? There can't be any other explanation. The devil is controlling the fourth prince. Even if the prince only wanted to have a taste of a witch's flesh, he would surely only do that if he was hidden in his castle. It wasn't the first time for Cole to hear that a noble had become addicted to the taste of witches. After all, there were many aristocrats with strange habits, but it turned into a completely different matter when it was done in public. But this wasn't a delusion. He had seen it with his own eyes. Based on the principle, those who are paid have to do the work, every day. When the snow wasn't too high, Cole walked towards the nearby city walls. There, he could often see the figure of the fourth prince doing his work. In the beginning, he had asked himself the question, what gave the incompetent and spoiled prince the courage to stay in Border Town during the months of the demons? Not piss in his own pants in terror and run back towards Longsong's stronghold. But now he finally understood. The prince had already been replaced by the devil. He had been at his hiding place when the big demonic beast burst through the wall, which was then killed by the devil's thunder. The following rush of the demonic beasts was held back by the flames summoned by the witch. And it was exactly this witch who later threw herself into the arms of the prince. He also had heard constant rumors from his neighbors. They talked about a witch who supposedly had the ability to heal wounds. The witch was said to have cured an injured boy. Supposedly, she had also cured the broken foot of the old lady from across the street. But to Cole, this was only a blasphemous rumor. How could someone accept treatment from a witch? What would be the difference between them and all the witches who accepted the devil's corruption? However, the last straw for Cole was 2 days ago, when he saw a witch flying 2 rounds around the prince's castle and then going down into his backyard. What did the church's father always say? A witch will only get her powers after she had fallen to the devil's temptation. And by now, he had already seen a witch with the power to summon flames and another witch with the ability to fly around the castle. Together, with the rumors about the witch with healing ability, he came to the conclusion that at least 3 witches had gathered. Undoubtedly, the devil has turned the castle into his own lair, and now he's gradually beginning to turn the townsfolk into his minions. I have to leave this town as soon as possible. Anyway, I'm holding the alchemic formula for the gray powder used to build the city walls in my hands. As long as I deliver this to the second prince, not only will I not be punished, but I might even receive a reward. From day to day, Cole regretted more and more that he hadn't left when the other aristocracy had left Border Town for Longsong's stronghold. But now, if he wanted to leave this place, the way above ground wasn't a viable possibility. During the whole of winter, it would continue to snow, making it impossible to either walk or ride to Longsong's stronghold. His only way was by booking passage on a merchant ship from Willow Town. According to Cole's observations, every first day of the month, a boat from Willow Town would deliver food to Border Town. After 2 to 3 hours of loading and unloading, it would set sail again and leave the harbor. He only had this small time frame to get on board. Otherwise, he could only wait until the next month. Today was finally the start of the month's first day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just then, Cole heard the already familiar slogan again. He could see a group of men in brown leather uniforms running in full spirit. If Cole hadn't seen through the devil's plot, this would have been a remarkable scene to look at. Finally, it's time to leave, he thought. After putting on his fur coat and fastening his belt, Cole moved away from his cabin. At this moment, a neighbor who sat outside of his cabin saw Cole and greeted him. "Good morning. Where are you walking to so early in the morning?" Cole had to acknowledge that, although Border Town was now controlled by the devil, thanks to this, the life of these souls became a lot better compared to their former lives. They even dared to dry their fish outside of their houses. After all, if the people were hungry enough, even if the fish were as hard as a stone, they would still try swallowing it raw. However, Cole didn't respond to the man's question. Instead, he took a probing look towards the militia, and when he saw them running around a corner, he went straight towards the pier. Residents here regarded him as the younger brother of Iron Paddle, who came from the fallen Dragon Mountain Range to visit his family. Of course, all of this was nonsense. Previously, he had caught the real Iron Paddle, questioned him for his name and address, and then killed him. He had then taken Paddle's clothes and masqueraded himself as his brother. This was just one casually created identity, so Cole didn't care whether they believed in it or not. Within the last few days, the fallen snow had been cleared from the streets until there was nearly no snow beneath his shoes. He kept a constant speed so that he could save as much stamina as possible. As for the footprints he left behind, he wasn't worried. Within a day, the snow would cover all of his footprints. Maybe even by the time he reached Valencia, they would still be in the dark about his whereabouts. As he approached the marina, Cole saw the long-awaited merchant boat. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, bags of wheat were being carried out of the storage room. Cole checked the contents of his pockets again. Inside, he had 2 gold royals and 16 silver royals, which was all of the possessions he had. Seeing that there were 6 guards, Cole thought that it wouldn't be enough even though he had 2 gold royals. So, his only way out would be bribing the porter. As soon as the unloaded goods could provide him with protection from being seen, he would immediately go towards the porter and ask him whether he would like to have a good future life or if he wanted to get knocked out. As long as he could get on board, Cole believed that in all likelihood, the temptation of the gold royals would be enough, and the captain would take him away. At the moment Cole was ready to take action, he heard shouts from behind him. His heart immediately became gloomy. When he turned around, he discovered that some militia was rushing towards him, coming from all directions and leaving him no way to escape. When seeing that there was no way to escape, Cole immediately put his hands in the air and fell to his knees. One of his mottos was to not show pointless resistance. As long as he spat out all of his employer's information, he would be safe, or probably they would even try to hire him for an even higher price as a double agent. As long as he got money, he would do anything. This was the principle of groundhog. But there was one point he didn't understand. How were they able to find him? Chapter 71, Spy Part 2. In addition to starting the fire in the fireplace, Barov had also placed a mahogany candelabra on the table. This candelabra had one base which split into 4 branches, one in the middle, which was also the highest, and 3 branches which enclosed the middle branch in a triangular shape. A burning candle was placed on each branch, and the candelabra looked like a bright mountain as they burned. The room was full of the scent of pine oil, resembling a sweet and rotten wood odor, making people feel drowsy. However, within Border Town, Barov could not ask for more. In this land of poverty, he couldn't ask for anything exquisite or anything elegant. Here, everyone was happy if they had a shelter over their head, so Barov could call himself quite lucky with his big room. His room within the castle wasn't far from the courtyard, as it was the location of the former Lord's city hall. Of course, when the Lord left the castle, he took his whole staff with him, so now the room belonged only to Barov. From time to time, he could hear the rustle of voices from within the castle and the howling wind from outside the window, giving him the impression of 2 different worlds. The old wooden table Barov was writing at was full of books and scrolls. On both sides, he had arranged a table, forming a U. Usually, the tables weren't occupied by anyone. He only used them to display his manuscripts. When necessary, he would summon his disciples and place them at one of his side tables. There, they could organize his information or write the first draft for an official document. The candles in the lamp were already changed 3 times. Beside changing the candles, Barov didn't stop his hand from swiftly working through the documents. To him, time was a very precious thing. There was already a stack of documents at hand, waiting for him to deal with, plus His Highness' proposed expenditures would also still need to be reviewed. Barov's average work time was 10 hours per day, but he didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, this was where he could show off all his skills, so he had the feeling that his body had inexhaustible energy. This is how it should be, he thought. No one is talking around me, all of my apprentices are self-responsible, and no one is holding the others back or creating a mess. As long as they fulfill the prince's command, he can handle the specific administration process without outside help. If the prince's commands could only be a little more normal. While Barov thought this, he gnawed on his lips regretfully. For example, at present, all of Roland's official correspondences were sealed with his seal, like the last one he sent to Willow Town. In it, Roland asked for additional administration staff and a brig. The answer note said, "With the price you offered, you cannot hire the captain, helmsman, and the sailors." After reading, Barov was left dumbfounded. Without these people, how would they deliver the boat? Would they walk back after delivering the brig? Also, why do we need to buy a boat? This was the most crucial point. At the moment, the trade between Border Town and Willow Town was stable. Even after the end of winter, if we want to expand the ore trade, we would only need to send a notice, and they would immediately increase the number of vessels for the trade. It just isn't worth it to buy a boat. The town's pier is just for parking and unloading. It isn't usable or maintenance. And without sailors who could care for it, it won't be long before we have to abandon it. Was it another of His Highness' crazy moments? As for the first request, contrary to what one might expect, Barov could understand it. At present, there was no one with any free time in the whole town hall. Barov had already brought more than 10 people over to supervise the business. They were responsible for the statistical reports and settling income and expenditure. Barov himself was responsible for the administrative and legal work, which was obviously illogical. Since His Highness wanted to separate these sectors, it was necessary to expand the size of the employees in the city hall. Under normal circumstances, the assistant minister didn't want to let go of so many responsibilities. Every person who had this much power in his own hands would feel a sense full of satisfaction. He wanted to be like his teacher, the kingdom's finance minister. He was the only one responsible for Greycastle's finances and was also the king's right hand. Well, now only Border Town is important, added Barov in his heart. Although Roland had promised him that he wanted to fight for the throne, there was still a long way to go. Barov didn't know when it happened, but today he actually contended the fourth prince as a true candidate for the throne. Compared with the past, it was the difference between heaven and sky. Previous he had thought that such an ignorant and dandy character could never become the king. But since he came to Border Town, he got one surprise after another. Up to now, Border Town was still able to survive by only relying on the militia. The fact that they were still able to hold was really praiseworthy. Don't even mention all the strange stuff he invented. The fact that he could handle all these people is totally unlike the fourth prince. He seems more like the devil who knows everything. At this time, he heard a thunderous sound at his door, making him stop his work and answer. "Come in." The door was opened by one of his favorite disciples, Filler Yarrow. "Respected teacher, we have caught another mouse." "Oh, did you already question him?" He said that Timothy sent him. "During the body search, we found cement powder, some coins, and a letter on him." Yarrow walked up and handed Barov the leather-wrapped envelope. "As for the other information, we are still interrogating him." "Teacher, how to deal? Just like the previous times, write down all the answers into the book and then hang the convicted spy," ordered Barov. "Yes," Yarrow saluted and said, "this disciple will leave now." When the door was closed again, Barov didn't continue to work. Instead, he went back to his table and opened the sealed parchment with his letter opener, taking out the letter. The fourth, he thought. Long before the months of the demons had started, Roland Wimbledon had summoned him and discussed this matter. His Royal Highness believed that when the cement powder, the new snow powder, and the witches were revealed, his siblings' hidden spies would be unable to bear to not let their master know about it, which would be the best time to eliminate the mice. Thinking about it, Barov had to agree with the first part of his statement, but not the second part. In his view, Border Town had more than 2,000 residents, which made it impossible to control everyone. They just didn't have the manpower, and the people they had weren't trained for it. However, His Highness seemed to not see his points and said, "Why should we need so many people? Every person within Border Town will be our eyes." Barov couldn't believe that the prince believed his own words and let this ignorant, stupid, and ordinary monitor for everyone to find the mouse. That's just impossible. But the people showed him that he was wrong. When Roland ordered the first census after the beginning of the winter, he gave special orders to the people who had lived for 5 years or longer within Border Town. Surely Longsong, Stronghold had tried to drive Border Town into bankruptcy after their attempt to burn the food, but they had not given up yet. Instead, their spies' scent should still be lurking around. Most of them should be disguised as relatives of townspeople or merchants who were too late to evacuate, always on the lookout for an opportunity to harm Border Town. So if anyone saw a suspicious character, they should immediately report them to the city hall. Once it was verified, they would receive a reward of 25 silver royals. The results of this move showed that it was extraordinarily effective. Naturally, in the beginning, They received some false positives, but it was not long before they found the first mouse and thus arrested them. Barov remembered that Roland said this awkward sentence proudly. What did he say again? He thought for a moment. Yes, let the enemy sink into the bottomless sea of fighting against commoners. This sentence had a really strange syntax. The assistant minister shook his head and spread the letter within his hands. The person named Groundhog repeatedly stressed that various phenomena showed that the fourth prince, Roland Wimbledon, had been replaced by the devil, and Barov could clearly read his fear between the lines. When Barov thought about how the prince used several people, he actually could not help but feel a glimmer of recognition. He took a deep breath, and then he held the letter above the candle, the former of which soon caught fire and turned into ashes. Since he didn't fear the god's stone of retaliation, he couldn't be controlled by the devil, right? Chapter 72, Holding Court as a King. Timothy Wimbledon sat on the throne, rubbing the scepter in his hand while overlooking the ministers within the pantheon. This is the feeling I have striven for, he thought, instead of being held back in Valencia, where I had to oversee the endless tangle between merchants, who only fought for their own benefit. He stopped the rubbing of the scepter and began tapping its end on the floor, letting it sound through the hall. When all eyes were focused on him, he nodded and ordered, "You may begin." "Your Majesty, I have something important to report." The first to step up was Knight Weimar, nicknamed Sir Ironheart, who was responsible for everything regarding King City's defense. "Speak. Can the witch hunts be temporarily stopped?" "Your Majesty, the recent raids have become more and more excessive. I heard that yesterday. Several women were taken out of their houses, were arrested, and later assaulted in the dungeons. One of them even died while being in prison. Later, it turned out that none of them were actually witches. Now panic has broken out within the outer city. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid there will be a significant number of fugitives." Timothy frowned. He was the one who had ordered the witch hunt. He was still unable to unwrap the truth about his father's death, and was still unable to believe that his father would commit suicide. The strange smile his father had on his face before he killed himself caused him to feel especially creepy. His father wore the god's stone of retaliation of the highest quality. Furthermore, the church had also confirmed that the stone was genuine, but this didn't mean that no witches were involved. Even if the theory was strange, he hadn't a better theory than it was plotted by witches. He looked toward Langley, the officer and his pawn in training responsible for the raids. The latter immediately stood up and said, "Your dearest Majesty, it was just an accident, and I have already severely punished the relevant personnel." He started cracking his fingers. "The warden, castellan, and guards have been given 10 lashes and have been fined 25 silver royals. 1 woman dead and 3 extremely brutally tortured, and you think some slashes and some money will be enough as compensation?" Asked Sir Weimar in a cold voice. "And who gave you the right to judge? Was it the former Prime Minister Vic or the Minister of Justice Lord Padro?" "Your Majesty, we are currently facing extraordinary times, so I had to act fast." Langley claimed innocence and fell to his knees. "When ignoring some minor setbacks, the raids have shown great success. We have already caught at least 15 witches who were lurking in King City, and now they are currently being tortured. So you will soon be able to know whether your father, if they have planned a conspiracy." Timothy glared at him. "You idiot. You almost told everyone our true intentions." While the ministers standing in this hall had most probably already guessed that he was the true mastermind behind the plot. But the outside world was only allowed to know his version. Where Prince Gerald killed the king, this point wasn't permitted to be overthrown. 15 witches. Sir Steelheart sneered with contempt. Well, it seemed that King City has already become a witch stronghold. A few years ago, the church had started a witch hunt in the forest east of King City, but they were only able to catch 6 witches. It seems that your men are much stronger than the church's own men. You, Langley shouted loudly, but was immediately interrupted by Timothy. Enough! Langley is such a fool, just like the other fools under my control, thought Timothy, who was annoyed that no one with skills was available. If he hadn't needed him at the beginning for the Battle of the Throne, he wouldn't have promoted this fool. Even if you want to take false credits, don't make up such unbelievable numbers. I'm afraid these 15 women had to face the same treatment as the unlucky commoners. He didn't want to involve the church, but at the moment he saw no other way, so he ordered, "You will go to the church and pay a priest to come over so he can confirm the identity of these 15 women. Until then, stop the torture. Afterwards, you will let the priest confirm every woman you catch. If I later hear that you people have not followed my orders, I will throw you into the city moat to feed the fish." Yes, Your Majesty," Langley confirmed. "I will immediately follow your orders." After Langley had left the hall, Timothy turned toward the finance minister. "If there is anyone else who has been wronged together with the previous 3, they will get 3 gold royals each. Regarding the women died in prison, send the money to the family." He paused multiple times. "As you wish," said the finance minister as he nodded in confirmation. "Your Majesty is very kind," praised Sir Weimar while saluting the prince. "Next question." Timothy waited for a moment, but when he saw that no one had something, he said, "Since no one has a new issue, I will start with my own." He looked at the minister for diplomacy, Joshua Sir Bullet. "It has already 1 month since the recall order was issued, but no one has come back to King City. Tell me, what news do you have to say?" Sir Bullet came from the Flynn family and held his position for 30 years. He had gray hair, an old face, and stood already with 1 foot within the grave. He cleared his throat. "Your Majesty, your 3rd sister Garcia Wimbledon has yet to answer. Your 4th brother Roland Wimbledon has replied. The letter said that, when his people are safe at the end of the months of the demons, he will consider his return." "And what else?" asked Timothy, annoyed. He addressed the letter to Prince Timothy and not King Timothy. Timothy couldn't stop himself from sneered loudly in disdain. He is as ignorant as before, such a hopeless brother. He thought, if you intend to come back, you will take your instruction from me as your new king. I will give you a good place to live, just like the pampered prince you are. If you don't come back, you won't get an easy death. It will be the same as playing chess. Regardless what you do, I will have the right answer. Just let him be." Timothy dismissively waved his hand. "What is with my 5th sister?" "Your Majesty, she is gone," answered Sir Bullet, ashamed. Hearing this answer, Timothy asked, confused, What do you mean by she is gone?" "She was the first one who promised to come back, but a week later Her Highness disappeared from the palace where she lived, along with her butler and her 2 maids. I already arranged staff to find her, but they still have yet to find her whereabouts." What could this mean? Such a waste. She only needed to believe in me. Timothy felt that his heart was full of pain. He had set high expectations for his sister. He had hoped that she could become his adjutant. After all, while growing up, Tilly always performed exceptionally cleverly, and her performance was even more dazzling than his own. She only lost her place as crown prince because she was a girl. In the beginning, Timothy had an excellent impression of her when looking at the arrangements made by his father. It was very clear that the king didn't want Tilly to be involved in the storm. Because of this, he gave her Silver City, which was near King City and had an ordinary business environment with no possibility of training troops. But who could have ever guessed that she would run away? Was this a choice made by a wise man? Now that she is gone, the former lord should take over Silver City once more. You should also let the search continue. I cannot permit another person with royal blood to wander among the common people." He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his raging emotions. "Well, until now, only my 3rd younger sister refused to obey." "Yes, Your Majesty," answered Sir Bullet. "Since she was so stubborn, we have to take some rough measures," said Timothy while looking at Prime Minister Vic. To start a war, the Prime Minister and the King have to approve it. Since he was his biggest supporter, getting his approval wouldn't be a problem. I'm going to let Duke Ryan guard the south border and force Garcia to give up Port of Clearwater and escort her back to King City. Sure enough, Marquis Vic replied, this should not be delayed. Please give the order for war, so that the Minister for Foreign Affairs can carry out the order. Timothy nodded with satisfaction. At the moment when he wanted to order the secretary to write the drafting order, hasty steps could be heard from outside the hall. Then, with a burst of noise, the doors were opened, and a knight wearing a blue-striped cloak strode into the hall. Timothy immediately recognized him. He was the famous Cold Wind Knight named Moore. He walked straight up to the center of the hall, went on one knee and said, Your Majesty, I have just received news from the south. He gasped loudly, and his voice was clearly anxious. Your sister Garcia Wimbledon, in just 5 days, defeated Duke Ryan's troops and had occupied Eagle City. She also declared herself as the Queen of Clearwater, and all the lords in the south have responded and declared their territory as independent. Chapter 73 Artillery Test. In the west of Border Town, near the Kishui River. The snow didn't permit the cart to move a single step further. The entire group of people had already spent half a day dragging the carriage to the artillery field. What is this? Asked Carter, who had already become somewhat accustomed to the fact that the prince would repeatedly come up with new inventions. Is this just a bigger gun? You are almost right. Roland confirmed. He directed his men to remove the cover so that he could personally adjust the angle of the cannon. He set its angle parallel to ground level, pointing towards a snow pile. The principles of cannons and guns were identical, so calling it a larger version of a gun wasn't inappropriate. The cannon used for the test was able to shoot 12-pound heavy iron balls. Before they could ignite the lead, the chamber had to be loaded with gunpowder and the iron ball. As a reference for the cart, Roland took the old designs from the cannons seen in history books. But to improve their durability, Roland had told the carpenters to replace many parts that were usually built out of wood with their iron counterparts. In order to manufacture the cart for the cannon, Roland almost spent as much time on it as for the cannon itself. 3 skilled carpenters needed 1 whole week to finish it. The especially time-consuming part was the wheels that had the diameter of half a human. First, the carpenters had to produce 4 square bars of equal length. These bars were then baked by fire until they could be bent. Afterwards, knives were used to peel away the excess. Finally, an outer coating of iron was applied to the wheels. This process alone took more than 4 days. So, in Roland's eyes, this limited cannon made by hand took on a very special place. Now, when he dragged it out for a test, he had already made special arrangements. Chief Knight Carter and the militia commander Iron Axe were both at his side, as always. Also, there was his personal guard, along with 20 members of the militia who were acting as sappers and lookouts. As for the witches, he had Nightingale and Lightning by his side. Thanks to Nana, the prejudice towards witches had been significantly reduced. In the eyes of the militia, the most important person here was Nana when excluding the prince. According to the usual process, we have to clean the cannon's barrel first. Roland said, while he could picture the blueprints of the cannon, this particular operation plan was a blank sheet for him. Within his brain, he went through various cannon shots he had seen in films, trying to figure out the right process, but only heaven alone would know how effective it would be. Lightning, in high spirits, took a mop and began cleaning the cannon. While cleaning the muzzle, her contract was different to that of the other witches. As long as she was allowed to personally operate all of Roland's new inventions, she would always be willing to help him to the best of her abilities, even without any other payment or remuneration. Since Roland had to save money, he quickly accepted her terms. However, if he had any secret projects, he would still be able to study it secretly. Within his mind, there were still many ideas he hadn't realized and were only waiting to be implemented. For now, he would just have to throw her the occasional few pieces in order to distract her. Sweeping around with the mop, Lightning was able to clean up some junk, but in accordance to the process, she had to clean it a second time. Taking another mop, she started the cleaning again until she'd finished. "Has everyone seen it?" asked Roland towards the crowd of guards and militias. The artillery test was also a drill. If he was able to increase the production rate of guns, the militia was bound to turn into an infantry, exchanging the pike for the gun. But even then, they would need to go through many training sessions before they were good enough to use both types of hot weapons. When he saw that everyone nodded, he told Lightning to proceed. The little girl first opened the bag and took out a pocket-sized paper cartridge filled with gunpowder, then stuffed it into the end of the muzzle with a ramrod. She then took an iron ball and used the ramrod once more to push it into the barrel. Afterwards, she took out a lead wire from the rear end of the cannon barrel and inserted it into the eyelet to pierce it into the paperback. Thus, the launch preparation was complete. To prevent accidents, everyone had to step 15 meters away from the cannon. Lightning, who was standing close to the lead, saw the first sparks of the lead, but within the blink of an eye, it had already drilled into the barrel. Then there came a loud roar air sprayed out of the muzzle with such speed that it even threw up the snow lying on the ground. The theoretical effective range of a 12-pounder cannon was up to 1 kilometer. Even without any rifling, the cannonball would still fly in a straight line. Everyone could hear the sound when the iron ball hit the armor that was placed 100 meters away. The iron ball's speed wasn't reduced much. Every time it hit the ground, it would bounce back up again, blowing up even more snow. After the smoke cleared, Roland, along with Carter and Iron Axe, all went directly to inspect the target. When they arrived near the armor, they noticed that the front of the armor was already in contact with its back, and that there was a palm-sized hole within the center. Obviously, the ball's speed still hadn't been reduced to 0, since it had still flown 100 meters further. Even after it had dropped to the ground, it had kept on rolling, showing the incredible amount of power it contained. "What frightening, penetrative capability," sighed Carter. He could already picture what would happen when the enemy stood together in groups, getting hit by several cannonballs that brought terror to the whole battlefield. 3 deities above, Iron Axe began to pray. According to him, Roland had to be the messenger of Mother Earth. Except for a messenger of God, who else could bring such a frightening power to the world? He'd already studied the gunpowder's chemistry. It was made of common chemicals which only needed to be carefully prepared. The flame was the incarnation of Mother Earth's anger, as well as her most powerful weapon. At least, these were the thoughts of the people in the South. Whenever they saw the never-ending orange flame produced by volcanic eruptions, they couldn't help but begin to pray. The result of the test was similar to what Roland had expected of a classical 12-pound cannon. The cannon's biggest moment to shine had been during the U.S. Civil War and in the time of Napoleon. Afterwards, he loaded the cannon with different amounts of gunpowder to test their power levels. Although he knew that it could cause damage to the cannon, it was still necessary to do the tests. Even after shooting with 3 different amounts of gunpowder, the cannon still didn't show any sign of deformation. Apparently, the quality of steel used to make the cannon was excellent. In the end, Roland decided that the amount of powder they would use would be the 1.2 times the amount used during the tests. Afterwards, he used the tests to select a gunner. "Your Highness, this is indeed a very powerful weapon, but it is much too heavy. If we were to hit a pothole, we wouldn't be able to move any further." Carter, who was immediately able to see the problems with the new weapon, criticized, and, after every shot, the barrel has to be cleaned with a wet mop, then it has to be reloaded. Carrying the gunpowder, the cannon balls, and the cannon itself, I'm afraid that you will need 5 to 6 people to operate one cannon alone it. Indeed, but it's all worth it. As long as we will be able to use 2 to 3 cannons, Duke. No, I mean the demonic beasts, like the kind of giant tortoise, won't be able to break through the wall any longer. Roland coughed. That was close. As for the disadvantages of a 12-pound cannon, he intended to resolve it by shipping. With the help of the steam engine, he would be able to convert a traditional boat into a steam-powered boat. Even if it was the most primitive of paddle boats, it would still have a complex and bulky mechanical system. So, instead of changing the boat, he purchased a 2-masted sailing boat. With Wendy's help, he would even be able to ship the cannons behind the Duke's troops. With this, he would be able to attack the enemies from both sides, and be being able to easily and efficiently annihilate the Duke's forces. Chapter 74, Shipbuilding Project. What? Why aren't we able to afford to buy it? Roland asked, while going through the analysis of his request to obtain a 2-masted ship, which had been put on the table within his office. Barov cleared his throat, and then he explained, "Your Highness, it's impossible. A brig costs between 80 to 120 gold royals, but this would only be the manufacturing cost. We also have to take into account the wages of the crew. Taking all additional costs into consideration, we would need to pay up to 200 gold royals. Didn't I say we don't need sailors or a helmsman? We also don't need a captain. We just need to buy a boat," Roland exclaimed while knocking on the table to underline his point. With the help of Wendy, he wouldn't need so many people to drive the boat. River sailing vessels mostly sailed in only one direction. So, to operate it, only the sails had to be set, which made helmsmen and sailors redundant. However, since we can control the wind, why should I be afraid that we can't move forward? Your Highness, there aren't any offers of that kind, at least not in Willow Town. Barov carefully explained, "It seems that you don't know enough about this industry. In general, the owner of the ship is also its captain. He might be a merchant, or he may be part of the nobility. If they belong to the former group, they will travel between all of the major cities or towns that have a marina to sell or buy goods. If they belong to the latter group, they would typically recruit a deputy captain who is looking for a boat. Employees won't be paid on a monthly basis. Instead, their salary would be paid for 1 to 3 years all at once. Most of the time, the boat and the crew are tied together. You intend to purchase a vessel from a captain, but without the crew he had already hired, so the salary he had already paid will be his loss. Even for a member of the aristocracy, 80 gold royals isn't a small amount of money. After the trade with Willow Town at the beginning of the month, the town hall now has a balance of 315 gold royals. But if we spend half of it to buy a boat now, we won't be able to pay the salaries of the militia." The assistant minister explained without pause, but afterwards, he had to first take a big gulp of ale. After thinking about what he had heard, Roland asked, "You said most of the time?" "Yes," Barov nodded. "There are 2 cases when boats will be sold without their crew. The first would be when the merchant is in an urgent need of money, and they have to sell all of their property. They will start by disbanding their crew, and then they will try to sell the ship as quickly as possible. In the second case, the owner wants to replace their old boat with a new one. Both cases would be a good opportunity, but I have to say that this kind of situations is very rare." "Wait," Roland frowned. "You said to buy a new boat, so in this case, where do these ships come from?" "Port of Clearwater, Seabreeze District, Farsight Point. Only cities with a seaport that have a dock are able to produce new ships." Hearing this, Roland kept silent for a moment and thought everything through. So this was the original meaning of "within Willow Town." It's impossible to find such a deal. However, I also can't afford to travel to any of the port cities. They're too far away, and if I don't hire a crew, how would I get the ship back to Border Town? Since this is the case, I will have to think about it. When the assistant minister saw that the prince was lost in thought, he quickly left the room. Within Roland's plan for the future, ships played an irreplaceable part. If there wasn't a quick and conventional way to transport the artillery, he wouldn't be able to use them in battle. Generally, the Duke's troops were built up from the stronghold's troops, mercenaries, farmers, and knights, so inevitably their marching speed was slow when they had to move. But the artillery would be even slower. Just like Carter had said, as soon as they hit a pothole, the artillery couldn't be moved any further during this time and age. There weren't any asphalt roads. There wasn't even a stone road. During this time, the people would walk more, producing many trails. During sunny days, they would be lucky, but when it rained, the path became muddy. In the end, like always, would he have to rely on himself? Roland spread out a piece of paper, writing down the needed specifications. Firstly, the ship has to be able to carry 1 or 2 cannons in addition to 30 people, but it wouldn't be powered mechanically, only with sails. Secondly, since the ship would be used only in rivers, it would need to have a shallow and stable hull. Thirdly, it had to be easy to operate so that the members of the militia could handle it after a short training. Considering all these points, the only possible answer was a flat-bottomed barge. The draft in front of Roland was very shallow. It was a ship with a very low center of gravity that could be seen on almost all of the river routes. In the past, he had seen many loaded with piles of sand or gravel, and their railing was almost level with the surface of the water. And as long as there was a tugboat, it would be able to pull a barge. After determining type of the ship, the next key point was to determine which material should be used when building the ship. Roland wrote down 3 different options: wood, iron, or concrete. Boats made of wood belong to the earliest of the nautical technology tree, from a raft to a masted battleship. From sailing on either the river or the sea, wooden boats could be used everywhere. Unfortunately, Roland didn't know how to use a log to build a flat-bottomed ship, and neither did he have any skilled craftsmen. If he relied on what he knew and on his craftsmen, he would only be able to make a large raft which could fall apart at any moment. Ships made out of iron were built similarly to houses, always taking 2 beams which were arranged in a crisscross pattern, constituting a keel. The keel formed would then be coated with sheets of iron. Since Anna could do the welding, the overall stiffness was guaranteed. However, this approach would deplete the already small iron reserves. So this could only be the last resort, as building steam engines and cannons was a much more appropriate choice. Then building boats out of concrete would be the last option. Since the city wall construction was already finished, there was now a surplus of raw materials. As long as Anna had the time to calcinate, they would have enough concrete for 1 or 2 ships. The construction process would also be much easier than that of iron boats. As long as they were able to produce a wooden template which could be reinforced with iron bars, they could quickly fill it with concrete. Even in this rural area, they could easily create several fishing boats out of concrete. Compared to iron ships, they wouldn't rust. With this, the ship wouldn't even need much maintenance. Even though a concrete ship could be built at a low cost, it would still be strong and durable. Even if he had never learned how to make big ocean-crossing ships, a river sailing ship didn't need a high level of technological knowledge. So, building it shouldn't be a problem, right? Picturing all the details in his mind, Roland picked up the quill and rapidly began to draw sketches of the barge. An area with a shed near the Shinshui River was hidden by walls. In order to facilitate the launching process, Roland located the shipbuilding area as close to the river as possible. The shed offered shelter against wind and snow and contained 2 basins for burning charcoal to keep the temperature from falling too far and destroying the hardening effect. The carpenters had already pieced together the wooden template of the hull. The bow was formed in a circular design in order to reduce forward resistance. The aft instead had a square design meant to increase the load area. The boat had a length to width ratio of 3:1 and was built with a width of 8 million. Compared to the traditional ratio of 8:1, it was simply a fat boat. In the center, they had set up 2 masts. The masts were inserted into the deck and connected to the iron beams of the ship. At the deck, they had placed a reserve rudder. Everywhere, the hull was strengthened with crisscrossing iron bars. Even though they didn't have any iron wire, it didn't matter since Anna had welded all the iron crosses firmly to form an iron structure which was connected throughout the whole bridge. When the template and the reinforcements were ready, Roland ordered the workers to start filling it up. The concrete was poured into a basin-like template. The middle was flat, but the surrounding walls were 5 meters higher, forming the cabin walls. At first glance, it just looked like a uniquely shaped bathtub. All people who were involved in the construction, including Anna, had never thought that this strange material, which was used to build the walls, could actually also be used to build ships. TN. Information to concrete ships. This information I wanted to give to you for a long time. Why is it realistic that the MC can invent concrete? When you click on the link, you will discover that concrete was a lost technology during the Middle Age. Chapter 75, Holy Mountain, Part 1. Kara could hear the shortened breathing of the other witches. "Someone else has to take over," said Kara loudly. "Leaves, you will carry me next." The walk through the impassable mountain range was especially taxing during the snowy winter season. Every day, the 42 witches had to find a suitable place to the camp, where they also could re-empower their badge so that they could resist the freezing temperatures at night. "Yes, respected mentor," the witch in front of Kara answered while squatting down. When Leaves stepped to Kara's side, Kara summoned one of her magic snakes and had it wrap around Leaves' arm. She then used it to pull herself up so that she could stand. As the snake touched Leaves' body, Kara noticed that Leaves started trembling slightly. Damn Nightingale, Kara bitterly thought. If only she hadn't repeatedly refused my offer of mercy, I wouldn't have minded taking her back into the ranks of us sisters. But since we are almost coming close to the critical moment, I can't afford to take any risks. And what was the result of my kind offer? Without any hesitation, the damn traitor took the first chance to escape. She even tried to stab me to death. This is what happens when I'm too kind. Kara's brain boiled in rage. Nightingale's blow had directly pierced her spine. Although Leaves was able to quickly heal her wounds with herbs, Kara's lower body was still paralyzed and without any feeling. Wait until I reach the Holy Mountain. There I will gain the power to gather more witches, and with their help, I will one day cut you into thousands of pieces. While fueling her anger, Kara suddenly heard a voice, "Respected mentor, there are demonic beasts ahead of us." The voice belonged to Scarlet, who was responsible for scouting. With her eyes, she was able to see through all obstacles and immediately discover any trap in front of her. She even had the ability to see fast-moving objects clearly, which was demonstrated during one confrontation with the church, where she was able to knock away a crossbow arrow with her bare hands. "Put me down immediately. Leaves, you will also go and assist them." Leaves nodded as she crouched down and placed Kara on a stone. Kara's sore hand directly fell into the snow, from where a cold feeling spread through to her whole body, making her unhappily think, "You can't even remove the snow before you putting me down." But she didn't say it out loud. After all, Leaves was an irreplaceable member of her sisterhood. Previously, Wendy, with her kind temper, had been responsible for recruiting new members for the Witch Cooperation Association, while instead Leaves had been responsible for maintaining the morale and courage to ensure that the witches would follow Kara's orders. Without her ability, I'm afraid that we would have already lost more than half of our members to the witch hunts. When thinking of Wendy, Kara's heart began to hurt. She had never expected that Wendy, together with whom she had created the Witch Cooperation Association to help as many witches as possible, would betray everyone for the sake of Nightingale. Even after Wendy had blown her away, she didn't want to kill Wendy. The venom released by her magic snake suffering, was only acting slowly, but it would cause unbearable pain immediately. After letting Wendy suffer for a short time, Kara had planned to let her snake, nothingness, bite her and remove the toxin. She had just wanted to teach Wendy a lesson. But no matter what, without the help of her magic snake, the venom was incurable. So Nightingale made the wrong decision by taking Wendy away. Without the bite of nothingness, Wendy wouldn't be able to live one more day. Did that mean that the former nun was destined never to reach their final destination with her sisters? Kara didn't care about the other runaway, Lightning. She had only recently entered the Witch Cooperation Association and only seemed to have the ability to fly. She had always supported another view on how they should look for the Holy Mountain, even sometimes questioning the Holy Book. Whenever that girl acted against the will of the Witch Cooperation Association, Kara wanted to throw that talkative little girl into the snow and strangle her. At the moment, when the two wolf-like demonic beasts emerged from behind a corner on the mountain path, the witches were already prepared and awaiting the attacks from the demonic beasts. All the sisters without fighting abilities were placed near the end to keep them safe. Leaves was the first to release her magic, aiming at the weeds close to the feet of the demonic beasts. Soon, green tendrils broke through the snow and wrapped themselves around that of the enemy's feet. Another witch, with the power to control the air, begun to drain the air around the demonic beasts. Thanks to this, the two monsters soon fell into a state of asphyxiation, and were soon foaming at their snouts and began convulsing before finally falling to the ground. This was the power of witches that Kara had been looking for. Within a group of mortals armed with swords, these wolves would have wreaked havoc, but in front of us, witches, they perished within seconds. Clearly, only we, witches with the power of magic, are loved by God. If only there wasn't such a thing as the God's stone of retaliation, Ba, to the hell with the stone. She spat towards the ground. If that stone didn't exist, how would the church be able to suppress us? Respected mentor, let's continue forward, said Leaves when she came back to Kara. Have someone else carry me. Kara sighed. You are too tired from the fight. After the battle, they continued further along the path. At noon, the women responsible for finding the next camping ground discovered a place with less snow, thanks to its leeward arrangement. After reaching the place, they decided to take a break and eat in order to recharge their stamina. One witch with the ability to work with stone began to work her magic. When the soil and gravel began to move and shoved the snow away, it seemed that the ground came alive. Soon the ground was flat and dry. One after another, the witches began to carry out their duty, like making a fire and setting their pot on it to cook some porridge. They started to heating some snow until boiling and then added herbs which were strengthened by leaves together into the water, which immediately started exuding a sharp fragrance. Everyone please give your badge to me, cried a little girl with rare red hair like a raging fire. It really matched her ability, since her power also had to do with fire. It's allowed her to heat any objects she was in contact with. The badges, which had provided so much relief for the Witch Cooperation Association, had been single-handedly created by her. Even though at first glance her ability seemed insignificant, the truth was that she was of great help to the Witch Association Cooperation, especially during their march through the impassable mountain range, where they couldn't find anything to warm themselves with. In the cold snow, it was very easy to lose heat from their bodies until eventually falling unconscious. After everyone had eaten wheat porridge, the witches packed their bags and started moving along. According to Kara's conjecture, the so-called Gates of Hell was in fact the gateway to the Holy Mountain. The church deliberately changed its name to Hell to prevent the witches from finding the Holy Mountain. According to the ancient books, they needed to cross a total of 3 stone gates, the last line before the barbaric lands. Usually, they were hidden deep in the ground. Only during the blood moon would the stone gates come to the surface. After they had set out from the camp, the witches had to walk for about half of a month through the impassable mountain range. But soon, they would leave the mountain range, setting foot into the middle of nowhere. During these last days, the demonic beasts appeared more and more frequently. "Quick, quick, quick, look, what is this?" Suddenly someone shouted in horror. Kara looked in surprise in that direction, becoming immediately stunned out of horror. There was a city flying in the sky. The sky was still gray, and the snow was still falling out of the very low clouds. But within the clouds, there was a city, partly hidden and partly visible. Those buildings were built in a pattern I have never seen before. They look like spires standing side by side. If the black dots are windows within the spires with an average size, the spire would reach a height of hundreds of meters. This isn't something a human could build. Even the proudest building of the church, the cathedral at the Hermes, which they call the tower which reached the sky, was only 50 meters high. Since this had to have been built by non-humans, then there was only one answer. This city has been constructed by the hand of God. Kara had difficulty in restraining her excitement. Throughout the whole time, the voice within her heart shouted, "I found the Holy Mountain." Chapter 76, Holy Mountain, Part 2. "Sisters, it's the Holy Mountain, we found it." Kara screamed and showed the whole world her happiness. Many witches foolishly stood in their places, shaken by the spectacle before them. But there were also others who jumped around and began crying out in sheer joy. Scarlet, however, frowned after looking at the city and muttered, "Is this really the Holy Mountain?" Leaves, hearing this, leaned towards Scarlet and whispered, "Why do you think this? Is something wrong?" Deep down, she had the same question. After all, this city in the sky didn't look the same as described in the Holy Book, where it was said to be golden, splendorous, and majestic. This city with its spires also looked spectacular, but it was entirely built in grayish-black and looked bleak even during the daytime. In addition, there was also a red fog above the city, which strongly resembled a blood mist. There was something. It squeezed itself into one of those holes. Scarlet spoke again with a dry voice. I couldn't see it clearly, but it definitely didn't resemble the gods. Leaves could feel all of her hairs begin to stand up. Within the Witch Cooperation Association, it was Scarlet who had the best eyes and could see clearly at this distance. So hearing her say this gave Leaves quite an uneasy feeling. Unfortunately, Lightning had also left with Nightingale. If not, she could have flown near the city and taken a look. "Sisters, the Holy Mountain is waiting for us to take it." Kara raised her hands into the air and shouted euphorically, "With just a little bit more effort, we will soon find the eternity." Then, she immediately urged Stone to carry her further. Leaves personally didn't want to move forward, but in the end, she still took the first step. She thought, 2 weeks ago, everyone found out what would happen if someone disagreed with Kara. I'm afraid at this point, there is nothing which will be able to stop her from moving forward. Their marching speed increased by a steady pace. After leaving the foot of the mountain, the snow had unexpectedly reduced, and the surrounding temperature had also picked up. This is the legendary Forbidden Lands, the land on which no human had ever set foot before. However, now Leaves could see footprints stamped on this desolate land. If Lightning was here and saw this, she would be very happy, right? When she looked back and saw the mountains towering behind her, she couldn't believe they were able to cross this barrier. Leaves guessed that it was only because of the impassable mountain range that the demonic beasts couldn't flood into the hinterlands. Are they only able to attack from the north because that's where they can pass the mountains? No matter what, if we really find the Holy Mountain and don't need to drift any longer from one place to another, then I will also be satisfied. Thought Leaves as she sighed softly. To tell the truth, when Nightingale came back to the camp and told everyone about her life and future in Border Town, Leaves was enchanted. When Nightingale asked Wendy and everyone else if they wanted to leave together with her, she couldn't help but want to step out and shout her name. But in the end, she wasn't able to cross the threshold within her heart and was unable to leave the shadow of the past behind. Leaves shook her head. Don't allow yourself think about the past. Instead, focus on keeping pace with the others. Don't fall behind in this desolate land. Soon, they discovered something strange regardless of their speed. The city seemed to retreat as fast as they moved forward. After an hour of marching, the holy mountain was still suspended in the clouds, neither growing nor shrinking. It seemed just like they hadn't gotten closer at all. "Respected mentor, please order a rest. Our sisters are getting tired," said Stone. During this period of marching, the people who had to carry Kara had changed several times, but she was clearly the one who had to bear her weight the longest. "No, how could we stop now?" Kara thoughtlessly rejected Stone's suggestions. "This is a test by our gods, sisters. If we don't show them our strong will, we will never be able to arrive at the holy mountain. We can never stop. We must continue up to the very doorsteps in order to enter the holy mountain directly in front of us." Seeing that her persuasion had failed, she couldn't do anything else other than move forward. Under no circumstances were they allowed to stop. Even during 2 waves of demonic beasts, they had to go forward. During the second wave, they even encountered 2 hybrid beasts, on which Leaves' shackles didn't work, and without them, she was unable to stop the monster's assault. A sister who was caught off guard had to pay the price for the group's overconfidence. She got her neck cut by claws, and her blood was spilled over the ground. When they finally were able to kill all the demonic beasts, they discovered in horror that the sky had gradually darkened. Apparently nightfall would arrive soon. The city in front of them was still visible, but its outline had become more and more blurred over time, seeming as if it gradually disappeared. According to their past experiences, they had to find a suitable campground and build their camp, but in these desolate lands, the surroundings were completely different compared to the mountains. When looking around, all they could see were flat plains infested with demonic beasts. There wasn't a single place of safety where they could rest overnight. "Respected mentor, we have to withdraw to the foot of the mountains. Let Scarlet lead us with her red eyes. With her help, we might be able to reach the mountains by midnight," pleaded a witch. "No," Kara shouted. "We have spent the whole afternoon walking, with nearly no pause just to reach this place. Now, when we have already consumed more than half of our stamina, we can no longer maintain the same speed and return. Sisters, we only can press on further. We can truly find the holy mountain, and there we can settle down to rest." "Then, what should we do with Sherry?" asked a witch as she pointed to the ground where Sherry, showing no signs of vitality, laid. "We have no time to bury her." Kara shook her head. "Keep her here. The earth will accommodate her." Leaves sadly closed her eyes. "Again another of my sisters is gone. If I were only a little more powerful, she wouldn't have to die in this desolate land, without a tombstone to tell of her life." During that time, when many sisters couldn't decide whether they should move forward or retreat, Stone suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the sky. The city is gone." Hearing this, Leaves immediately opened her eyes, looked up to see the night sky hidden behind a wall of gray-black clouds. The city had disappeared, just as if it had never existed. Everyone was rooted in their places, and a terrible silence began to befall them. During the whole time the sun had been up, the city had never vanished. Leaves suddenly felt a horrible feeling, as though her brain were struck by lightning. She remembered the tales told of adventurers, about those fantastic sceneries seen on the sea. Her whole body began to shudder, and she could only whisper, "We have been cheated." Soon, she shouted, "We have been cheated. That wasn't the holy mountain. What we saw was only a mirage." "Mirage?" Kara abruptly turned around, looking somewhat grim, and asked with a terror-stricken voice, "What is that?" It is something which Lightning often mentioned within her stories. A phenomenon which was often encountered during a sea voyage, but also seen on land, only much rarer. "We have seen nothing but an illusion. The real city may be very far away from us. It is even possible that it isn't in front of us at all. Does this mean that it at least exists and didn't just disappear? Kara asked with little hope. This. Leaves took herself some time to answer. I do not know. At this moment, Scarlet suddenly shouted, "Be careful, something is coming." With a horrified look on her face, she stared towards the left side of their group. Is it a demonic beast? Asked Windseeker as she entered her battle stand. How many? No, Scarlet answered and took 2 steps back in fear. I don't know what that is. After her voice died down, a shadow suddenly appeared from afar and directly struck Scarlet with lightning speed. Although Scarlet had been able to clearly see it in the darkness, she was still unable to dodge it. It was just too fast. Almost within the blink of an eye, it had struck Scarlet on her chest and pierced directly through her, even nailing down some other witches behind her. When it finally stopped, several witches had been impaled, and everyone finally saw what it was. It was actually a spear. Chapter 77, Holy Mountain, Part 3. Leaves' blood froze upon seeing this horrible scene. To their left, 2 shadows slowly emerged out of the dark. They were big and had a strange appearance that was nothing like the looks of common demonic beasts. Leaves thought that their appearances were similar to humanoid creatures riding on the back of hybrid wolves. Their bodies were twice as large as ordinary humans, and instead of armor they wore clothes that were made from an unknown material. No, clothes wasn't the right word. It was more similar to bloated animal skin in which they wrapped themselves tightly, thus giving them a bulging look. However, the most eye-catching feature of the 2 beings were the heads they wore as helmets. They were clearly skulls of demonic beasts, giving them a malevolent and atrocious impression. Their eyes were gouged out of their heads. Instead of eyes, lumps of reddish-brown crystals were sewn in. A patch of skin was attached to the head, extending to the back of the demonic beast's shell. One of the people still had spears attached to its mount's saddle, while the other one wore an unusual kind of gauntlet. From Leaves' point of view, it looked like they only had 3 fingers. Suddenly, one word flashed through Leaves' mind: Devil, attack the enemy. Kara was the first one to attack, and her piercing shout dragged their attention back away from stupidly looking at the enemy. Stone squatted down and placed one hand on the ground, turning the area underneath the snow into a swamp. This could be regarded as a brilliant response. Normally, when they reacted fast, the 2 demonic beasts' mounts could jump and fly the short distance over the swamp with their wings. But apparently not these 2. Their wings had been cut off, and now a harness was tied to their bare bones, to which the devils held on to. Since they could not fly any longer, they would have to go around the swamp, which gave the other witches time to react. But the enemy didn't play by the same rules. They just drove their mounts into the swamp using the beast's momentum. They jumped up from the monster's back, crossing over the distance of the swamp, and landing behind Stone, which was exactly the place where the non-combat sisters were stationed. Spread out quickly. Leaves loudly shouted at the same moment. The devil with the 3-finger gauntlet started its killing spree. Its agility was completely unexpected for its body length. The witch standing near its landing place hadn't even the time to react before her head was already shattered by its punch. Until they were finally able to respond, 2 more sisters got their necks immediately broken, but eventually they fled in panic. Only Shino was still standing at her former place. Although she didn't have any combat ability, she didn't choose to escape like all the others. Instead, she took the crossbow from her back, aimed, and shot at the enemy. But the devil reacted just too fast. It took a sidestep and then kicked Shino in the chest. The kick was so powerful that the little girl flew away like a broken doll, her body flipping over several times before crashing into the ground. Blood gushed endlessly from her mouth as she finally laid still. The spear-carrying devil instead turned and walked towards the utterly terrified Stone. He raised the spear and aimed at her, but exactly at the moment when it wanted to release the spear, a flame exploded in front of it. Red Pepper had aimed at the enemy's crotch, and after she had released her attack, she took Stone's hand and ran away together with her. When the devil tried to catch up with them, it was stopped by a wall of black grass. Leaves released all of her magic into the ground, letting all the seeds within the earth grow, turning them into vines, which slowly crawled in the direction of Iron Hand Devil. At the same time, Kara shouted out pain and released 2 snakes which each bit into one of the devil's arms. Just when the devil finally shook off Kara's snakes, it suddenly felt a tugging feeling at his feet. When it looked down, it saw vines crawling up his feet, and suddenly it was pulled back and fell towards the ground. "Run, run, sisters, run," shouted Leaves with a trembling and fearful voice. "Quickly, everyone escape. Hurry away from these horrible monsters. They are the source of evil described in the ancient book. They must have directly come through the gates of hell." The torment of the snake's venom seems to be ineffective against the devils. When the fallen down Iron Hand saw that his companion with the spear was in trouble, he frantically tried to free himself from the vines, which held his body down. The devil with the spear went into a throwing posture, which let its arm rapidly swell up. This caused the already thin supporting skin to get even thinner, so that the devil's dark red blood vessels and bones became clearly visible. "Leaves, look out," shouted Stone as she used her quagmire magic again, this time directly aiming it at the devil's feet. The devil was already in its throwing motion, and when its foot sank into the ground, it had no time to react. Through this unexpected attack, the devil lost its balance, and spear, that was already leaving its hand, changed its angle at the last moment, impaling itself completely into the ground right before Leaves' feet. Seeing all this, Leaves broke out in sweat. The swollen arm shrank rapidly after the spear was thrown, looking just like a dried tree trunk soon after. Seeing that the devil couldn't throw spears repeatedly, Leaves realized that now was the best time to flee. Other witches also noticed this, for example, Stone and Red Pepper. Seeing that Iron Hand was still struggling with the vines on the ground, they ran towards the unattended Kara, wanting to bring the mentor with them when they ran. Leaves, who looked into the direction of Iron Hand, discovered that it didn't try to free itself any longer, but instead turned towards the 3 witches with both of its hands extended towards them. "What is he doing? Stop." No, Leaves didn't even have the chance to warn the others before glaring blue light burst out of the devil's hands like a lightning bolt. It pierced through the air, twisting and hitting her 3 sisters. Blue rays jumped between the 3, issuing a crackling sound of thunder. White smoke began to rise from their twitching bodies, which had caught on fire. The attack seemed to have consumed much of the enemy's energy because it started to breathe heavily and couldn't move. At this point, Leaves' magic also reached its limit, and her vines began to wither, turning into dead weeds. Leaves was only able to think now, everything is over. Kara's desperate cries seemed to slowly get farther and farther away as her own body strength faded away, until she fell to the ground. After only a moment of rest, Iron Hand had already stood up from the snow and began to walk to a panic-stricken Kara. This time, there was truly no one who could stop it. When he arrived at her side, Iron Hand grasped Kara's throat and began to strangle her. Kara desperately fought back and tried to break away from the devil's finger, but in front of its monstrous power, her efforts were futile. During her desperate struggle, Kara sent her snakes out again, letting them attack the enemy's arm and neck. However, the devil seemed unmoved and continuing to tighten its hand around her neck. At this moment, the unexpected happened. Under the fierce attack of the magic snakes, the devil's skin was finally ripped open. Immediately, red fog began to leak out of the fracture, soon enveloping the devil and Kara. The former released a terrible scream, and under the red fog, its skin began quickly to fester, exposing its tendons and bones. Iron Hand had to let go of Kara and instead tried to block the wound, trying to hold back the dissipating fog. But it was in vain. Its body began to tremble uncontrollably, and soon fell down to never move again. When seeing this, the other devil, whose body was already half buried within the swamp, released a heartbreaking scream. It was a sound Leaves had never heard before, like a sharp scream and a dull roar mixed together, piercing her ear and giving birth to endless pain. But the enemy's scream didn't let Leaves fall into panic and flee. Instead, she only had their victory in her eyes. She bit her lips and tried to pull out the last drops of her strength in order to stand up. When she finally stood, she grabbed Shino's crossbow, reloaded it, and aimed at the last devil. The devil clearly understood what Leaves was trying to do and began to work his arms frantically. But within a swamp, the more someone struggled, the faster they sank. The devil he tried to block Ichi's vulnerable parts, beauty it in the end, it was in vain. For my lost sisters, with that thought, Leaves pulled the trigger and sent the arrow flying. The crossbow arrow accurately pierced the neck, releasing once more the red fog from the wound. After the mist dispersed, its head finally dropped down. She had killed the devil. After letting the crossbow fall, Leaves turned around only to see the bodies of more than 10 sisters who had lost their lives. Immediately hit by sorrow, Leaves dropped to her knees as her tears burst free. "Tien, I would like to know what you think about the fight scene. Was it interesting or boring? Was it understandable or confusing, etc.? After all, it is quite different to the normal Xianxia fights." Chapter 78 accompany. Wendy opened her eyes and discovered an unknown ceiling above her. The ceiling was made of gray brick and had cobwebs hanging from wooden beams along with an unlit chandelier. Slowly, the scene turned from fuzzy to clear until she could see every detail. It isn't a cold stone roof or a narrow tent, she thought. Right. Half a month ago, we were forced to leave the Witch Cooperation Association. Who knows? Perhaps under Kara's leadership, they have already found the Holy Mountain. She took a deep breath. Though it wasn't as clean and fresh as the air within a cave, the warm air and the cozy atmosphere made her very comfortable. Her body was wrapped in a soft and velvety silk and laid on a mattress out of several layers of soft cotton blankets, so when she laid down, she slightly sank into it. Even if she stretched her whole body, her toes wouldn't be exposed. She felt a little guilty that she wanted to do nothing other than stay in bed. Even so, she had stayed here for only half a month, but here her heart was at peace, something she hadn't felt in a long time. Within the castle, no matter how late it was, no one would ever disturb her. For example, right now. Wendy turned her head and gazed out of the window, seeing that the sky was still gray, even somewhat dazzling. It was probably 10 a.m. within her last years of wandering. She had never been able to sleep so peacefully. She would be woken by any small noise. She even had to prepare the food for rest of the day before daybreak out of fear. The whole time they had to live in fear that the church might discover their current whereabouts. Also, no one could guarantee that they would outlive their next demon's bite. Even during their time walking through the impassable mountain range, she was always busy with doing chores. She would help with drying foods or herbs, with drying her cooperation sister's laundry, or cleaning the camp and so on. Even so, Wendy didn't mind doing it. Every time when she saw her sister's smiles, she felt very happy. But now, living such a lazy life, she discovered that she herself couldn't resist enjoying such a life. No, I can't be this lazy any longer. She patted her cheeks to motivate herself to crawl out of bed. After all, when she had lived in the church's convent, the nuns would often warn that lazy people wouldn't receive the blessing and protection of God. In a little while, I will go to the garden and practice my wind control. By the way, every time she remembered that the prince required her to train her magic, she couldn't keep herself from laughing. Such strange and eccentric requirements. For example, after he saw her ability, he had told her that he hoped she would be able to blow the wind over a distance of more than 10 meters. However, there had never existed a magic power that was effective at such a distance. When she told him that she wasn't be able to do it, he didn't get angry. Rather, he came up with a strange idea. She should stand on top of a stool and use her power to rise up and down. When Wendy tried it, she discovered that it was actually feasible. Seeing the test results, His Royal Highness was very satisfied, so besides asking her to train more, he also asked her if she was afraid of heights. It was exactly like Nightingale had said. Roland Wimbledon is an elusive person, but he is also a prince who deeply cared for us witches. Thinking up to this point, Wendy gently sighed. There really is a prince who doesn't hate witches. Respected mentor, you were wrong. When she put on her clothes, she felt that they were a little small around her chest area. Even so, Wendy had already become accustomed to this kind of strange clothing. She just wanted to find a needle to change its size. But before she could, someone knocked on her door. "Come in," said Wendy. It turned out that it was Nightingale who opened the door and came in, leaving Wendy a little startled, but Wendy smiled and said, "Is His Highness still in bed? If not, you shouldn't have the free time to visit me." "What are you talking about?" "Ah, I'm not by his side all day long," Nightingale said, embarrassed, as she raised her basket. "I brought you breakfast." Usually, the maids were the ones responsible for delivering breakfast. In addition, after bedtime, Nightingale would often accompany the prince to chat, so it was quite hard to see her at all. Wendy smiled from the bottom of her heart. I just woke up, but she was already here to deliver food. She certainly had slipped in several times. "Now tell, what's the matter?" asked Wendy while she took a cheese sandwich from inside the basket and put it into her mouth. "Well," Nightingale came over and set herself on the bed. "Today Nana will go through." That day, Wendy was speechless. Since it was Nana's first time going through the demon's bite, it wouldn't be as violent and long as on the day of her adulthood, but still, it couldn't be guaranteed that she would be safe. The younger they were, the less pain they would be able to endure. Wendy placed the basket on the nightstand and went to Nightingale's side, patting her shoulder to comfort her, and told her, "Didn't His Highness say that as long as we release our magic every day, we will be able to minimize our suffering?" "But that is just a speculation," Nightingale contradicted. "At least it sounds very reasonable," answered Wendy. "Didn't Anna safely pass through it?" "Even so, it was the most difficult of Demon's Bite. It was the day of her adulthood, yet she suffered no harm. This was exactly what you've seen with your own eyes." She paused for a moment, then asked, "Where is Nana?" "At the moment she is in the medical center." When it came to this, Nightingale's mouth nearly sprang open. "I heard that her father, Sir Pine, had bought a huge amount of hairs from hunters, which have been sent to the medical center so she can keep practicing until tomorrow." "She has such a nice father," Wendy exclaimed a little enviously. "I can't remember the time when I was a kid." "That is a very strange thing. It's just as if my memories are a blank sheet. There is no father, no mother. The first thing I can remember is my staying within the convent." "It seems that I'm a little more fortunate than you," Nightingale teasingly exclaimed. "Well, you were really lucky." Wendy sat herself beside Nightingale and took her into her arms, asking her, "Are you nervous?" For a moment, Nightingale kept silent, but then she gently nodded. Wendy certainly knew why the other was so tense. Today wasn't only a crucial day for Nana, no. It was also the day in which could become the turning point in all of the witches' history. If Nana was able to survive this bite, it would mean that witches could thoroughly get rid of the shadow of being the devil's servants, turning Border Town into the long-sought-for Holy Mountain. Maybe one day, all witches will gather here. They will be able to live a normal life, no difference with ordinary people, no longer having a need to wander around and try to avoid the church's witch hunt. There is no use in worrying about it. We just have to laze around the whole day and accompany Nana. "Laze? Around?" Nightingale stared at Wendy in disbelief. "Yes, well, who told you to tell me the news so early? It makes me nervous, too." Wendy simply said, "Since I'm no longer in the mood to practice, we could also use this time to visit Nana." "Wasn't something like this written in the contract?" It is called paid leave. After eating dinner, Nana's room was full of people. Anna, Lightning, Nightingale, Wendy, naturally also Nana's father, and Roland. Having to face the battle soon, Nana's face was full of insecurity. Well, will I have to die? Of course not. They all shook their heads. It's your first time, so the demon bite won't be as strong. Wendy took her hand and spoke encouragingly. Just put all of your spirit on the thought of holding on. It hurts. You're breaking my fingers. Sir Pine held his daughter's hand. You have become very strong during your time within the medical center. I, your father, am very proud of you. The little girl nodded, letting her gaze wander over the crowd before finally focusing on Anna, who stepped forward and kissed her on the forehead. You will survive, right? Yes. Chapter 79 answers. The curtains were shut, and a fire was blazing in the fireplace, maintaining a comfortable temperature within the room. There was a big difference between Anna and Nana's day of adulthood. This time the latter was awake. In order to ensure that she wouldn't become too frightened from the upcoming pain, they played some simple games to distract her, and so that she wouldn't fall asleep during the whole night. Even Roland performed some magic coin tricks, stupefying the onlooking audience. Especially Nana, who for the whole time was staring with big eyes at Roland's hand. If it were ordinary times, she would have surely shouted that Roland should teach her. The magic tricks of this age were still far from being a highlight. For now, it was more a small sideshow, like snakes dancing to the sound of a flute, breathing flames, crushing stone plates on one's chest, and the like. Compared with later generations of skillful diversion and nimble fingers, everything now was only amateur level. Finally, Lightning began to talk about her sailing experience when she traveled with her father between the islands and fjords, telling of big whirlpools and beautiful reefs, and of hunting giant deep-water sharks and octopus. Although everyone knew that part of it was fictitious, she still had everyone's attention, even captivating Roland with her tales. In his imagination, those sailing ships turned into huge armored battleships, which crossed oceans and discovered a new world. As a matter of fact, there was a part in the historical timeline of this world he didn't understand. The last written record of the past wasn't older than 450 years. Even the former prince's education within the palace did not mention the reason. But it could also be that the former prince just hadn't paid attention during the lectures, thought Roland. Within Bordertown's library, there was nothing to find, so the only possibility was to win the war against Longsong's stronghold and look, and ask there for more information. When Lightning finally finished her stories about her adventures, Roland could no longer suppress a yawn, but when he looked at Nightingale, the latter only shook her head, indicating that there hadn't been any magical change until now. Not having an accurate timing tool is so inconvenient. How can I determine the time we still have to wait? Roland thought in frustration and poured himself a cup of warm water, then sat down afterwards to wait. But gradually, everyone got the feeling that there was something wrong. It just took too long. Nana had repeatedly yawned, apparently only barely able to stay awake. Even Nightingale became anxious, so she touched the little girl's forehead, while also closely gazing at the magic power within Nana's body, looking for any change. When Roland wanted to take a gulp of water, he discovered that the water was already emptied. So, on the way to the kettle on the fireplace, he couldn't help himself from looking through the curtains when he passed the window, only to discover that it was still snowing. But when he had opened the heavy curtains a fraction, a touch of light fell into the room. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the dark sky had already gained a glimmer of milky white. "Everyone look!" Roland shouted and pulled open the entire curtain, alarming everyone with his cry. They all rushed to the windows to see what happened. When they discovered the faint light in the sky, they realized that the new day had already arrived without them noticing. So with this, in addition to Anna, Nana also went through the demon's bite without any pain. When Roland later returned to his room, he discovered that there were already two people who were waiting for him: Nightingale and Wendy. Within their faces, he couldn't discover any sense of sleepiness. There was only excitement. "Were you able to confirm that Nana's date was today? No, last night?" asked Roland immediately. "Yes, but at that time, the change within her was only very subtle. I would have never thought that it was the bite's critical moment," answered Nightingale with certainty. "Your Highness, your assumption was correct. As long as we witches continue to release our magic, it will continue to grow, and the suffering of our body will be reduced. If we can maintain a certain amount of training every day, all the witches would have a great chance at surviving their day of adulthood. Within the whole kingdom of Greycastle, only in your territory can we witches display our abilities. In a sense, Border Town is our holy mountain," continued Wendy. "I want to beg you to make sure that as many witches as possible know of this news, so that our sisters can speedily arrive in this sanctuary. I think every one of them will be willing to help you." "From the beginning, those were my intentions," Roland nodded. "By the end of the months of the demons, the normal people and the witches will also have gained a certain degree of understanding of each other and been in contact. By then, I will arrange for people to spread the message, but only as rumors. You must understand that I can't start a big advertising project to recruit witches. If so, I would cause an uproar within the country." After slightly pausing for a moment, he continued, "This will only be possible if the church is eradicated, or I gain the throne. So it seems my best option is to help you ascend the throne," declared Wendy, and then without any hesitation she fell on one knee, reciting the oath of allegiance. Roland could clearly see that her movements weren't skilled, it just seems to be a spur of the moment. But he did not care about these details. He treated her exactly as Nightingale when he had accepted her oath of allegiance. After she finished her plea, Wendy turned towards Nightingale and asked, "How was my performance?" The latter curled her lip and said, "Barely passed." Roland helplessly shook his head. "So you too should get to bed early. During the whole night, you weren't able to close your eyes." "Your Highness, I have a request." Interrupting him, Wendy, who had just got up from the ground now, she knelt down once again. "Speak freely." Roland put away his smile and seriously talked to her. The other's act had made it clear that she had an important matter to discuss. Unexpected, Wendy told him, "I want to, once more, go back to the Witch Cooperation Association's camp." "Wendy!" shouted Nightingale and stared at her with big eyes, but she could see that within the latter's eyes how steady and resolved she was. "I do not know whether or not they were able to find the holy mountain. Maybe they were, or maybe not. I hope you will allow me to go into the impassable mountain range after the months of the demons has ended." If Kara was unable to find the holy mountain, they may have gone back to the camp within the mountain range. "This will be highly dangerous," Roland frowned. "Your leader attacked you regardless of your long friendship." "If she really had wanted to kill me, I would already be dead," said Wendy. She had summoned her magic snake, Pain, instead of death. "I don't know how many will come back with me, or even if only one will come back with me, but at least I can deliver this important message to my sisters. As long as they release their magic every day, they won't need to suffer the terrible pain." Speaking up to this point, her voice became very gentle. "Your Highness, as long as you continue to treat us witches with so much kindness, my life will be yours, so naturally I won't throw it away so easily. I will protect myself, so please allow me this request." Roland fell silent and thought, when thinking about safety, I ought to refuse her request. But there is also a different meaning to this request. If I give her the chance to save more witches, she will happily follow my orders and take any risk. But if I refuse her, she might still be willing to follow the orders, but I may lose the possibility to gain more witches, and she will forever carry a scar on her heart. "I'll allow it," Roland finally nodded, "but you will still have to wait for 2 months until the end of the month of the demons. You also won't travel alone. Lightning will go with you." I will also give you firearms for self-protection, as well a god stone of retaliation. Lightning can give you long-distance support, and when you wear the god stone of retaliation during your meeting with Kara, her or any other ability won't be able to hurt you. Your Highness, please also let me go with her, Nightingale pleaded. No, Veronica. His Highness's safety is much more important than mine. He is the hope of all of us witches. Wendy disagreed as she shook her head and laughed. Take good care of him. Chapter 80 Artillery. A week after the concrete ship was placed in the curing room, it was finally the day to launch the vessel. All the workers were stunned when the prince ordered to put the oversized bathtub into the water, making everyone wonder whether they misheard him. However, they had misunderstood him. His subordinates had to dismantle the temporary shed, and then they had to dig a slope at the bottom of the concrete ship, leading into the river. This part had to be handled with great care because of the weak tensile strength of cement products. Even a small knock on the ground was enough to create small cracks that could destroy the whole vessel. The ship was placed on top of logs, and the speed at which it slid was controlled with ropes. When everything was prepared, the workers let the wrist-thick rope slowly slide through their hands, careful so that the vessel would always be pointed in a straight line. While the workers shouted their slogan in sync, the ship slowly slid over the logs, creating a harsh sound of friction. Fortunately, everything went well, and Roland could see how the ship got slowly lowered into the water. The ship sank nearly half a meter into the water, with more than 1 meter still above the surface. The workers were totally surprised to see that this massive construction made out of stone and metal didn't directly sink into the riverbed with a loud bang, but instead peacefully floated above the surface. Hurry, take the ropes and put them around the bollards and then tie them tight, commanded Roland loudly. If the vessel wasn't tied quickly to the bollards, the water current would carry the ship along with it southwards. Although Nightingale didn't show herself to the public, but after seeing this shocking scene, she couldn't help herself and ask with a voice full of wonder, "Why does the ship float?" Well, it's quite simple. The ship's average density is lower than that of water, and as long as this is the case, anything can float on water, explained Roland, and after a moment of thinking, he added, that the ship is built out of iron and concrete doesn't matter. In fact, you should have already seen a huge sailing boat. Those also weigh much more than several stones. Since he didn't hear the voice of Nightingale again, Roland assumed that the other was still comprehending what he had said. Even Anna wasn't able to immediately understand the concept he had explained. Discovering this, Roland smiled and continued to direct the workers' next task. The subsequent hardening of the concrete took a lot of time, and every time it began to snow heavily, the work had to be stopped. Only when it didn't snow for more than 1 hour were they able to continue their work. The most time-consuming task was the construction of the deck, which was built out of many wooden planks and supported by many small stakes, which were placed between the bottom and the deck. Although this was a waste of space, but taking into account the primary purpose of the concrete ship, this didn't matter so much. Afterward followed the rot-proofing. The carpenters knew very well how to do it. First, they brushed a layer of oil with a pungent taste onto the deck. When the oil had dried, they repeated this procedure several times until it was finally coated with a red paint. Once the deck construction was completed, the installation phase of the upper building was started. The so-called upper part consisted of a wooden shed which was placed between the 2 masts, and which later would be used to store guns and ammunition. When it began to rain, the shed could also be utilized by the crew as shelter. The roof of the wooden shed was extra thick, so constructed that a person could stand on it, a special place only created for Wendy. As long as she stood on the roof, her magic ability would range far enough to cover the entire sail. The stern rudder was made of melted iron, and its installation was a bit cumbersome. First, it was required that they put the rudder shaft through a previously made hole, which now laid underwater. To steer the ship, Anna welded a triangle plate at the side of the rudder shaft, which ended underwater. At the other end of the rudder shaft, which ended on the deck, was melded an iron ring which could freely rotate. The welding was naturally done by Anna, who was also shocked and puzzled by the fact that a stone bathtub could float on the water. Since she had the same problem like Nightingale, she also asked the same questions. So Roland had to answer the questions, again and again. Afterward, Anna went to the side and sat down to think about it. Well, I have still a long way before me before I will be able to raise the education level. In the end, Vanner didn't know if it was better to become a gunner or if it was better to stay with the hunter squad. Everything changed when he got the important order 3 days ago. His Royal Highness decided to transfer out some members of the 1st and 2nd Militia Team, who performed exceptionally, building a new elite force. When Vanner's name was called, he felt very pleased. But when he was asked if he wants to join Iron Axe's Hunter Squad or the new Gunner Squad, he didn't know what to choose. He was aware of the new flintlock, which allowed them to fight against the demonic beasts due to its much stronger penetrating power than a hand crossbow. Currently, only Iron Axe, the Chief Knight, and a number of senior hunters were allowed to use this weapon. Vanner was supposed to join the hunter squad without hesitation, but he instead spoke out of turn and asked, "What is a cannon?" When he learned that a cannon is 10 times as large as a flintlock, and that its power is 100 times stronger than the strength of a gun, he fell into a dilemma. Apparently, the more powerful the weapon used by oneself is, the higher one's own value is for the prince. So joining the artillery seems to be the better selection than the hunter squad, but the advantage of carrying a gun is that it is possible to carry it while walking through the town, attracting the eyes of the people, which was always Vanner's dream. Although the cannon's power is 10 times that of a gun, surely it isn't possible to carry such a powerful weapon while walking through the streets, right? Until the last day of the deadline, he wasn't sure what to choose, but in the end, he took the artillery. The last point which brought the decision was that the salary of a gunner was 5 silver royals higher than that of a hunter. With his decision, the rigorous training began. A cannon needs 5 people to operate it, and to Vanner's team were assigned Jop, Cat's Claw, Nelson, and Rodney. Since Vanner was previously a vice-captain within the 1st Militia Team, he was also chosen as the gunner. Compared to guns, this cannon gave 10 times more trouble. Since the beginning of the previous month, Vanner had secretly observed how Iron Axe operated his gun, making it able that he even was able to recite the process fluently from memory. But the cannon had to be always switched from the limbered and mobile state into the ready-to-shoot state, always having to go through the tedious work. Stop the horse, pull out the pin, pull the hook, move the cannon cart, push it towards the shooting spot, prevent it from dropping. These processes needed 5 people to cooperate in tandem. Such as when pulling the hook, the other people have to push the support cart away from the cannon, turning it from a 4-wheel vehicle into a 2-wheel vehicle. Without that, the cannon's barrel would drop to the ground. When the barrel is finally filled with the ammunition, it's ready to shoot. The shooting is quite similar to the gun and the cannon, but the cleanup of the cannon with its usage of 2 different mop is much more complicated. When using a gun, the ammunition can directly be put into the barrel. To start the cannon, they had to ignite the fuse, but when it's raining, it could be quite difficult to use this weapon, Savannah had thought. Fortunately, as a gunner, most of the time he had to order the others around, and so he didn't need to spend too much effort. For the first 3 days, the 4 newly selected artillery teams had only 1 cannon to train with. So under Iron Axe command, the groups had to go through the process of stopping the mount, unloading the cannon, preparing it to shoot, loading the cannon on the cart, and then restart the whole process. These 4 steps were always repeated. Vanner even suspected that under the uninterrupted cleaning of the cannon became even much cleaner than his own face. Chapter 81, Artillery Training. Every day Vanner's group had to train for 2 to 3 hours with the new weapon, and even after the training was finished, Vanner had to return to the wall to continue his old, boring job. One of the men from Vanner's dormitory had signed up for the new firearms squad, and now he had a brand new firearm and stood behind him to show off the weapon. If the discipline didn't forbid infighting, Vanner would have already sewn up his hateful mouth. However, Vanner also thought that there was something fishy. Didn't my compatriots join the firearms squad only several days ago? Yet, they were allowed to directly start their shooting, training through fighting against the demonic beasts. But what about our artillery team? We aren't even authorized to shoot. Moreover, the cannons are so heavy, it's impossible to transport them onto the wall. When he looked at the top of the wall, he could see that the wall walk was almost full with people standing side by side in pairs. Usually, everyone was used to running on the inside of the wall walk. Even if it was steep, it was still better than interfering with teammates' fighting movements. As for cannons, the 2 wheels alone were wider than the whole wall walk, and using a cannon to shoot downwards didn't seem very practical. Could it be? This cannon wouldn't be used to fight against the demonic beasts. The next exercise confirmed his conjecture. Iron Axe brought the 4 artillery teams to the river. There, Vanner discovered, though he didn't know when it happened, an actual, huge ship. No, he wasn't sure if it was right to call it a boat. The shell looked to be made out of the same gray stone that was used for building the wall, and its dimension was very wide but short. So, in addition to 2 bare masts, was there any other similarity with a ship? Regarding this point, he and his teammates had a heated discussion. This is clearly a pontoon bridge. The first one who came up with a conclusion was Jop, who belonged to the team that followed the ships transporting the ore to Longsong's stronghold. Because of this, he often thought himself well informed. They built the deck so wide to make it more stable. During my travels into the south, I saw many of them, and if this is a ship, then how can it be moved by the wind? Previously, the river was too wide to ford, and a decade ago the former bridge was washed away by a flood. Now the former bridge should be replaced with this pontoon bridge. They will just place several of them side by side and connect them with an iron chain to make it more stable. The furthest place you have traveled to is Longsong's stronghold, yet you call yourself knowledgeable, Rodney sneered. If this was a pontoon, why would it have 2 masts? Wouldn't they need to worry about it being blown away by the wind? And when you look towards the end, don't you see the steering wheel? Pontoons don't need this. Nelson directly jumped into the frying pan to help Rodney. These 2 brothers would take every given opportunity to vent some anger. In addition, look at the construction between the 2 masts. Doesn't it seem to be a cabin? It's just not finished yet. This is a ship, no doubt. To Vanner, this discussion was of little interest. He was only concerned about the next training's content. To his luck, he soon got his answer when Iron Axe asked them to drag the horses that pulled the cannon towards the small town. Yes, this was the ship's name, personally appointed by His Highness. After listening to Iron Axe's introduction, Jop's face became suddenly stiff, while the 2 brothers showed a triumphant expression instead, and then they began to drag the cannon onto the deck of the ship. On the deck were 2 groups of stopping poles, each group consisting of 4 poles. These stopping poles were located in the middle of the deck, with one group behind the other. This apparently indicated that one ship could store 2 cannons. Well, with this, Vanner was sure that they wouldn't be needed to deal with the demonic beasts. The Kishui River flowed from the north to the south, and there wasn't a large river hidden in the demonic beast-infested forest. When they embarked for the first time, they immediately discovered the outstanding stability of the ship. Even though the river flowed quickly around the ship's hull, the ship was still motionless. It just felt like standing on solid ground. Only when the horses came on the ship did they feel a little swing. Vanner also noted that when a team finished their firing practice, Iron Axe would count the time and note it down. When Vanner saw that there were only 2 places for cannons, it was clear that only the 2 fastest would get a place on the ship. So, Vanner secretly told his discovery to the rest of his group, which immediately gave rise to their strength, with each person putting at least 10% more effort into the training. If they weren't chosen for the artillery team, upon losing much face, their life would become more trifle, but the most important matter was that they wouldn't get improved pay. Vanner had to wait until the 7th day, but he finally received his first live shooting training. On this day, His Royal Highness the Prince also came to visit the scene, watching the artillery exercise. Everyone in the 4 groups walked with a broad chest and large steps. Because of their training, his group became quite familiar with the loading of the cannon, so it didn't take long until the first shot was fired by Vanner's team. This was the first time he saw the power of a cannon. With a deafening roar, the cannonball was shot out and landed around 500 million away in the snow, blasting a lot of snow and mud into the air, and afterwards, it bounced once more into the air. With his eyes, it was impossible for Vanner to track the iron ball. Seeing this, Vanner wondered how the prince managed to create such a terrible weapon. If you had to face artillery attacks, even with body armor, I'm afraid it would be to no avail. After each shot, the group was changed, and the prince ordered someone to mark the landing position. Afterwards, he let someone measure the distance between the muzzle and the flag. After 4 rounds, it was finally Vanner's turn again, but then he heard the command to change the cannon's angle. A scale marked with 0, 5, 10, 25, and 30 was placed at the cannon's end, where the cart was connected. Although Vanner saw this scale, he didn't understand what it meant, but as long as they just followed the instructions, everything would be all right. Iron Axe shouted, "Shoot at the angle of 5." Hearing this command, Jop, who was the one with the greatest strength in Vanner's team, took the ramrod, inserted it into the muzzle, waited for them to open the hook, which held the barrel at the right angle, and pressed it upwards until the scale showed 5 and snapped the hook in. Compared with the angle of the barrel at the beginning, where the barrel was a little low, the barrel now pointed a little higher. This showed that the scale marked how high or low the barrel's muzzle pointed into the sky. When everything was ready, every group fired one more shot with the new angle, and after every shot, the distance was also measured. Vanner could gradually understand what the prince did. He recorded the distance of every shot fired, and the higher the angle of the barrel, the higher the iron ball would fly. This was a point where Vanner could use his experience from shooting with a bow. The higher up the aim, the further the arrow would fly. The flatter the shooting angle, the earlier the arrow would hit the ground. However, he hadn't thought about that in the case of the cannon. Just because it is faster, the flying distance would be so much further. Suddenly, he got this crazy idea: if the iron ball got faster and faster, would it be possible that it would never stop? At Kishui River, Little Town's testing phase was also underway. Since Wendy would act as the ship's driving force, the ship's personnel needed to be absolutely reliable. So, Roland picked some people who already knew about the witches as the first crew of Little Town. Carter became the captain. The helmsman was Brian. The sailors who had to set the sails were Carter's subordinates, and the job of correspondent went to Titus Pine, Nana's father. These people often came into contact with the witches, so coupled with their own mental transformation, where they got rid of their prejudice against the witches, there shouldn't be a problem. In the case of Sir Pine, it was even less the case, since his beloved daughter was a witch. Chapter 82, Little Town's First Voyage. Since Lightning was the only one who had any practical experience with sailing, she was assigned the duty of serving as navigator. In addition, she was also interested in the barge with its strange shape and unique construction material. Although it looked very crude, It had every important part needed for a ship, and was able to move, but she wasn't allowed to steer it herself. After all, for most of her time at sea, she had only been a bystander since her father had always refused her requests to steer the ship. In accordance to tradition, Lightning smashed a bottle of wheat wine on the ship's bow for the ship's first departure, and then she gave the order to set sail. Carter, as the captain, was naturally reluctant to let the little girl snatch his position as commander, so whenever she gave a command, the knight would follow up with the same command. The sails of Little Town were sewn out of animal skin, with cowhide and sheepskin accounting for the majority of the sails, but they were also mixed with some of Border Town's specialties, like wolf skin, bear skin, and the like. So the sail had many different kinds of colors: brown, gray, and white, just like a sail patched together out of many rags. The sails were trapezoidal and were divided by 4 separate beams. At the top of the sail, a cable went through the iron rings to connect it with the mast, while the bottom just fell onto the deck. One just had to pull the cable to raise the entire sail. In order to make operating the ship as simple as possible, Little Town only had 2 sails that were parallel to each other and perpendicular to the middle line. In general, if a 2-masted sailboat were to be constructed in this way, it would only be able to catch very little wind, almost making the second mast irrelevant. But with Wendy's ability to control the wind, this design would let her distribute her power evenly on both sides of the center line, making it more convenient for the helmsman to change the direction of the ship. When Lightning saw that the sail was set, she commanded the dockworkers on land to untie the rope. At the moment, the weather was very good. The snow that fell occasionally was driven by light wind, just like the water, as the ship slowly left the shore. The little girl descended to Brian's side and ordered, "Right on full rudder." Carter also shouted, "Right on full rudder." What does this right rudder mean?" Brian scratched his head and asked, "How many right circles?" "No, you have to turn the steering wheel left around," said Lightning, while walking away. "Come on, or do I have to come over?" She had forgotten that it was the first time for these people to control a ship, so they even didn't understand the basics of any instructions. If this was a standard brig, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to roll out the sails. With less than 10 people, they were still able to drive the ship offshore, which was only possible due to the ship's unique design. Lightning took the wheel handle, which was even higher than her, and with her feet off the ground, she rotated it left around. This huge transverse steering wheel was very heavy for ordinary women to turn. In the absence of mechanical power and under-equivalent power transmission, she had to overcome the entirety of the water resistance when moving the massive iron rudder. However, since Lightning could fly, this was no problem for her. She noted that there was a thin piece installed at the base of the rudder to prevent the rudder from overturning, so she couldn't help but wonder, "I heard that the ship is the prince's original design, so how can it be that he even knows this detail?" Even sailors who had stayed at sea all year round did not necessarily know the structures of the various parts of the ship. "Sister Wendy, you can start producing your wind." Wendy, who stood at the top of the cabin, didn't know whether she should laugh or cry, so this was the true reason why His Highness had asked me if I'm afraid of heights. So now, I should power the ship with my ability. When thinking about her usual boring life, such as drying meat or clothes, this gave her a subtle feeling of contrast. She opened her hands, going into her usual practice state, and let the wind blow from her feet to her head equally, balancing the wind as much as possible when blowing it into both sides of the sail. To be honest, Wendy did not expect that this seemingly simple task would be so difficult to operate. Although she had awoken as a witch 15 years ago, she had never tried to gain a deeper understanding and control of her power. Whether it was to call the wind to attack the enemy, or to summon a storm to sweep the enemy away, those were one-time releases of a large amount of magic. In the camp, When doing the chores, she only had to sometimes use a lot of power, but as long as the goal could be achieved, she hadn't to use much. Now thinking about Anna, who was always earnestly using her power, Wendy suddenly felt a little ashamed. The first thing you have to do is to practice your ability over and over again until you can control it entirely, just like Anna. These aren't empty words. Then from now on I will start to. Wendy took a deep breath and focused all of her attention on creating the wind. Although the wind was not perfectly balanced, the sails were still bulging, and under the steady stream of wind, the mast gave off a squeaking sound, and the bow began to turn right. "It's really moving," Carter exclaimed. His Royal Highness was able to turn stone into a boat and let it float on the water. Sir Pine laughed and asked, "Is there something he can't do?" Little Town moved farther and farther away from the shore, gradually moving towards the middle of the river. Wendy could produce wind out of nothing, but she wasn't able to make the existing north wind disappear. So the wind came from two directions, making it impossible to have the ship move in a straight line by only using her power. So they also had to rely on steering to adjust the direction of the ship. Lightning wasn't able to teach Brian by words only. This was something Brian had to experience himself. In order to let him master this feeling as soon as possible, the little girl's first orders were to change the direction of the ship, often so that he could learn the relationship between the rotation angle of the steering wheel and the swing of the bow, while she herself only made small adjustments. After navigating for more than 1 hour over the Kishui River, Wendy wasn't able to hold on any longer. It wasn't that she ran out of magic power, but instead it was her body that had reached its limit. Even though her body was wrapped into so many layers that she looked like a dumpling, it still wasn't able to completely resist the invasion of the cold wind. A layer of snow had already accumulated on top of her cotton cap, and she already could no longer feel her hands and feet while standing on the shaky roof. If it wasn't for Lightning, who saw her sway strangely, maybe she would have fallen into coma. So Lightning quickly flew towards Wendy and seized her body while shouting to Brian that he should sail back towards the docks. The latter steered the wheel into the right direction, letting the ship slowly turn leftwards. Lightning flew down from the cabin while carrying Wendy. Down on the deck, they only had the sails to save them from the wind, but at least it wasn't as cold as before, so they were able to save their body temperature. Moreover, when they wanted to reach the shore, it would need a person with fine control, and Lightning would never dare to let a rookie take over this important task, even though she had never done it herself. When they finally landed, and the river bank collided with the hull, creating a loud sound, all the people's hearts on board began to race. Even though it sounded alarming when the hull collided with the shore, it didn't look too bad in the end. The sailor quickly folded the sails together and put up a gangplank to climb ashore. Fortunately, they weren't able to sail in a straight line during their trial journey, so thanks to their U-turn training on the spacious river, they weren't so far away from Border Town. Lightning flew towards the castle while carrying Wendy. Carter looked at the stone ship and loudly sighed. Without the help of a witch, he didn't want to try to sail the ship back to the docks. Chapter 83, The Northern Coachman. Winter was the time of no harvest for most people of the north, especially near the Hermes Plateau. The months of the demons not only brought endless wind and snow, but furthermore brought cold, hunger, and death. However, for False Leg White, winter meant something different. Every winter, the church's envoy would come to his door to let him drive several turns to the west border of the kingdom. On the way to the border, he would collect suffering orphans with his carriage and bring them to the old holy city. For him, this was a good deal since he would almost earn 20 silver royals for each trip to the border. What was even better was that he could also accumulate merits of doing good work. It was almost the end of this year's months of the demons, so this turn should be the last run of this season. Your Honor, please go back to the carriage and stay inside. Outside, it will still snow for a long time, So you don't need to eat the wind and drink the snow every day like you aren't allowed to freeze. This is nothing. The church's messenger contradicted White and took a big gulp out of his jug before continuing. In the new holy city, it can be much colder than it is here. At the plateau, leather clothes and armor aren't able to stop the cold. If you are there, the cold will come through every opening and drill into every part of your body. Without the usage of cold pills, no ordinary people can survive at that place. What you said should be right, White nodded. He hadn't been to the new holy city, and he also didn't plan to go there. Since only the cold and the demonic beasts existed there, why should I go there? However, as an experienced coachman, it was easy for him to find another topic to speak about, a subject that would be preferred by the envoy. Your gloves should be made from the leather of the wolves, native to the west border of the kingdom of Greycastle, right? Oh, you can see that. Hey, my lord, I've been doing this work for 30 years, White proudly said, first for the baron, then for the countess, and later even for the Wolfshart Kingdom's little princess. If it were not for the accident when I broke my legs, maybe I would still be working for the count's house. They had nothing besides plenty of gold royals, and paid excellently for Greycastle's fur and silverware, jewelry from the kingdom of eternal winter, and the fjord's handicrafts. They demanded so much that I could never deliver enough. So, the ambassador nodded. This is the origin of your nickname. In what kind of accident were you involved in? Well, it was a refugee riot. The group of thugs didn't stop for anything as long as they could get something to eat from it, White disdainfully answered. He spat on the ground. When they surrounded the carriage, I had no other choice than to urge the horse to run if I wanted to save the countess. But it got frightened, threw me down, and turned over the carriage. So you broke your leg? The ambassador curiously asked. But what happened to the countess? She got away since there were many cushions and thick quilts inside the carriage, so she got some light bruises. White barked. She just crawled out of the carriage and left me on the road to die. On my broken leg, I dragged my body home. He slapped his hand against the brass stick that showed from under his cut-off trousers. However, the count's house threw me out on the pretext that I could not drive anymore, those damn aristocrats. What a pity, the ambassador paused. But God did not abandon you. Now you are driving for the church. Yes, sir, answered White, but inside he thought no. If God were merciful, he wouldn't let me do this. Instead, he would have saved me when I needed him the most. At this moment, the cry of a young girl could be heard. We need a little pause. Hearing this, White pulled at the reins so that the two horses gradually stopped. At the moment the carriage had stopped, the ambassador jumped down and went to its back. Soon, a whip crack could be heard from behind the carriage. Poor child, thought White as he sighed, you have to endure it. This is your savior. If it weren't for the church's envoy who always supported me through the winter, I would only be an unattended corpse at the side of the road. Soon, the ambassador came back, climbed up and sat beside White and only commanded, "Go. Brace yourselves, I am driving," shouted White as he shook his reins, removing the carriage. Are they all from the Wolfshart Kingdom? Almost. The churches in every town in the kingdom takes in some of the orphans, especially during the winter, when there is a food and clothing shortage everywhere. We receive many times more people compared to the other seasons because of this. If we only depended on our church's own members, it wouldn't be enough. So we have to employ some drivers with good reputations to help us to transport the orphans to the oldie holy city. Until now, you have done very well. White, my predecessor, could only praise you. It is my privilege to be part of such a good deed, said White, honored. Your Excellency, will they also be sent to the monastery? I hate to ask, though they are orphans. Their characters aren't the same. Although some of them aren't so old, some of them have already done terrible deeds, so won't these people contaminate the pure and holy earth? God will judge them, and even if they are guilty, they will get the opportunity of salvation, answered the envoy with complete conviction. Will they? That's a good thing. Wright was amazed, but soon he raised his head and looked at the sky before he continued. "It's late, sir. Shall we stay in the next town? If the weather tomorrow is good, we will arrive at the old holy city at noon." "It's already this late," asked the ambassador. "Look for an inn, and after you bring the carriage to the yard, you can prepare the food for the orphans." "Okay," White agreed to the plan. This town belonged to the Wolfshart Kingdom, and if someone wanted to reach the old holy city, they had to go through this town, so it wasn't White's first time here. Thanks to this, he quickly found the inn he had previously frequented. He drove the carriage into the yard and then took some coins from the church's envoy to buy some food for the orphans. As usual, he bought sweet potato porridge, which was the most appropriate choice since it was cheap and still had a pretty good taste. After watching them divide the porridge, White limped back to the inn, asked for some bread with butter, and sat at the bar to eat. As for the envoy, he certainly had a better place to go. If White hadn't broken his leg 10 years ago, he would have gone to the tavern to order a glass of wine, and he would also have thrown some dice. He had always had a good hand for them, but now, White took his purse and found his room to sleep early. Later, in the evening, he heard some voices from the yard. So, he got up and lifted the curtains to control the situation. But White only saw that the church's drunken envoy had come back. The envoy opened the door of the carriage and went into it. Soon, he returned outside, pulling 2 orphans with him. Beside the carriage, 2 people dressed in aristocratic clothes were already waiting. Seeing that it was only the envoy, White put the curtain down and went back under the warm blanket. This wasn't the first time he witnessed the envoy doing this. Actually, it was a regular thing for him. Being alive is the greatest happiness, he thought. They have just to endure the pain for the moment. You only have to survive until we reach the old holy city. There you will be able to start a new life. At least in the monastery, you won't have to fear starving. Thinking until here, White yawned and soon fell asleep. At dawn, he got the envoy and drove on. The last part of the journey went without incident, and they even reached the old holy city 2 hours sooner than expected. There were already other churches' carriages waiting for them. It seemed that these poor devils still had some way to go, but all this had nothing to do with him. "This is your reward." The envoy called to White and threw a bag toward him. White took the coins out of the bag and counted them twice. Indeed, it was 20 silver royals. So he nodded and said, "I hope I will see you again in the coming year." But the envoy did not answer. Instead, he waved his hand to indicate that White could depart. White noticed that in addition to him, several other coachmen were doing the same job. Are they from the other kingdoms? He asked himself, but soon he noticed something strange. It seemed only girls would come down from the carriages. So when the church adopts orphans, they only adopt girls. He shook his head, threw this problematic thought to the back of his head, and started the journey back home. Chapter 84: The Truth Behind Hermes. Bishop Mayne followed the circular staircase leading into the earth. The staircase, with a depth of at least 4 times that of the cathedral's highest tower, and a diameter of about 20 feet, was built in a natural daling and lead directly into a strategically positioned and spacious castle. The beginning of the staircase was well lit by skylight pathing through the windows of the high dome above, giving the twisting and turning stone walls an icy color. But when following the steps, the stairway quickly darkened, seemingly fusing the walls into one. But after some time at the center of the staircase, the reflection of a blue light could be seen, and the deeper one went, the brighter it would become. So even without a torch, they would never fall into a pitch-black predicament. At the foot of the staircase, a pathway that was firmly attached to the rock wall meandered around a dark hole. The path was cut out of granite, formed by many rectangular pieces 3 fingers thick. The path was wide enough for 2 people walk side by side. One end of each granite piece was embedded into the rock wall, while the other end was in the air. In order to prevent accidental falls, There were wooden fence posts that were connected by rope at the side of the hole. Maine didn't count the number of steps he walked. In the end, there were just too many, but he knew that embedding every piece of stone was a tough task. The masons hired by the church had to lean on a rope to hang down, while they knocked out suitably deep holes in the hard rock afterwards. They had to insert the granite plates into the holes. Each action had to be done very carefully, because every rope slippage or breakage led to a fall to the bottom, which happened to more than 300 people. If the church's cathedral on the surface was a symbol for the unyielding spirit of the church, then the hidden castle in the Hermes Plateau was the real core of the church. A piece of God's stone of retaliation was embedded at the edge of every step, and a guard was placed on every 100th step. For last line of defense, there was even a squadron of the God's punishment army that was always ready to face an attack from intruders. Many bags of sand and gravel were buried between the cathedral and the underground castle. This was in case every line of defense in the holy city had failed. If every important person was evacuated, the Pope could start the trap and bury everything under a deep layer of sand and gravel. Although it wasn't Maine's first visit to the underground castle, the feeling of walking on air still made him feel dizzy. Especially after some time, he would always have the illusion of falling. So he was a little relieved when he finally had once more solid ground under his feet. At the bottom of the sinkhole was a huge white stone disc, with a surface as smooth as a mirror. When standing above it, someone could even clearly see their own reflection. Through a cleverly designed construction, the light coming through the windows within the dome was so reflected that it directly hit the millstone. Thanks to this, even without lighting a torch, the bottom of the Dalene was never dark. When reaching the bottom of the Dalene, they would discover that the sun is not colorless. After being reflected by the grindstone, the light would become blue. Yet when looking upwards, the blue light would let the sinkhole shine in a cool color. But when taking a closer look, someone would discover that there were countless dust particles flying upwards, just like the minute creatures recorded within the ancient book. The holes within the wall of the mountain were caves formed by nature, and the church only opened up the entries to further expand and built the Hermes castle. But thanks to Theseus' holes, which extended in all directions, the air could flow freely, so that the air at the bottom of the Dalene didn't feel rotten or oppressive. When Maine stepped through the door into the castle's main area, he was suddenly surrounded by a strong defense force. There were 5 soldiers called judges, who guarded every entryway. The judges were the church's most loyal soldiers. Once they were accepted into this group and started their work, they would forever live in the castle, never able to return to the surface. In fact, only he and the Pope were able to enter and later exit the castle. Even the 2 archbishops, Heather and Tafun, weren't allowed to enter here. But even Maine didn't know how many channels the castle had. In addition to the main channel leading south, there were many side branches leading away from the main branch, and when following the side channels, they would split again into many more branches. Some were used by the church, while others were sealed. He had heard that during the construction of the castle, a few artisans strayed into those channels not marked as safe, which led to them becoming lost, never able to find their way back. The vertical main channel led directly to the depths of the mountain. Around every 300 feet, about 100 meters, Maine had to cross a checkpoint. He knew that the church was using each segment between 2 checkpoints for a different task. The most outside area was used as the living area for the warriors who had to stay their whole life in the castle. The second segment was used as archives for the storage of instruments and fragments of ancient books. The third section was the jail area, where prisoners were housed who weren't allowed to see the light ever again, innocents included. After crossing through the third checkpoint, Maine stopped. Further in was the castle's secret area. All of the church's research materials and inventions originated from this place, and without the Pope's authorization, no one was allowed to enter. Since he became the Archbishop 3 years ago, he had only stepped into this area once before. When Maine walked closer, he took the left path. After a short walk, the way was ended by a door, with a plate at the height of the chest on it on which read Elders. Maine nodded to the guards and ordered, "Open the door." Behind the door the corridor continued. There were burning torches hanging on the wall, like small sparks of light within a sea of darkness, continuing along the path until the end. On both sides of the road were many wooden doors, and in the middle of each door hung a plate with a number on it. One of the judges who followed Maine raised a torch to illuminate the surroundings. While walking down the channel, Maine looked all the while at the numbers on the plates. When he finally saw the number 35 modeled into the plate, he stopped and pulled a key out of one of his pockets and inserted it into the keyhole, turning it lightly. At the bottom of the Dalleen, the sound of opening the lock was especially harsh, and its echo could be heard even at the end of the channel. As if it was a signal flare, suddenly many cries could be heard through the doors. There were calls from men and women. When listening carefully, Maine could understand some of them. "Quickly save me, help me, please, kill me," and the like. But Maine was unmoved by the cries. He only ordered the guard standing beside the door to immediately shut it after he entered the room, leaving the chaos of screams outside. Behind iron rails, the bishop saw an old man sitting on his bed. Perhaps he was not so old, but now his hair had already turned white, and his face was covered by wrinkles. His beard looked like he hadn't groomed it in a long time, almost reaching up to his neck. Since he hadn't seen the sun for a long time, his skin had become terribly pale, and his hands and feet were as thin as bamboo. Maine glanced at the food plate behind the rails, which looked like it hadn't been touched. Registering this, he sighed. "You should treat yourself better. The church doesn't lack for food, and the meals are even made according to a king's standard, except for the wine. Even the fish, it's first-rate cod coming from Port of Bluewater. You should be familiar with its taste. Right, Your Majesty, King Wimbledon." Chapter 85, Thorny Road. It took a moment before the old man showed a reaction. He slowly lifted up his quilt, moved it to the bedside, and looked in the direction of the Archbishop. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "If it were you who was locked up in this damnable place, do you think you would be able to eat?" His voice wasn't easy to understand. It sounded like his throat had been blocked by something. "Half a year, I'm already trapped here for 6 months, without any news. Tell me, how are my sons and daughters doing?" When taking a closer look at the cell, Maine noticed that it seemed like one wall was scored with a nail. Is the old man using this method to calculate the date? He moved to a chair facing the king and then asked in return, "Why ask about things that will only make you unhappy?" The king kept his silence for a long while, but eventually spoke. "It doesn't matter to me. After all, you will kill me anyway, right?" Maine only answered with one word, "Yes." Then, as a dying man, what does pleasure mean to me before I die? I just want to know their situation. The longer Wimbledon spoke, the more his voice resembled a growl. In the end, what else should I expect? Maine thought, after all, as a king, he had learned to have a strong spirit and demeanor. When the king had been kidnapped and replaced by a devout on the road to Hermes, he had repeatedly tried to break free. Then, when he was imprisoned, he wasn't corrupted by madness. Instead, he had always tried to negotiate his freedom. Even during all the abuse, he never released a scream, which was very rare in this jail. If it wasn't impossible to change the plan, Maine really wouldn't want to waste such a person whose only bad point was being on the wrong side of their conspiracy. Perhaps, since I have already personally come, I should just inform him about the status quo, the Archbishop thought. Otherwise, I could just voice the command, and the next moment, one of the judges can come and end his life. So Maine finally slowly said, "Your eldest son, Gerald, is already dead. He was beheaded by your second son, Timothy, on charges of treason. Your third daughter, Garcia, has declared the independence of the southern border region, conferring herself as the Queen of Clearwater. So a war between her and Timothy is inevitable. As for your fourth son and your fifth daughter, we do not get much information about them. Well, they are still alive. What are you talking about? Rebellion, independence. What did you do? Asked the king, enraged. We let them fight out who would become the next king, explained Maine with pleasure. We spread your children through the whole kingdom, and declared whoever governed their territory the best would become the next king. Hearing this, Wimbledon closed his eyes in pain, trying to shut out the world. After a long time, he finally whispered, "Why do you do all this? You took advantage of the prayer day, brought me into the compartment to pray in isolation. There you stripped me of my clothes, and also took my God's stone of retaliation. Then you used the ability of a witch to replace me with another person. So with this replacement, you could have obviously slowly taken over the country, let the church gain control of every town. So why did you need to give out the order for the Battle of the Throne?" I cannot. Keek, because he got more and more enraged, he began to cough severely, shaking throughout his whole body. "We just couldn't issue the command, which would lead to massacring your children one after another." Maine continued his verbal attack to finish off the former king. "Maybe you wouldn't have worked against us, but your children mostly wouldn't act the way you want them to. They would grow up, develop, and have their own thoughts, just like you see from your third daughter, Garcia. She already started her project to take over the port of Clearwater 5 years ago, so even without the Battle of the Throne, at the point when you would naturally die, do you think she would just stand at the side and look how Gerald would ascend the throne? But the most important reason for us to act was that we don't have the time to wait for the natural cause to get rid of you. You should have already noted that the power of the witch isn't permanent. Damn you, what would the church get from the fight between my children? The church will also sink into a sea of fire. Many of their believers will get killed during the war, and the kingdom will become a total mess." Talking until here, Wimbledon suddenly got a distracted look, not believing his upcoming thought. "Do you want to?" Another burst of severe coughs interrupted the king's speech once more. When he was finally able to speak again, his voice became as thin as a gossamer, as if that array of coughing had consumed all his remaining energy. "You want to destroy the royal family." "Exactly, but it would be more accurately to speak about the royal power." Mayen couldn't help himself from praising the king within his heart for his keen judgment. Even after staying for 6 months in the completely dark dungeon, by not losing his consciousness, he could already be regarded as strong-willed. But he has even managed to keep his intelligence. The only other people who would be able to do this can be counted on one hand. The monarchy will always be a hindrance to the development of the church. No matter how weak it becomes, it will always rise again, just like weed. So only by completely eradicating it will the church be able to genuinely control the kingdom. Suddenly, Wimbledon looked a lot more aged. Previously, only his outer appearance seemed to be old, but now it seemed that his spirit had left him and his eyes dimmed. The kingdom of Greycastle is the kingdom with the largest territory in the mainland. It has also the largest number of soldiers, so in the case of a full-frontal war, my church can only be at a disadvantage. We had already planned all this for a long time now. During a civil war, your kingdom will lose a lot of soldiers and mercenaries. After waiting for only 2 to 3 years, our God's punishment army will be able to easily take over the whole territory of your kingdom. But you don't need to be sad. Your kingdom isn't the only one we are subjugating. The other 3 kingdoms are all facing the same situation. Soon the mainland will no longer have the 4 kingdoms. Instead of the Wolfshark Kingdom, the Kingdom of Eternal Winter, Kingdom of Dawn, and the Kingdom of Greycastle, there will be only one regime, the church, ruling over all the countries. Wimbledon turned completely silent. The man who had won the throne from his brother by force of arms was now like a man who had lost his life. Even for Maine, it was hard to bear. But in his mind, he hadn't the slightest thought of regret. The church had also invested a lot into this plan. A large number of outstanding believers had been willingly used as pawns, regardless of the danger to themselves. For example, the man who had played Wimbledon III was a devoted member of the judges. He was a strong believer and absolutely loyal to the church, and would have originally received the transformation ceremony, becoming a member of the God's punishment army. However, in order to complete the mission, he got his appearance changed by a witch into that of you. So when he died in the castle, he didn't receive any honor. Before the mission, he could have carved his name on top of the church's monument on Hermes, but now the church could only bury his name forever. When Maine came to the conclusion that Wimbledon wouldn't speak any further, he took a small porcelain bottle out of a pocket and gave it to him to drink. When Wimbledon had collected himself and drank the potion, he spoke final words, "Curse." "Yes," asked Maine, waiting for the king to continue. "I curse you. I'll be waiting for you in the depths of hell." Wimbledon's voice grew fainter with every word. In the end, Maine had even to concentrate if he wanted to understand what was said. "It's a pity that there is no hell in this world. Even if there is one, it isn't a place where I belong to. Everything we are doing is for the continuing of humanity. Only by unifying the four kingdoms are we able to get enough power to confront the true enemy, or else." The archbishop stopped his speech when he saw that Wimbledon's hand had lost all of its strength and had fallen to the ground, his head twisted to one side, and his chest stopped to move. This was the end of a king, but it's our beginning, he thought. Maine took up the bottle and put it back into his pocket. Then he opened the door and stepped into the quiet corridor, which gave the feeling like there had never been any cries. He only explained to the member of the judges how to deal with the aftermath, and then he left the castle without looking back even once. "TN, please no spoilers. I will delete every comment which contains spoilers." Chapter 86, The Choice of the Witches. Leaves didn't know how long she could still hold on. Her return to the camp in the impassable mountain range from the wildland took her nearly half a month. In order to avoid detection by demonic beasts, she carefully hid inside the thick and solid trunk of a tree to confirm that there were no demonic beast activity within the vicinity before running to the next place to hide. Despite her worry of the slow marching speed, she had no other choice. Once she was detected by demonic beasts, she wouldn't be able to survive alone. More than a dozen sisters had fallen under the attack of the devils, and the sisters who survived weren't good at fighting. During the time when Iron Hand jumped into the crowd and started his massacre, they had scattered in all directions, but in the end, there were only a few who were still alive and able to come back to the camp. Thinking of all the death, the pain within Leave's heart didn't stop. The action of having to always hide herself during the escape consumed a large amount of magic power, thus she was only able to cover a distance of 10 miles daily. In particular, she always had to save enough power to survive the night. Since all of the rations she had at hand were eaten, she also had to look for wild fruits to sate her constant hunger. In addition, the heat spell within her Witches' Cooperation Association emblem had also run out of power, so she could only use bark to wrap tightly around herself. Every time she thought about the deaths of the young witches, who weren't even allowed to mature and who she had promised to protect, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. And as if all of this wasn't enough, during one night, when she was wrapped in her tree trunk, she was constantly attacked by the demon's bite. After the constant attack of mental and physical blows, she had completely forgotten about this. Suddenly, she felt as if her chest was torn open, and the pain quickly spread throughout her whole body. The pain attacked her so suddenly that she almost instantly lost her consciousness. She was only able to fight back when she bit her tongue, tasted the blood flowing in her mouth. Under the constant torture, Leaves thought of giving up several times, but the thought of the possibility that more than 20 fleeing sisters, with serious injuries which only she was able to heal, were waiting in the camp, for her return gave her the power to fight against the bite. Fortunately, she didn't have to suffer for a long time under the demon's bite. When she finally broke out from the suffering, she discovered that the tree trunk surrounding her body had a huge gap. Even worse, it was wet with her blood. So, in order for the smell of her knot to be discovered by demonic beasts, she had to fight against the pain and exhaustion and take off her clothes before fleeing to another tree. At the same time, she grew some green leaves on a bare branch and sewed warm clothes out of them. Under the guidance of her magic, the branch became a needle, and the leaves' veins became her thread. During her escape, she couldn't eat either cooked food or drink warm water. When she finally entered the impassable mountain range, she even added 2 additional layers of leaves to her clothes, tightly wrapping both her hands and feet. But all this wasn't enough against the rapidly falling temperature and the ankle-deep snow, resulting in frostbite at her toes. So, with this way of stopping and dragging on, with no feeling in her feet, she finally managed to return to the camp. At the moment she saw the familiar figure of one of her sisters, Leaves fell to the ground, unconscious. When she woke up 2 days later, due to the long time that her feet had been exposed to the low temperatures, her injuries had become so serious that even her own herbal medicine couldn't stop the spreading gangrene. They had no other choice than to take the last resort and cut off 2 toes from both her right and left foot. These sacrifices didn't bother Leaves much, since she was able to survive. Compared to those sisters who had never come back, she was very lucky. However, when she saw that her surviving sister's arms were all wrapped in white clothes, great sorrow spread out uncontrollably from the bottom of her heart. At the moment of departure, there was already only 42 sisters, but now there were only 6 survivors. When Leaves was finally able to calm down, she asked the others how they fared. As she already knew, during their fight with the devils, the witches with abilities incapable of combat took the opportunity to escape to the camp in the impassable mountain range. During their first night, they were attacked by demonic beasts, a group consisting of wild boar species. Everyone who was unable to fight had to flee once more. The fact that they were already attacked again by a group of demonic beasts was clearly a bad omen, but there was nothing they could do against it. The next morning, after a new attack from wolf-like, shaped demonic beasts, only 8 witches were able to escape. Fortunately, after they had entered the impassable mountain range, the demonic beasts weren't able to keep up. When they had finally reached the camp some days ago, 2 sisters were attacked by the demon's bite. Maybe it was because the traumatic experiences of the last few days were too great and the future prospect was too dark, but they didn't have the will to fight and weren't able to survive the demon's bite. Since there was no battle witch who was able to come back, everyone had thought that they had died under the hands of the devils, so no one had expected that Leaves would come back. Finally, someone asked, "So, what happened to our other sisters? Scarlet, Windseeker, and furthermore our mentor Kara, did they survive like you?" Leaves shook her head and whispered, "I am the only one who survived." "Do you?" Scroll quietly began to speak, but since she could already guess the answer, she said instead, "Then you have a good rest. Also," she hesitated for a moment, "Leaves, there is one more point." "What?" asked Leaves, exhausted. "When you were in a coma, we sisters had talked and come to the conclusion that in the case that Kara doesn't come back, we hope that you will take the position of our mentor." Suddenly being asked this question, Leaves became distracted, so she closed her eyes to think. "Well, yes, our Witch Cooperation Association has suffered such a fatal blow. If we do not immediately select a new leader, I'm afraid we will soon fall apart. But the purpose of our society was to seek the Holy Mountain and obtain freedom and peace. Now the search for the Holy Mountain is over. No, the Holy Mountain itself is a hoax. It does not exist in the impassable mountain range, nor in the wild lands. Then, why should our society continue to exist? Leaves' mind was in total chaos. Even so, She wasn't looking at them, but she could still feel the eyes of her sisters, waiting for her answer. Her sisters needed a person to lead them and guide them forward, someone who hadn't already given up. After long silence, Leaves finally spoke. "We will go looking for Nightingale." Hearing her decision, the other sisters began to shout in disorder. "What? Why should we go looking for her? Do you mean we should also go to Border Town? What if she lied to us? Wendy is there too. She might have died long ago." Having enough of the chaos, Scroll clapped her hands, let the others quiet down, and then she asked Leaves, "What should we do if what Nightingale said is also a hoax?" "You can wait outside of the town, far enough to be safe," answered Leaves as she opened her eyes. "Let me find out the situation first before determining if Nightingale had lied. So, for now, I will take the post of mentor, but if I die in town, Scroll will take over command and lead the sisters to safety." "But I," began Scroll, but she was soon interrupted by Leaves. "I know your ability is not suitable for fighting, and your ability is not much help for the daily operation of the camp. But now I understand that the strength of the ability isn't important for the rank of leader. The mentor should be a guide, instead of being the strongest, but unfortunately, it is too late for us now. If the cautious and patient Wendy was our mentor, wouldn't the outcome have been complete different? You and Wendy were the first to join the Witch Cooperation Association, so you are already an elder sister. You crossed the whole kingdom on your march from the east to reach the impassable mountain range, so you have a lot of experience. You are cautious, and you don't think you are better than everyone else. So, there is no one who is better suited to be the mentor of us sisters than you." Afterwards, Scroll was silent for a moment until she said, "What if what Nightingale said is true? Then there is no reason why our Witch Cooperation Association should exist any longer." Leaves slowly explained. "After all, that would mean Border Town is our holy mountain. TN, please no spoilers. I will delete every comment which contains spoilers." Chapter 87, Winter Twilight, Part 1. "Ready, strike." Hearing this command, Vanner put all of his strength into striking at his target with his pike. He held it with both hands, and as he hit the wolf's head, the pike gave off a cracking sound. The wolf had fluffy fur, and its eyes were copper-red. When it opened its mouth, Vanner saw 2 rows of fangs, in which the largest fangs were as big as his thumb. It was the first time that he had come so close in contact with a demonic beast, while it was trying to hit him with its claws. It was even throwing snowflakes at his face. Vanner felt like his brain had gone blank, and he was acting on instincts learned during training, like subconsciously gripping the pike tighter, continuing to drive the pike further. Vanner suddenly got the feeling that time was flowing slower. He saw that the pike had bowed to its maximum. However, the pike wasn't able to penetrate deep enough into the demonic beast's belly, giving Vanner the thought that the wolf's sharp claws would tear his cheeks open. Suddenly, a bang was heard. The pike wasn't able to withstand the momentum of the wolf, and finally broke into 2 pieces. At the same moment of the breaking sound, the time flow turned back to normal, and the wolf fell down. Its claws landed on the city wall, scraping a series of marks into the debris. The other half of Vanner's pike smashed onto the city wall along with the wolf. "Guns. Loading is complete. Fire at will." Suddenly, a gun barrel was extended on each side of Vanner. Seeing this, Vanner stepped a half step back as fast as possible and raised his head to avoid the smoke and debris that would hit his eyes. As for saving his ears, he had no time for it. Soon after the gunfire subsided, Vanner stepped back to the front, where he discovered that a number of demonic beasts at the wall's base laid, slain. The one Vanner had stabbed laid also between them. When he turned his head, he could see his roommate proudly grinning at him. "One only needs a week to learn to use your weapon, so there is nothing to be proud about." Vanner took only a glance. Then he switched his line of sight back to the battlefield. In a situation like this, His Highness artillery team would come in handy, but at this time they still had to rely on these crutches. "Your pike is broken, so take this new one." Cat's Paw handed Vanner a new pike. "Is this group of demonic beasts crazy? They've been attacking us for 2 to 3 hours already, right?" "Yes, they are crazy," answered Vanner, taking the pike and stepping back into place to wait for the next wave of attack. "How late is it?" "It's almost noon." Cat's Paw sighed. Taking advantage of the hunter-overseer's lack of attention, he took on both sides. "What's with Jop and the Rodney brothers?" "Don't look for them. Do you want to be killed by the wolves?" Vanner snapped. "They were assigned to the other walls. They are probably in the 3rd or the 4th group. How were you able to change into Group 1? "I belonged to the replacement team," Cat's Paw laughingly answered. "Whenever there is a need, I will come and help. In the last wave, an uncle was wounded, and now it's my turn." "Make ready," sounded the hunter-overseer's voice, interrupting Cat Paw's words. When looking down the wall, a dozen of quickly approaching demonic beasts could be seen. They were already so close that he could discern the various kinds of demonic beasts. This wave only had 2 wolves. The others were wild boars, a species of fox, and a species of bear, which were no big threat to the wall. Pierce! Nevertheless, he still obeyed the instructor's orders, carrying out a unified pike attack. Sure enough, this time, his pike thrust only hit the air. But when he recovered his pike, Vanner saw that the 2 wolves were already shot down by a group of other hunters. Since this wave of demonic beasts was slower, the hunter team had squeezed between the strike team and shot as they pleased. They had been undergoing this cycle of fixed action already from dawn until the present. When the first horn was sounded, most people were still asleep. Vanner yawned. This time, the attack of the demonic beasts was more intense than ever before. Usually, they had to maintain this kind of battle for only 1 or 2 waves, but today, the demonic beasts were piling up at the base of the wall. They had already been replaced by the 2nd militia team halfway so that they could eat something, rest for a short moment, and then return to the wall. But unexpectedly, Vanner found himself much calmer than he had previously thought he would be. So when he heard that the gun team had to step back, he let them through, just as rehearsed in the previous weekdays. At first, they seemed like strange rules and regulations, but now they came in handy and were incredibly effective. The others looked almost the same as Vanner. They all firmly grasped their pikes and had a serious look on their face, but some of them looked very nervous. However, everyone stood still with a straight body, and no one stepped a step back. However, Vanner knew that the biggest push to the morale hadn't come from the daily training. Instead, it came from His Highness. At the moment after the firearms team shot, Vanner secretly glanced at the middle of the castle wall. It was the position where His Highness stood, overlooking the battle. Shortly after the horn sounded for the first time, His Highness had stepped onto the top of the city wall. Since then, he had stood on the wall, continually holding the defense line without any rest. Even when it was time to eat, he didn't step down. Instead, His Highness remained on top of the wall and sent his chief knight to personally get the breakfast. When Vanner recalled the behavior of the last lord, he remembered that the lord had withdrawn by boat as quickly as possible at the beginning of the months of the demons. The lord was followed by the other nobility, and then by the whole civilian population. As long as they had some silver royals, they would flee by boat, but if they had no money, they could only use their own feet to flee to Longsong's stronghold. Thinking back at this, Vanner felt completely refreshed. Yes, the army from the Lord of Longsong, stronghold, and the prince's border town militia team was completely different. The former group completely relied on their armor and weapons, and often tyrannized the area within the new and old districts, even suppressing and blackmailing foreign businessmen. But in Vanner's view, apart from the captain from the 2nd militia team, there was no difference between rogues and them. Led by His Royal Highness, the militia was such a powerful team that they weren't even afraid of blocking the demonic beasts outside of border town, making it impossible for them to advance. In the past, Only Longsong's stronghold was able to do this. Just look at Fishballs. He was a former gangster in the old district. He was often the object of ridicule, but after joining the militia team and picking up the pike, he became a role model as a good citizen. There was also Fermi. His head was too big, and he was a little slow, so he was often beaten up, laughed at by the people of the old district. But now, when fighting with a pike, not only did he become extremely fast and ruthless, but also more skilled than most people. Every time when the others had already finished their training, he would still thrust out 100 slashes, because His Highness had once said, if the inflexible bird wants to overtake the more nimble ones, it has to catch up with their pace and then do even more. In the beginning, it was obviously only for the second egg, but now the soldiers were glad that they had joined the militia. Every day there was subtle changes in everyone, and every day they could train harder than yesterday. Vanner thought that he wasn't the only one who felt this way. Rather, he thought everyone would feel like this. He did not know how to describe his feelings. Perhaps it was best described by the words often used by His Highness. They were a team like never seen before. Woo woo, suddenly, 2 short horn blows could be heard. This was the early warning system for an approaching mixed species. So, Vanner looked into the distance and discovered a mixed species with wings and a lion's head, which was very similar to the beast that broke through the last time. Today this is our second meeting, he thought, but this time it isn't the same as last time. In addition to the gun team, we also have help from other forces. When he turned his head to the side and looked towards the middle of the wall, he could see a little girl with blonde hair floating beside the prince. Chapter 88, Winter Twilight, Part 2. Don't be so hasty. Now isn't the time to act, said Roland. He could only sigh when looking at Lightning, who was eagerly flying around. God only knows why she is so interested in fighting against that demonic beast. It's obvious that she isn't the fighting type. But, compared with ordinary people, this little girl doesn't even show the least bit of fear. Just follow the same pattern we used when dealing with the last one. Don't try to be brave. You're just a lure so that it will focus its attention onto you. Always maintain a high degree of awareness. Even though it cannot fly, when it jumps up, it's still a very serious threat. I already know about that. Lightning spoke with a voice full of confidence. It isn't my first fight with something like this. Rest assured, I already know my limit. This time, it won't even be able to touch my clothes. During their talk, the mixed species had come even closer to the wall. It had already crossed the barriers and leaped in the direction of the unguarded area, trying to climb the wall. But this time, it was ignored by the militia members. They just kept defending their own sector, always waiting for the hunter captain's next stab command. Then, we begin the special operations mission against this mixed species, shouted Roland. Hearing this, Lightning, who was already flying out, stopped for a moment and looked back to Roland. What's up? That phrase of yours. Lightning thought it through once more, then shook her head. It seemed slightly strange. Well, forget it. I'm off. Seeing the little girl's small figure flying quickly away, Roland turned towards Anna and Nightingale and asked, embarrassed, "Did you also thought that it was strange?" Well, they both nodded. All right. It seems even in this place these 2 lines were strange. You both can go now as well. Be careful. Your Highness, take care, Nightingale bowed to Roland. Then she took Anna's hand and pulled her off into the fog. Roland put his arms behind his back, standing straight while facing the wind, trying to imitate how a boss would look like. He knew that many soldiers, when they had the time to catch their breath, would secretly glance at him. Because of this, even though his feet were already numb, he stood stoically at the highest point of the wall, clearly visible to everyone, demonstrating that the prince was always on their side. Since he couldn't put himself into combat, this way he could still serve to inspire them. This time, the intensity of the demonic beast attacks had exceeded all attacks previous. According to Iron Axe, during last year's month of demons, there would always only appear 1 or 2 mixed species. But this year, there were already 4 attacks of them on Border Town. The duration of these attacks was also unusually long. Even now, groups of 12 or even larger would emerge from the forest, always continuing to dash towards the city wall. Fortunately, the flintlock production has increased in the last month, and I'm now able to send out a team of 100 armed with flintlocks. Without them, I would have never been able to guarantee such a high killing speed. If we had to use crossbows, I'm afraid killing all of them would have been very difficult. In the long run, the advantage of guns, which needed less physical exertion, will become even more apparent. Of course, the large consumption of gunpowder was enough to give Roland a headache. He had already ordered more than 20 packs of explosives from the warehouse, which tore a huge hole in his reserves, so he was already thinking about rationing gunpowder. At the same moment, lightning was already flying around the mixed species' head. She fished a stone from her pocket and threw it at the beast's head. The stone accurately hit the target's head, startling it so that it jumped forcefully back, only to discover that the attack actually came from the sky. To provoke it further, lightning flew always at a low altitude and directly in front of its head, slowly luring it towards the town center. Although the mixed species certainly had the ability to think, but seeing this annoying little girl flying around in front of it, it didn't feel any threat. So it immediately pounced up, opened its wings, and in a few jumps it quickly crossed more than 100 meters. Lightning, seeing it prepare for a jump, immediately flew a bit higher and turned around, always keeping a few cottages and a street between herself and the beast. In this way, after 7 or 8 turns around, she was finally able to lure it to the town center, which was the ambush location on which Nightingale and she had previously agreed on. As a former lion, its sense of smell was naturally very sensitive. It should even be able to discover Nightingale, even when she was in her world of fog. Because of this problem, they had to pull the demonic beast's attention away from them before Nightingale and Anna could start their surprise attack. For this kind of job, Lightning was perfectly suited. She was able to enrage the mixed species so much that it jumped around like a maniac with an opened wide mouth, always trying to get at this annoying fly. But Lightning, who didn't have to bear any weight, was always a small distance away from it, always flying up and down teasingly, making each jump fruitless. At the same time, and from another direction, Nightingale also arrived at the town square, compared to Lightning. In her world of the fog, she could ignore all houses and fences, always moving in a straight line towards her goal. Since Anna's flame was only able to cover up to 10 steps, 5 meters, she had to get close to the mixed species, so she closed on it from behind, hoping to not be discovered. When they had to face the mixed species for the first time, this part was very troublesome. However, now it was already their second run against this kind of mixed species, and Nightingale had already gotten fully familiar with Anna's attack. So when they still were 30 feet away from the beast, she raised her speed to the limit, covering the distance in an instant, as if it was in only a single step. When Anna was able to see again, she discovered that the mixed species tail was already directly in front of her face. "Attack, now!" cried Nightingale. Around Anna, the black and white world swapped away like a wave. Within the blink of an eye, she was back to the familiar town square. Directly releasing her green flame from the tip of her finger and expanding it into a great fire cage, covering the whole demonic beast. Facing this flame, Nightingale had to hurriedly retreat. Even only feeling the heat wave was already enough to make her feel like she was burning. Enclosed by the cage of fire, which was even able to melt steel, the mixed species did not have any time to struggle. It instantly turned into a ball of flame and crushingly fell to the ground. It seems they were already able to solve the problem. Wendy informed him when she discovered the green flame in the distance. In the absence of Nightingale, it was her turn to protect Roland. "It seems like I won't get any part in the play." If possible, I would like it if it could stay this way, Roland answered, still maintaining his straight stance, pretending like he was riding along an easy road. Having said that, he still knew that without the help of the witches defending the town, the jumping mixed species would have thrown the militia once more into chaos. But today, even Nana had come to the walls, giving fast treatment to the injured soldiers. Her father was always at her side, protecting her. Today was the first time that Roland publicized the power of the witches in front of all the militiamen, and he was very pleased. Within the ranks, the love for their angel Nana rose to new highs, but when Anna and Nightingale killed the mixed species together, the crowd also began to cheer loudly. Of course, he clearly knew that not everyone wouldn't mind them. Such a situation like with the militia was very rare. But when they were fully accepted by the militia, he would still try to get them accepted by the whole town. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire began to taper off, and Roland noticed that the demonic beasts began to evacuate the wall. Are they finally retreating? He couldn't believe his eyes. But just at this moment, a beam of light broke through the thick clouds, covering the ground, followed by a second, then a third. Soon, tens of thousands ray of lights broke through the holes within the clouds. Then all the light beams merged into one, becoming dazzling and unable to look at. The earth had suddenly brightened up. The day when the sun rises again is the end of all evil. There was a short moment of stillness on the wall, but then a wave of cheering swept across the wall, towards the direction of Border Town. Gradually, the townspeople came out of the houses and also started to cheer, welcoming the long-missed sunshine, celebrating their surviving of the winter, or in order to thank the prince. In the end, all the cheering merged into a flood, resounding throughout the entire Border Town. Chapter 89, Victory Celebration, Part 1. This year's winter was completely different than the previous years. In the previous years, when the months of demons ended, Border Town's residents had to stay for one more month within Longsong Stronghold's slums. They waited until the snow had completely melted, only then would they head back home. Back at the town, they always saw a complete mess. After a few months with no one taking care of the houses, some of which had already become dilapidated. Some of the less sturdy huts had been overwhelmed by heavy snow, and some of the townspeople's houses had been used by the demonic beasts as hiding place. Everything was broken and in disorder. For example, the cupboards and the tables were full of bite marks, and the remains of their meals still lay within the corners. Obviously, these houses had been used as shelter from the snow and as their lair. They often had to spend a week repairing the houses, replacing all the moldy furniture, cleaning out the lingering smell of rot, and so on. This was the procedure to which the residents were already accustomed to. But this year, it could even be said that Border Town seemed completely new. The snow was quickly swept away, and the prince provided to each family home's door a multicolored banner. From afar, the previously monotonous and dilapidated town had become colorful. When the colors mixed together, it looked like a sea of flowers. The castle also spread the news that on the first day after the months of demons, His Royal Highness would hold a grand celebration ball in the town square. Everyone was invited, and if that wasn't enough, no one had to pay a coin and would also be given free food. What is a ball? It is a social occasion that only the upper nobility was allowed to attend. The townspeople only knew of them from the stories of the influential, experienced, and knowledgeable merchants. Yet even then, they were never allowed to attend. If what the merchants had been telling them was right, then even with all their money, it still wouldn't be enough to receive an invitation. But now His Highness would allow anyone to attend. "Your Highness, you wouldn't do that, right?" Carter asked disapprovingly. "There will be neither a band nor will there be any lead dancers. So who will control the rhythm of the ball? Besides, in this kind of remote place, even the nobles aren't necessarily able to dance, so citizens will only mess everything up. During Carter's time in Grey Castle, he had only ever attended one ball. It had been hosted by a marquis to celebrate the birthday of his daughter. The music played was graceful string music mixed together with passionate drum beats, while the dancing contained many rotations and tapings. But if the instruments were played individually, the ladies would dance to the melodious string music, while the men displayed afterwards a fast and powerful dance in rhythm with the sound of the drums. During breaks, attendants would shuffle through the crowd and hand out drinks and snacks. Up till the last song, the men still had time to find and invite their favorite woman to a dance, and if they were lucky, they would not only be rewarded with a dance, but also with some sort of romantic interaction. Carter sighed. Although he was still too young to invite his favorite girl, he could still remember the aftertaste of that elegant and romantic atmosphere. The nobilities are trained daily in maintaining their elegant demeanor. Can the villagers who had to instead fight with the demonic beast daily compare with them? God, he could not imagine such a scene within Border Town. Lead dancer? Yes, well, Roland had commanded the militia to remove the stone sculptures and the gallows from the town square. Iron Axe and the militia member will take over that part. That Sandman? Carter was stunned. As the captain of the hunter team, and with his performance during the months of demons, Iron Axe had finally gained the recognition of the chief knight. Even his alien appearance wasn't mentioned any longer, however. The other one was still from the Moji tribe. How could he know the etiquette of the kingdom of Grey Castle? Yet Roland only mysterious smiled and said, "Because I'm the one who is organizing the ball, it won't be the usual kind. You will understand it when you see it." He didn't have much preparation work to do. His biggest job was to remove the obstructions placed in the town square, and instead to put a pile of wood at the center. In addition, they had built tables out of stone, used to carry the barbecued food. Yes, this was the plan Roland had come up with, a combination of campfire with a wild barbecue. Roland had long thought about the problem, how to increase the people's sense of belonging to Border Town. After a long life working under their previous lord, the concept of status and nationality was set too deep within these rural and illiterate villagers. Only their property and the lives of their family were of their concern. The more backward the people were, the more short-sighted they would become. This was a law for the development of civilization. Civilization can only be as big as the greatest ideas of its people. Roland thought deeply. But this does not mean that lifting their spirits could be ignored, and this victory celebration was one of the methods he had figured out to transform their thinking. In fact, he found it hard to understand that there was no general celebration after the end of the months of demons. Facing the invasion from the demonic beasts once in a year was just like a natural disaster. To overcome such evil was naturally worthy of remembering. So he had decided to name the first day after the end of the months of demons as Victory Day. So that within all of the territory belonging to him, this day had now become a public holiday, on which many kinds of celebrations were held. As long as he was able to do it for 3 to 4 years, this kind of celebration would become a tradition and would even later carry on without Roland. And with time, the people would gradually feel that their own and other people under the governance of the Lord was indeed differently. Even so, it wasn't noon yet. The square was still full of people. The members of the militia were lined around the pile of wood so that no other could come near it. It seemed that the free distribution of food was quite attractive. I think that at least half of the town's inhabitants had come, Roland thought. In the end, more than 1,000 people stood side by side, filling up the complete square beside the woodpile. There was no place for any other activities. He even discovered that some children had climbed up on the roof of the surrounding buildings so that they had a free look of everything. Since it was their first time with this celebration, there were still some shortcomings. Roland thought that it was now the right time to enter the stage and to hold his speech. This was now his second public speech he had held on the square. Thanks to this, his attitude was much calmer than the last time. "My people, good afternoon. I'm the fourth prince of Grey Castle, Roland Wimbledon." He still used the same introduction as last time, but today its effect was completely differently than it was the last time. His voice hadn't fallen yet, but the crowd already cheered, "Long live the prince, His Royal Highness. Long live His Highness." Roland suddenly felt a kind of warmth spreading through his chest. This time, he hadn't arranged for any propaganda from his own people. So, when he heard the spontaneous cheers from his own militia and the townspeople, he felt a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction in his heart. When their voices finally calmed down a little, he continued, "The months of the demons is finally over. Thanks to the militia's heroic struggle, the demonic beasts weren't able to cross the wall one step. This year border town had only to pay a very small price to fight off the demonic beasts. This proves that, as long as we unite, even if we don't rely on the power of Longsong's stronghold, we can still get a foothold here. They wanted to threaten our town with food, the fear of hunger and cold, trying to force us to yield. But today's victory told them that all this was futile. Right, I do not want to go back to that place anymore. With His Royal Highness, we don't need to fear a day of hunger during the winter. At last, they cannot blackmail us any longer. His Royal Highness is too kind. Let us celebrate this splendid and glorious triumph together," Roland shouted, taking advantage of the rising emotions within the crowd. "It is a day to be remembered, and I declare that from now on the first day after the end of the months of the demons will be known as the Victory Day. The celebration today is precisely for this purpose. My people, enjoy this day to the fullest. Now, let the dance begin." With this, a torch was thrown into the pile of firewood. The flames jumped up, instantly setting the whole atmosphere on a flame. "Tien, please no spoilers. I will delete every comment which contains spoilers." Chapter 90, Victory Celebration, Part 2. 6 marinated cattle were transported next to the bonfire by carts, if they weren't escorted by the militia. Roland suspected that on its way through the crowd, the whole cattle would have already been carved up by the masses. This was all of the food reserves the castle had left within the basement, so they wouldn't have any meat to eat until the arrival of the next merchant ship. Thinking of this, Roland's heart began to ache. In order to run this celebration, he had even used up all of the reserves he had. The master chefs brought over from Grey Castle were only responsible for wiping the meat and controlling the heat. In the end, the task of barbecuing was handed over to 6 people from the militia team. An iron bar was inserted into the cattle's body through its mouth, and then placed in front of the fire on a brick station. The flames were wildly burning, so that even separated by 2 to 3 meters, the heat waves were still clearly felt. Soon the whole cow's skin issued a sizzling sound. Oil began to emerge out of its pores, emitting a seductive scent. Of course, the barbecue couldn't be the only attraction, so on Roland's signal, Iron Axe together with a team of militia entered the stage. Since those gorgeous and complex court dance didn't apply to such an occasion, and there wasn't much time for training, they couldn't even remember all the essential steps, let alone show such a beautiful and complex dance. To ensure that it was an easy-to-understand dance, which was still enjoyable, the dance of the Sand People was clearly more in line with the interests of the civilians. The dance started with Iron Axe, and the others placing both of their hands on their hips, always putting the right arm through the partner's left arm, forming a 2 rings around the bonfire. They were accompaniment by the sounds of horns and began to move clockwise. With each step, they would throw the other foot to kick forward while shouting, "Ha!" "Is this the lead dance you talked about?" Carter asked, startled. "Can you even call this a dance?" Of course, it is very easy to remember. The militia had only needed to practice half an hour last night to master the pace. Roland answered laughingly, "Do you also want to try?" Carter shook his head and refused the offer. He just felt as if something in his heart would soon break out with a bang. Don't. She was just a girl with an appearance which made men's hearts beat faster. Don't. She is just a sad memory from my youth. The other militia members were clapping with their hands in the pace of all the dancers' footsteps, accompanying each round with faster applause. The extremely fast rhythm moved the masses. They one after another reached out with their own hands to clap in accordance. As the applause got faster and faster, Iron Axe and his team's dancing speed also became faster and faster. Soon, the ring began to show signs of coming apart. It didn't take long until one of the dancers accidentally fell, taking more of the dancers with him. Seeing this, the crowd became shocked, but the militia did not stop the applause. Instead, it got wilder and changed into a storm. Iron Axe propped himself by a militia member, stopping his fall, and then he turned to the crowd and shouted, "Did everyone understand it? Who would like to try it themselves? Until you fall just like us. If you join the dance, you can afterwards dive into the sweet and delicious honey barbecue. The longer you dance, the more meat you get." If the nobility or the rich families were to invite them, the normal townspeople would never have been involved subconsciously, giving them the feeling that they were superior compared to themselves. It was also common for the nobility to go back on their promises. But when they saw the militia members, which came from the usual crowd of civilians now beckoning them to dance with them, they were unable to hold themselves back. After the first round of people joined, they were soon followed by a second and then a third round. So soon, a new dance started, but this time most of the dancers came from the masses. Although this was a very simple interaction, it still made them very happy. In addition, with the reward of the honey barbecue in their sight, the participants tried their hardest to show the best possible performance. This was exactly the scene Roland wanted to see. In addition to the barbecue, there were also bread, fish cakes, and ale that was distributed to the masses. The celebration was planned to continue until evening, but Roland didn't plan to stay until then. He arranged for Carter to be in charge of the town square's safety, and the assistant minister was responsible for the closing speech. Then he left. He instead attended a private party at the castle's back garden. When the evening came, the backyard was still brightly lit. Just like in the town square, they had also started a bonfire. The difference was that they used chicken for the barbecue, which were cut into pieces. The seasoning and oil were of their own configuration, completely imitating the atmosphere of a barbecue in the wild. This kind of novelty of self-service style was loved too much by the witches that they could never part with it. Of course, for Roland's eyes, this was a rare spectacle. For example, Anna directly wrapped the chicken into her green flame after seasoning it, which soon gave off a delicious fragrance. Nightingale instead showed off her incredible knife work. One moment the knives were hidden, and a second later the chicken was hung upside down, completely peeled, and with all of its bones fell down. And of course, for the wine, it came from Willow Town and was much more suitable for the tastes of women than ale. Actually, Roland wanted to say that minors were prohibited from drinking, yet Lightning had already emptied half a bottle by herself, and since she was floating in the air, it would be difficult to persuade her, Roland thought. After around 1 hour within the barbecue, Roland was slightly tipsy. He leaned against a chair and watched the group of happy, laughing girls. Seeing this, Roland felt very pleased. This is the perfect life for a prince, he thought, and also for the witches. With their extraordinary abilities and appearance, they shouldn't be the object of hunting. If they were born in my previous life, I'm afraid they would have become the dazzling focus of many people. But now, here in my territory, they can live a normal life. At this moment, Lightning suddenly fell down, directly landing on Roland's lap, and even before he had the possibility to react, she already had planted a kiss on his cheek. Although this action was done very quickly, it was still captured by many witches. When Lightning grinningly flew upwards again, She could see that Anna, Nightingale, and Wendy looked very surprised, so she waved her hand, explained. According to the rules of the fjords, when they hold a banquet to celebrate a victory, the woman can take the initiative to kiss the leader. Dad would let me kiss him every time. Isn't this also a habit in Greycastle? Of course not. Roland instantly woke up from his half-drunken state. Cough, cough. Lightning, you're drunk. Quickly go back to the castle and sleep. How can that be? Lightning protested. When I was sailing, I had many drinking battles with the crew, and I never lost. Roland, recognizing that she would follow the order, turned to Wendy, who nodded, and then used her power to kindly blow lightning to the earth. When lightning was close to landing, Wendy took 2 steps forward, approaching the girl and catching her within his arms. Disregarding of Lightning's shouting and struggling, she walked in a straight line towards the castle. Don't worry about her. She just drunk too much. Please continue to celebrate. Soon the dessert will be delivered. Roland suddenly felt that the atmosphere had turned a little strange, especially when he looked into Anna's eyes. He felt a chill rising up from his feet. The only one who was completely unaffected by what happened was Nana. She was still concentrating on eating her chicken wings, like nothing had happened in general. After the bonfire was gradually extinguished, Roland requested Nightingale to escort Nana home. Then he went to the well and washed his face with cold water, already ready to go to bed. Roland didn't take the former episode to heart. In his view, Lightning was still a minor child. But when he arrived at the 3rd floor, his heart suddenly begun to race. He saw Anna, who was leaning against his door. Chapter 91, Heart Prison. The corridor was shed by the moonlight which fell through the windows, yet only half of Anna's face was visible. Her eyes reflected the faint blue light, looking like 2 stars within the dark. Anna leaned against the door, with most of her body hidden in the shadows, but her outline was still visible. Good nutrition had completely changed her previous thin and skinny body, turning it into the body of an adult woman. Her body was just perfect, containing the right curves of her age, but also the unique charm of youth. Roland put on a calm face, stepped slowly forward until he was discovered by Anna. Finally, he stood in front of her and they looked each other into the eyes. It was just an accident. I didn't know she would do, Roland began. I know. The other is still a minor, so I didn't care. This, I also understood. Anna reacted completely differently than Roland had expected. It didn't seem like Anna was at odds with him. He couldn't detect any trace of displeasure on her face. There was only a serious look. There weren't any waves within her lake-like blue eyes. Roland realized that she was still a straightforward woman. She didn't like any camouflage and didn't need to hide anything. Sure enough, she took the initiative and said, I cannot be like Lightning. In front of so many people, I don't dare to show such bold behavior, so I had to wait for you here. After this sentence, her cheeks gained a touch of blush, but even so, she didn't shrink back, and her eyes were still focused straight on Roland's. Her look could even be said to be incomparably serious. For 2 beats, Roland's heart set out. He wanted to say something, but he felt that at the moment, everything he could say would be meaningless. She may mind the action of Lightning, but grieving or complaining wasn't her way of acting. She would simply express her own feelings. Upright and hard-working children shouldn't be rejected, he thought. So Roland bent down, coming close to Anna's cheek, even feeling her breath on his face, like a spring breath fiddling his heartstrings. Within the quiet environment, they could clearly hear each other's nervous breathing. Then, soft lips slightly touched Roland's cheeks. Good night, Your Highness, Anna whispered. Wendy sat on the bed looking at some books. For her, moments like this where she had leisure time were very rare. During her time in the Witch Cooperation Association, she also would have never thought about leading such a life. It wasn't long since she started staying within the town, but she had already developed the habit to. Before going to sleep, she would clean her body. And then she would put on a silk gown, which wasn't fastened around the waist, nor wasn't buttoned up. Sit cross-legged in the bed, with a soft pillow between her back and the wall-read books she had borrowed from His Highness. It had taken her a lot of time until she got Lightning to rest, so afterward, she did not intend to return to the back garden to continue the celebration, and instead she washed herself and went to bed. At the moment, she was reading a history book about the origin of the church. Although she grew up in a monastery, yet this was a theme that she didn't know much about. The nuns had always warned them to obey the teaching of God, but they never mentioned God's name. During her childhood, this discrepancy had always puzzled her. Everything had a name, so why of all the things does the noblest God not have one? What was recorded within the books she had read, and the rumors she had later heard, told of basically the same thing. At the beginning of the history of the mainland, there were 3 major religions, which thought of each other as heretics, believing that their gods were the only ones. This battle of faith lasted for nearly 100 years, and in the end, the church took the final victory. They declared that the other gods had been destroyed, and that calling God with any other name was forbidden. This was the word of God itself. The following pages described the glory and immortality of the church, including the building of the old holy city and the new holy city, and their victory over the evil witches. To Wendy, this all seemed very strange. She had also borrowed the books, The History of the Kingdom of Greycastle and A Brief History of the Mainland, from Roland. The first one almost unequivocally recorded the kingdom's establishment, development, and major events, such as the name of each king and the marital status and whereabouts of their children. The family with all their branches were described in such details that it nearly looked like a detailed genealogy. The Brief History of the Mainland focused more on the evolution of the 4 kingdoms, their alternations in handling their powers, and the inner and outer political struggles. However, they still put very much importance into the ruling families. Yet, within the history book about the church, there wasn't mentioned any of the Pope's names, or it could be said that it was the same thing they had done with God's name. They just replaced their former names with the title Pope. So throughout the whole book, it just looked like there was only one Pope during all of the hundreds of years of history. This wasn't consistent with common sense. Instead of calling it a record, it would be better to say it was a deliberate delusion. At this moment, Nightingale suddenly appeared within Wendy's room. When Wendy discovered her, she put down her book and looked at the other one with interest. "It's already so late, and you're only now free to talk to me." Nightingale rubbed her tensed neck and went to the bedside to sit down. "I just finished my job of bringing Nana home. How did you fare with Lightning?" On the way, she was non-stop talking about her father, yet when she hit the bed, she immediately fell asleep. "I didn't even need to read some stories to her." Wendy shrugged. "She always acts like she is already a big girl, but in truth, she is still a little child." "In your eyes, everyone is still a child," said the Nightingale teasingly, and took the book Wendy had previously in her hand. "His Royal Highness had said that you shouldn't read at night, especially that you shouldn't read when sitting in bed. The lighting isn't good enough and will hurt your eyes." "Yes, your Royal Highness did say that." The two of them talked for a long time. They talked about the time when they traveled together from Silver City to the impassable mountain range. What happened when they heard about soon-to-killed witches, how they survived the months of demons. Nightingale had a lot to say, so much so that Wendy was only occasionally able to throw in 1 or 2 sentences. During the last 5 years, these two were so inseparable that they had developed a tacit understanding between each other. So the time passed slowly until finally the candles were about to extinguish. Seeing this, Wendy began to laugh and asked, "How is it? Can't you sleep because of Lightning's actions today?" "What are you talking about?" "What else can it be?" Wendy smiled and shook her head. "Veronica, we are witches. You should know what that means." Nightingale kept silent, and even after a long time she didn't know what to say. Well, this fate, there was no witch who could escape it. Wendy put away her smile, sighed, and then said, "Roland Wimbledon, the kingdom's fourth prince, and we have to do everything possible to ensure that he will take over the throne. Then, when he rules the kingdom, he will be able to present us sisters with a shelter against the church. But that would also mean that he has become the king, and then there will come the time where he has to marry a duke's daughter or the princess of another kingdom. Then they will get children, maybe one or several. If it's a boy, he will inherit the country, and if it's a girl, she will be married off to another noble family." Here, Wendy paused for a moment, giving Nightingale time to prepare since she had to say words, which no witch wanted to hear. "Veronica, we are witches. Witches cannot give birth to children. Even with the most optimistic outcome, where there is no difference between ordinary people and us witches, where we can freely walk along every road through the kingdom, even after the death of His Highness. With occasional cases of outstanding witches gaining the right to enter the upper ranks of society, maybe even get canonized as nobles. There will still always be the case that we witches will never be able to have any descendants. And without any descendants, we are unable to continue the family's glory. So the nobles won't even consider marrying any witch. So we will gain some things, but at the same time, an important part will be taken from us. This is our fate," she whispered. "I wish I didn't need to tell you this." "I see," Nightingale whispered. When Nightingale had finally left, Wendy didn't feel so good. But she believed that Nightingale would still be able to overcome this setback. After all, she had already crossed so many difficulties. She surely will also be able to cross this threshold. Of this, Wendy was convinced. Chapter 92, Army Rearrangement. "With this, our service period is over, right?" asked Cat's Paw, who was clearing the square of the burning debris of the bonfire, and then continued with a voice full of regret. "I really don't want to go back to the mines and work in a hole. I have to say, I already miss the months of demons a little." "Yeah, and I don't want to deal with those stones again either," Jop immediately agreed. "The most important thing is that the difference in salary is too much. When we were assigned to the artillery, we had meat every day and a salary of 15 silver royals each day." "Don't say such foolish words," said Vanner while holding a torch high to illuminate the surrounding. "His Highness provided all this food to us so that no person would starve to death during the months of demons. You only need to remember what happened the previous 2 years. Not even half of the people from the old district were able to survive. Did you already forget this? I'll say it once more. It's unlikely that the team will be dissolved. His Highness just put us into the artillery team and burned so much gunpowder to train us. Do you think that was all without reason? But the month of demons is over, so why would His Highness still need the artillery?" asked Rodney while leaning on a broom. "That's because the artillery isn't meant for the demonic beasts," Vanner thought. But in the end he said out loud, "Soon we'll know more. Tomorrow we'll hear the answer." He yawned, then waved his hand impatiently. "Okay, enough. Quickly clean everything up. I'd like to go back to bed soon." The next morning, the teams were assembled, and Vanner's previous statement was confirmed. When everyone was there, Iron Axe went in front of the lined-up team and said loudly, "You have completed the first stage of the task, which was to defend Border Town against the demonic beasts. After 3 months and 6 days of fighting, you all earned His Highness recognition. Because of this, the militia will be promoted to His Highness regular army. But in case you don't want to fight any longer, you just need to stand up and leave now. His Highness had said that everyone who leaves now will get all of your outstanding payments, and additional a payment of 25 silver royals as." Iron Axe had to think for a moment. Then he said, "Right, retirement fee." From the 300 militia members, no one moved. Only the Cat's Paw raised his hand and said, "Report." This was also one of the odds rules the prince had introduced during the training. No one was allowed to whisper in private. If they wanted to say something, they had to shout. Iron Axe nodded. "Speak. What do you mean by being promoted to the regular army? Do we become knights?" Vanner couldn't stop himself from laughing, but he quickly set up a serious face again. Becoming knights? That would mean becoming part of the aristocracy, not only getting an estate and a squire, but also their own territory. By asking this question, he had really lost a lot of face for the artillery. "No," answered Iron Axe, and began to patiently explain, obvious to him since he had also previously asked His Highness. The regular army is a professional fighting force, only established for the protection of His Highness and his territory. In other words, when miners work in the mine, you will be training. When the farmers harvest their wheat, you will be training. And when the merchants sell their goods, you are still training. All the training is to win all the future battles, just like you did against the demonic beasts during the months of demons. Then, what is the difference between the regular army and the militia? Asked Catspaw. More frequent training, stricter training methods, and a greater reward. Report. Hearing all this, Rodney couldn't help himself and asked, "What does a greater reward mean?" Vanner sighed. Why was his group of young men so impetuous? But in all honesty, he would also like to know this answer. The regular army will get an officer-led structure, and soldiers who fulfilled their given task according to the previous plan during the battles will get the chance at a promotion, and soldiers who performed extraordinarily well, said Iron Axe, for example, could rise to my position. If this was what His Highness said, Vanner thought to himself, and this was the way they implement it, it would be better to not offend one's superior, right? He quietly looked around. It seemed that no one realized the general problem. Instead, they still listened with keen interest and pleasure. Officers won't only get a higher payment, they will also get their own territory. After the last word fell, the crowd burst into an uproar. Vanner was also no exception. He even had doubts if he heard everything right. If they could get their own territory, then, would there be any difference between them and the knights? But remember that once you choose to become a member of the regular army, the system you will follow then will be completely different from the system you are used from the militia. Such as in the case, you aren't able to complete the given task, escape, start a rebellion, or any other violation of the disciplinary codex will be severely punished. This isn't like the previous punishment of not getting an additional egg to eat instead. It includes extra labor, imprisonment, and even hanging. Also, every previously awarded position can be taken back. Iron Axe paused for a moment. Now is your time to quit. The crowd fell into silence, and also Iron Axe tensed up, but still, no one moved. He couldn't help himself. He began to grin. Well, then from today on, you all are placed directly under His Royal Highness Roland Wimbledon's orders. Vanner himself felt incredible. If he had heard these terrible punishments 3 months ago, he would have slipped away long ago. What is the use of promotion? What is the use of owning one's own territory if you aren't able to save your own life? But now, he almost did not hesitate to choose the fixed position, compared with returning to the North Slope mine to collect gravel, or to stay in the old district, only able to wander idly around. It was clear which was much more to his interest. Your perception is pretty good. What's your name? Mr. Vanner. I hope you continue to do well. His Royal Highness encouraged him to train hard, and he also reaffirmed his idea that he belonged to the militia, and now Vanner would continue to fight for His Royal Highness as a member of the regular army. Iron Axe quickly announced today's first training program, field training. At the beginning, Vanner felt very disappointed. It was once more running for training. Even during the months of demons, if the weather was good enough, they always had to run. After breakfast, they checked the weather conditions, and then they had to run 2 laps around the town unless there were large snowflakes falling from the sky. Then they would abort running training. According to the saying of His Highness, this exercise was good for the muscles and allowed their bones to thaw, so, while defending the city walls, their movements wouldn't become stiff and unable to use the pike. But when the soldiers ran out of Border Town, Vanner immediately felt the difference between this new and the old training program. At this point, the snow on the field was still far from melting. After 3 months of uninterrupted snowing, the snow reached up to their knees. Calling it running wasn't the right word. Instead, it was better to call it crawling through the snow. The team suddenly broke into many small groups. After each step, they needed a lot of strength to take another step. There was no doubt that this special training of struggling through the snow was certainly an idea of His Highness. Vanner had already figured out the goal of His Royal Highness. At this moment, any protest would become invalid. They were only able to go through with this training until the end. During the whole morning, they had to struggle through the snow. So when the team returned to the town, Vanner was satisfied that he couldn't feel his own legs any longer. The snow, which got into their boots, had already turned into water. Even standing in the sun, most people were still cold and trembling. The huge physical exertion exacerbated the chill. Even Iron Axe felt unable to eat. He announced the dissolution of the team and delayed the lunchtime for 30 minutes so that everyone could dry their boots and replace their pants. So everyone was very pleased when they later heard that the afternoon training was canceled. Of course, they didn't know that lightning had supervised the whole field training. This was the little girl's daily training regime, learning to precisely control her magic to fly with uniform velocity. When she later reported her gathered information to Roland, the latter nearly fell from his seat. The total distance traveled throughout the morning was 4 kilometers. Chapter 93 Army Framework. A few days after the victory celebration, Roland finally undertook the great farming project. A constant dripping sound could be heard from the direction of the windows when he was sitting in his office. It sounded as if it was raining nonstop. It was the sound of the melting snow. When he visited the countryside for New Year's, he laid in front of the window most of the time, watching the long ice prisms which hung under the roof turn transparent and then into droplets, which then fell down. At the moment, he hadn't had the time for such leisure. However, writing down plans for the future while simultaneously listening to the voice of Earth's recovery was also very pleasurable. According to the information gathered from the previous years, the snow would need about 1 week's time to melt, but the road between the border town and Longsong stronghold would at least need 1 month until it was usable again. It took so much time after the snow melted since the road was built out of mud and also didn't have a drainage system. Roland could already imagine it. If he wanted to defeat Longsong's stronghold, the first thing he needed to do was to build a road between the two cities which was usable by carriages even during heavy rains. But now the problem with the highest priority was still the issue of the army's reconstruction. Without a reliable and mighty army, it would be impossible to defeat the forces of the Longsong stronghold with his outnumbered troops. Transferring the militia into the regular army was only the first step. The specific preparation of establishing the new rules, discipline, reward, and punishment system turned out to be a big headache. Although as a child he had played land battle chess, however, he had already long forgotten all the previous teachings. Roland, after some thought, simply decided to make up his own plans. Anyway, as the creator of the new army, even if he implemented unreasonable things, no one would discover it anyway. So Border Town's first compilation for the new army was soon prepared. According to the army, division, platoon, team, squad, 5 people for a squad, taking into account that a cannon needed at least 5 people to operate, 10 squads for a team, 10 teams for a platoon. As for the number of platoons within a division, he decided to consider it later. In view of the overall battle prowess of the armies during this era, as long as he sent out 2 or 3 platoons of soldiers, it should be enough to defeat the vast majority of opponents on the battlefield. When he decided on the basics for the army framework, Roland took a deep breath. The rules and regulations that came next were much simpler. In addition to always wearing their uniform, They had to obey the commanding officer. Never desert, never betray a comrade, and so on. Roland's first rule was to prohibit plundering and harassing. The problems caused by plundering were numerous, and the negative impact it had on the local inhabitants was so great that they would need years to recover, if ever. This was also the reason why he had insisted on only using civilians as the members of the military. When the aristocracy responded to the call for battle of their lords, the main reason for their obeying wasn't to defeat the enemy. Instead, it was for the looting afterwards. Or, in other words, the main reason they followed the call of war was to plunder the wealth and territory of an enemy, of course. This included also the innocent civilians within that territory. As for the mercenaries, not to mention bandits, even though they looked steady and fierce, but if you took a closer look, they were just a flag waving in the wind, and at the same time, robbery was also a major source of their income. So hoping for military discipline from these people was meaningless. Only an army built up out of civilians wouldn't see other civilians as only lambs to be slaughtered. Of course, relying on discipline and moral restraint alone wasn't enough. After long days in the field, the heart of greed would enlarge with each continued victory. Therefore, the given rewards had to always keep up with the greed. Only in this way could he prevent looting and other illegal behavior. In order to make the reward grand enough, Roland decided to offer the greatest reward of all, receiving their own territory. As long as they achieved great merits during battle, they could get their own territory. Roland had many unclaimed territories, like this. The land between Border Town and Longsong, Stronghold, could slowly be reclaimed. Since more than 90% of all land belonged to members of the aristocracy, such a reward was absolutely very appealing. Once they had their own property, these people would be closely attached to his side, and in case there was someone who wanted to overthrow him, they would show the strongest possible resistance to protect their benefactor, and with this protect their own land as well. After all, humankind wasn't driven by words and whips, but by their own benefits. Putting it another way, as long as he could continuously fulfill the basic interests of the people under his rule, there would be no one who could shake his dominance. Unlike a traditional fief, Roland will grant them an area between a few acres and up to a dozen acres. The territory could be used to build their own residences, and they could purchase serfs or hire farmers to take care of their fields, but they weren't allowed to set up their own industry. In contrast, the rewarded territory for a knight is close to 2,000 acres, an area equivalent to a small village. The above-mentioned industry income was used to provide the knight and his attendants for their war necessities. For example, it was needed to purchase their own weapons, armors, and horses. Being awarded such a small area of land wasn't of much interest to the aristocracy, and as such wouldn't encounter much resistance, but it would also weaken the feeling of independence for the people on the battlefield. In Roland's view, it was just like paying a retirement pension, which would ensure that the soldiers had a stable income even after retirement. At the same time, in order to strengthen the centralization of power, and to avoid that the thought that servant is not my servant would occur, he would only grant them the ownership of the territory, but no autonomy. In other words, the land was still under the jurisdiction of the laws, regulations, and systems in the Lord's area. In a sense, they would become the foundation for the future generations of farmers. After he had written down the concept for the reward system, Roland took a break and stretched his body. Then, finally, he could start thinking about a field within his own area of expertise, R&D weapons. With the increasing speed of flintlock manufacturing, continuing to use spearmen to protect the gunners seemed to be a waste of manpower, so the latter needed the ability to fight independently in melee combat. There was a very easy solution to this problem. That was adding a bayonet to the flintlock. Roland didn't expect his own men to take the initiative and engage in close-range combat. Instead, they should only have the ability to defend themselves in case the power of the gun wasn't able to completely destroy the enemy's courage, and they started a desperate attack. A weapon like a bayonet wasn't so difficult to manufacture. Describing it in easy-to-understand words, it was just a sharp cone, and in the case of further improving the killing effectiveness, he could also add a blood groove into it. The key part was the connection between the bayonet and the gun. The first bayonet was a blade which was connected to a thin wooden pole, which could be directly put into the barrel of the gun. The advantage of this construction was that it was quite simple. The disadvantage was also very obvious. If the bayonet was used, the gun was unable to fire. And in addition, if it was used to stab someone, it could happen that the bayonet would become stuck in the enemy's body. So Roland intended to produce the improved second-generation bayonet, the casing-type bayonet. The bayonet had an iron casing added to the blade's handle. The inner casing diameter was slightly larger than the grooved barrel. One only needed to weld a piece of iron with a hole on top of the barrel. After plugging the bayonet on top of the barrel and inserting a filling into the hole, it would become fixed. The blade had a triangular form with 3 sharp blades. If pierced into the body, it wouldn't fall off, and it would also leave a difficult-to-heal wound. After the installation of the bayonet would be slightly longer than the barrel, and so also complicate the loading process, but compared to a folding bayonet, it was much simpler for mass production. As long as there was a sample, any blacksmith was able to reproduce it. But to enable the bayonet to play an important part in a battle, it was important to train the soldiers in how to use it. But Roland, naturally, didn't know anything about it. Fortunately, he remembered that his chief knight had once boasted that he was able to use any weapon, so he just had to find him and get him to teach the others how to fight with a bayonet. TN, for more information about bayonets. They seem to fall off all the time. Chapter 94, Destruction, doesn't need a reason. The artillery production was also advancing steadily. The second round of production for the cannons had already entered the drilling phase, while the third round was still at the material collection phase. If he is lucky, Roland could have a gorgeous lineup of 4 12-pounders after a month. There was no doubt of his superiority in terms of firepower. But the question now was, how could he turn this advantage into a winning situation? And Roland was still striving for an answer to this. Before he'd crossed over, he was just working as a mechanical dog, and just like for most of the other people in that world, his understanding of war had only come from history, movies, and games. If it was just a battle with cold weapons, he could have handed over the command to Carter and Iron Axe. But this battle wasn't the same as those two had previously fought. There was no one who would be able to understand these new hot weapons better than himself. That being the case, he could only gather the knowledge they had and build his own plans on that foundation, in addition to his knowledge from a later era. In order to ensure his victory, Roland let lightning travel every day between Border Town and Longsong's stronghold. On one hand, to observe the road's conditions, and on the other hand, because he needed to accurately calculate the distance. Roland believed that the victory in war was built on a foundation of previous gathered information and calculations, whether it was a tactical development or the deduction of each stage of a battle. Receiving victory in a battle was inseparably linked to these 2 points. Roland once more took the 1-meter-long iron pipes and the 100-meter-long hemp ropes he'd made for determining the firing range of his cannons. Then he went to the artillery testing area west of Border Town and measured with them a distance of 1 kilometer. Then he let lightning fly this distance so that she would always do it in the same amount of time. When she had skillfully remembered exactly how much magic to use, Roland began to measure the distance between the Longsong stronghold and Border Town. Using a sundial to measure the time that was needed for a round trip, He had calculated the distance between the two places was around 55 kilometers. Of course, this was the linear distance between 2 points. In fact, if traveling by land, you would need to take 2 big bends in order to avoid crossing over the foothill of the impassable mountain range. So, in the case that the Duke choose to attack by land, he would need at least 3 days to reach border town. With Lightning as a scout, Roland would be able to always have a clear idea where the enemy was and what he had to do. Within the range of 2 kilometers to the west of border town, he had inserted many signal flags to signal the distance. So if the enemy entered this area, his artillery could quickly adjust the muzzle angle without the need of firing a test shot. Now, he began to worry what to do if the other party didn't start an attack. At this moment, a knocking sound came from the door. Nightingale, who had been lying all the time on the couch, chewing dried fish slices, vanished. Seeing this, Roland coughed twice and said, "Come in." The door opened, and his assistant minister Barav stepped in. "Your Highness, a member of the aristocracy of Longsong Stronghold want to see you." "Who?" asked Roland, only to directly ask once again, "Did they send that ambassador again?" "No, not the ambassador." Barav shook his head. "It is one of the nobles who left before the beginning of the months of demons, Baron Cornelius, who's came back now." Roland had to think a moment until he remembered that indeed there were nobles living in border town that had escaped to the stronghold. But now they dare to come back. They immediately return when spring starts. Doesn't they respect the royal law? Why does he want to see me? "During the construction of the wall, his house was demolished," said the assistant to the treasurer. "If you don't want to receive him, I could send him out." Roland wanted to take him up on his offer, but then he changed his mind. "Let the Baron wait for me in the parlor." Maybe through him, Roland could put some pressure on Longsong's stronghold. At least this was something he would like to happen. After dawdling for around half an hour, Roland leisurely entered the parlor. After arriving, he saw a man with a very round belly impatiently waiting beside the long table. While the man restlessly walked up and down, the additional layers of meat on his face swayed in accordance with his steps. Seeing that His Highness had finally appeared, the Baron stopped his walking and reluctantly went through the royal greeting ceremony. "Sit down." Roland went to the table and placed himself in his seat. According to his usual habits, even if it wasn't time for dinner, he would let his kitchen at least prepare a dessert, but today he did not even let them prepare tea. "Your Highness, Prince," murmured Cornelius, and started speaking even before he sat. "How could you let that stupid stonemason take my house apart? That was still a good house." From the parapet, the logs used for the roof beam column was also of the best quality. "When I had it built, I had to spend more than 150 gold royals." While speaking, he agitatedly waved with his hands. 150. Hearing this, Roland had to use a lot of strength to suppress his laughter. If it was still the prince from before, when looking through the old memories, maybe I really would have believed that. But now, "You mean the house located the furthest to the west?" "Well," said Cornelius while nodding, "it was the grand mansion, second only to Baron Simon's. It's such a pity that it was located too close to the wall and had hindered the passage of my men," Roland said. After stopping for a moment then, he continued, "But the town hall had already decided on the compensation." "How much?" Roland stretched out 2 fingers. 20 gold royals." "That's too little, your royal highness," shouted Cornelius while spraying spittle everywhere. Eventually, he calmed down. Then he took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Well, 20 gold royals, where should I go get the money?" "Get?" Roland put on a puzzled look. "The money has already been paid to the owner of the house." "What? Wait. I am the owner of that mansion." "It's not you, it's Blair, the captain of my second militia." "Who is that?" the Baron asked once more in a loud voice. "Your Highness, you are mistaken. I am the master of the house." "But I didn't see you during the winter." Roland picked up his brow. How then can that house be yours? Of course I wasn't there. I went back to the Longsong stronghold. Who would stay in this god-forsaken place? This place is only able to be used as a feeding ground for the demonic beast. So you want to say you fled because you feared the demonic beasts, and you still have the face to call yourself a lord? Asked Roland. The Baron was suddenly stunned and didn't know how to reply. Guards. Roland clapped his hands, and immediately 2 guards came into the parlor, holding Cornelius between them. We're in the palace, Hallow. What do you mean with this? Very simple, you now have 2 choices. Roland stood up from the seat, freezing Cornelius with his look. First, you admit that you've wronged, that the house doesn't belong to you. And then I can look at what happened just now as nothing more than a farce. Your second option is admitting that during the months of demons, you betrayed your lord, fleeing from the battle without the permission of your lord, shamefully escaping to Longsong's stronghold. If you take this option, I will put you in prison for desertion, where you will wait for the day of your hanging. Which one do you choose? The sweat pouring from Cornelius' forehead didn't stop. He swallowed in fear, hesitated for a moment before he quivered. Your Highness, I made a mistake. It was not my house. So this was all a misunderstanding. Roland shrugged and then said to the guards, "Send the Baron on his way." When Cornelius was nearly through the door, the prince stopped him once more. "Right. When you take your ship back to the Longsong stronghold, can you please deliver a message for me? Tell those who have maybe the same misunderstanding as yourself, in case they don't want to choose the second option. They don't need to waste their time by coming to Border Town." "Anything you want, Your Highness," Cornelius said with a forced smile while leaving the room. But the moment he turned around, Roland could see how his counterpart was gnashing his teeth. Like this, I ought to have created a big enough uproar within Longsong's stronghold, right? Roland thought. Chapter 95 Meeting. Damn, what a bullshit prince. Isn't he the one who was only thrown into this wilderness out of pity? Cornelius ferociously thought, but when he remembered the 2 guards with their hands at their swords who were walking behind him, he had to temporarily swallow his mouthful of resentments back into his stomach. When he was finally out of the castle and saw the 2 guards leaving, the Baron felt relieved. He pulled out an already wet handkerchief and wiped his forehead. He resolutely spit out a mouth full of spittle, while imagining the spit directly smashing into the prince's face. Yet this still wasn't enough to release his anger, so he had to stamp repeatedly onto the spit until his heart was finally comforted. Just because you were able to block the invasion of the demonic beasts, you think that you are able to face up against Longsong's stronghold. Just carry on being so proud. After all, you don't have much time left in which to be so proud. Cornelius thought that if he hadn't received such reliable information, he would never have dared to come back to Border Town so early. In general, the aristocracy will always return even later than the civilians. After all, mining and hunting was dirty work. It was so hard that the aristocrats would never do them. Their part was just to supervise the production and wait until there was enough ore so that it could be transferred. And in their spare time, they would go to their hunters' houses and ask whether they had any suitable high-quality fur to purchase. But this year, the situation was completely differently. Cornelius had heard from the financial director, Sir Reynolds, that Duke Ryan was ready to drive the 4th prince out of Border Town. This wasn't a betrayal to the King of Greycastle. No, instead, they were upholding an order from Timothy Wimbledon, the new king. Roland Wimbledon is no longer the lord of Border Town, and if he wants to get reassigned to a new territory, he has to return back to the king's office first. Duke Ryan had spoken these revolutionary words in front of Sir Reynolds, who had been able to climb up from a position in the city hall to the position of financial director in only 5 short years. If they hadn't had a distant relationship as relatives, and if he hadn't sent him 2 high-quality furs each year, Cornelius would never be able to know what went on in the minds of the people in charge of the West. Gaining a new territory after returning to the king was just an empty statement. Even Cornelius knew that the first prince, without being able to say anything, had been sent to the guillotine. So if the fourth prince went back, would the new king show him mercy? Without doubt, the west border was under the rule of Duke Ryan. The only question was whether he would wait for the order of King Timothy or if he would act without it. However, when Duke Ryan decided to act, there would be no difference between Roland Wimbledon and a homeless dog. This was also the reason why Cornelius had rushed to Border Town. The first reason was naturally to get to the furs as early as possible, but his second reason was to put his own house up for sale. The first point he thought was a very smart idea. While in the previous years, the civilians fled to the Longsong stronghold to take refuge, their inventory was naturally empty, so early in the year. But this year they had stayed the whole time in Border Town. Surely there were some goods he would receive, right? So not only could he make a small fortune, but he could also offer Reynolds some familial piety. The second point was that Cornelius had asked Reynolds to give him a place within the city hall, although it was just busy work, but it was still better than living in this damned poor place. And since he wouldn't need his house any longer, he should sell it as soon as possible. Who knows when Duke Ryan would start his attack? Maybe this unruly mercenary would raid and burn his house, giving him a big loss. But he never imagined that the house wasn't burned down by mercenaries, but instead it was directly removed by the fourth prince. When the Baron thought once more about this fact, he gritted his teeth in anger. It was one of my best houses, although 150 gold royals were an exaggeration, but it had at least a value of 30 gold royals. In order to get the money early, he had even bent his back and had reluctantly accepted 20 gold royals, but then His Highness even treated him in such a crazy way. Instead of giving him his coins, he was even threatened by defection. Doesn't he know that each year to the beginning of the months of demons, all the nobles evacuated towards Longsong stronghold? Wait a minute. Cornelius suddenly slowed down. There seemed to be something wrong. Although he had previously heard of the fourth prince bad character, the prince was always acting without thinking. He even molested Baron Simon's wife directly after he had arrived at Border Town. Afterwards, this became a private joke for a long time. But today, the impression he received from the prince didn't match with what he knew. The prince had never become angry, nor did he act shamelessly. Instead, it was Cornelius himself who had shown bad character and acted completely without rhyme or reason. During the whole talk, the other side had constantly spoken in the same tone. So why had he become so scared, even having obediently giving up his own house? If he had said that the house was his own, would the prince really have killed him or not? Right. Cornelius couldn't help himself from shuddering, sweat on his forehead shrinking back. Now, in retrospect, when he'd faced the prince, he'd had the illusion that he was instead talking with Duke Ryan. The Baron shook his head hard, trying to search through these unpleasant memories at the back of his mind. Anyway, the fourth prince will only be proud for a few days longer. Soon, Duke Ryan will bring Border Town back under his rule, and then His Highness Roland Wimbledon will also be escorted back to Grey Castle. I will have a good laugh at him then. Perhaps those 20 gold royals were lost, but in the end Duke Ryan will still seek out revenge for myself. Stopping his thinking here, he was finally able to relax again. Since he had received some high-quality pieces of fur, and he didn't need to sell his house any longer, he could simply sail back to Longsong stronghold now, delivering the message to the member of the aristocracy who had the same misunderstanding. Simply has to be a great act. When I return to Longsong stronghold, I have to imitate it as good as possible so that everyone knows what a bluff looks like. When he finally left the castle area, walking down the road to the harbor, Cornelius passed a woman who was wearing a hood. Originally, there was nothing strange about it. After all, the townspeople were coming and going all the time, but the woman was all dressed up. Maybe she was a young lady or an upper-class woman, on her way seeing the prince. But when a gust of wind blew up the corner of her hood, Cornelius felt his heart jump, and he couldn't catch his breath. God, that's what a woman should look like, with rare green long hair. Even just revealing a part of her face for a moment was enough to get me stunned. Even if the king in Grey Castle called for the princesses of other aristocracy, he wouldn't see someone like her. So how is it possible that someone so beautiful is in Border Town? He turned around, wanting to catch up with her, seeing what she would do, only to discover that she was walking straight into the direction of the castle. Is this the kind of woman the prince has access to? The Baron hesitated a bit longer, but in the end, he gave up. He just really didn't want to have anything to do with the fourth prince. Such a wicked person should be left for Duke Ryan to clear up. I still have to get back to Longsong's stronghold. Arriving at the pier, he entered his own single-masted clipper. The boatmen pulled at the sail, and the boat quickly left the pier, sailing in the direction of Longsong's stronghold. On the way back, while sitting in the sun, Cornelius saw quite the spectacle. About 5 miles away from Border Town, in a field of snow, a large group of people entered his field of vision. They were all wearing the same brown leather armor and a long wooden pikes on their back. Forming a long line, they slowly marched through the snow. Although he was separated from them by a small forest so that he couldn't clearly see everything, he was still sure that there was at least 100 people. Those are the farmers the fourth prince used to confront the demonic beasts. In the early months of the year, when the snow still covered the roads, it was absolutely difficult to walk in the snow. Cornelius couldn't even imagine it. But the group of people were still moving down the road, and it even looked as if the snow was at least 1 foot deep. This wasn't a small matter. He wanted to laugh at the ridiculous sight, only to discover that he was unable to. A feeling of doubt unconscionably arose in his heart. The knights under Duke Ryan's command, would they also be able to do this? Chapter 96 Leaves. Leaves saw that there were people busy everywhere. She had never thought that she would ever return to a town in the secular world. After crossing the border of Border Town, 1-story brick buildings, which were covered in dust, appeared one after another in front of her. Even though it was only half a year since she had fled into the impassable mountain range, she still felt like she had just stepped into another world. The months of demons just came to an end, so after passing the winter, the townsfolk were short on food and clothing, and the complexion of their bodies should be very bad. At least this was what Leaves remembered when she had crossed the slums of Silver City and her journey to the west. Everywhere were people who died from the cold or from hunger. And if they were living, they still walked as if they were already corpses, with an empty gaze and a slow and unsteady movement. But here, most people she saw were full of vitality. Some were even drying fishes at the entryways of their houses. Some had climbed on top of their roofs to repair damaged tiles. Other young men were carrying hoes and hammers. They talked and smiled to each other while walking to the north of the town. To prevent other people from trying to talk to her, Leaves pulled her hat down as far as possible. The castle stood at a very striking area. It was placed at the southwest corner on top of a hillside. There was no plants around her, so if she wanted to sneak into the castle, it was quite difficult. Hiding herself in the trunk of a tree would be okay, but letting it stand up and walk would be too much. For a witch, she really wasn't good at hiding her body. So, after carefully considering her options, Leaves thought that rather than hiding herself, she wanted to walk openly into the castle. If Nightingale didn't lie to her, then even if she entered through the main entrance, she wouldn't face any problems. And in case Nightingale deceived her, deceived the Witch Cooperation Association, she was also self-confident enough that she would be able to flee from the 2 guards at the entry. Of course, there was also the worst-case scenario, that Nightingale had betrayed everyone and there weren't any witches working for the prince. If that was the case, she would, in all likelihood, die. As a top fighting witch, Very few people would be able to escape if Nightingale wanted to kill them. She was probably even stronger than Kara. If they fought each other, it wasn't certain who would win. Leaves had already prepared herself for the worst case. If she was unable to come back, Scroll would take over the position as mentor and lead her last sisters into their future, no matter where their destination laid, no matter where at which place they ended. No one knew the answer. She slowly walked up the hill, coming close to the castle's gate, and was soon noticed by the guards, who put their hands on the hilt of their swords, and one loudly snapped, "This is the prince's palace. It's no place for you. You should quickly go back." He paused, and then added, "If there is something important you have to report, go straight to the left and follow the street until you reach the town's hall. There are people who will receive you." Leaves took a deep breath. Then she took off her hood. Not surprisingly, she saw a surprised look on their faces. When she saw that the other side had recovered their feelings, she bluntly said, "I am a witch." At the moment she said the sentence, she almost expected the other side to draw their swords. Yet the two guards just stared at each other. There was no ordinary man who could hide their feeling of disgust when they heard she was a witch, but their faces showed only curiosity. One of them even asked with interest, "You are a witch. What ability do you have?" Hearing their response, Leaves' heart began to beat faster. She was almost unable to hold her excitement back from breaking out. While trying to keep her voice calm, she said, "I want to see Nightingale. Anna or Nana would also be okay." In Nightingale's story, the witches were frequent visitors to the castle. The prince didn't restrict their freedom, only acting as their guardian, even letting them come and go as they pleased. But if Nightingale's story wasn't true, the guards surely had never heard of their names. One guard turned to his partner, the one who had previously spoken out loud, patted his shoulder and said, "You will keep her here, and I'm going to inform His Royal Highness." Leaves watched him walk through the gate, soon disappearing in the direction of the garden. While waiting for what would happen now, she thought about the probabilities. In the end, would Nightingale greet her like a sister, or were the guards at this moment surrounding her, or would she be attacked by a blade out of the shadow? She found herself in a strange contradiction. Obviously, she wanted to believe in Nightingale, but the closer she came to the answer, the more afraid she became of the thought to get disappointed. Maybe Nightingale was a secret agent. The names of Anna and Nana weren't made up by her, right? Or, for her, the time had never passed slower than at this moment. Every heartbeat was like 100 years for her. For her, it was a very long time that she had to wait until her destiny was decided. In the end, she didn't know how long or how short the moment was she had to wait until she heard Nightingale's voice, as if in a trance. She was unable to do anything, only asking herself if she heard it right. A familiar figure emerged from the gate, bounced over and reached Leaves' side almost at the same time as her voice. The next moment, she was already wrapped in a warm hug. "Leaves, welcome home. This is my spare uniform for the moment you can wear it," said Nightingale, who rummaged through her cupboard. "Here is the jacket, shoes. Well, here is also a nightgown and bath towel. Why are you in such a hurry?" Wendy shook her head with a smile on her face. "You only have to wait until His Highness is up, then she will get everything." Seeing how busy Nightingale was to help her, Leaves' eyes became warm. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress her tears. From the beginning, Nightingale had never lied to them. There really existed a prince who treated witches nicely. "Do you want to take a bath first?" asked Nightingale, and placed the towel and bathrobe directly beside her. "At the moment, His Royal Highness is taking a nap. When he finally wakes up, he will gladly receive you." "Right. Were you able to find the Holy Mountain? How did you and the other sisters fare?" When this sentence was spoken, Leaves' line of sight became suddenly blurred. Unable to bear it any longer, she wrapped her arms around Nightingale, releasing the long-suppressed pain inside her heart. After having cried for a long time, Nightingale's chest had already become wet from the tears, but at least Leaves was finally able to calm down. Then, She began to tell them what had happened after their last meeting, telling them all the suffering they had to bear. When it came to the point where her sisters were buried in the wild, she felt how Nightingale took her hand and squeezed it. When Leave's story came to its end, Wendy's look became very heavy. I had never expected that Kara would bring the Witch Cooperation Association to its end. From the 42 sisters, only 7 people. It was also my inescapable responsibility if I hadn't stood firmly on Nightingale's side. "It wasn't your fault," said the Nightingale sadly. "No one can predict the future. Now the important part is to decide what to do next." She looked at Leaves. "You said there were 6 other sisters who survived. Where are they now?" "They are at the entrance to the canyon waiting for a message from me. We previously made an appointment. If I'm unable to come back, Scroll will lead them away from here, maybe to the extreme south, perhaps even crossing the sea. Then we will have to go to the canyon and get them," said Nightingale, excited. "I'll leave now. Wendy will stay here and take care of you." "Wait a minute. What will you do if they don't believe you?" "Leaves will have to go with you. Just call Lightning to follow along." At the moment, she should be training for her flight towards Longsong's stronghold. "Take some horses with you, like this. Our sisters can ride the last part of their road," Wendy carefully urged. "But His Highness, isn't he still sleeping?" Leaves became stunned. "Don't you need to get his approval first?" "Rest assured," said Nightingale reassuringly. "If His Royal Highness knew about this, I am afraid he would went crazy from waiting." Chapter 97, New Witches, New Abilities, Part 1. When Roland walked into the office, he was surprised to discover that the one waiting for him wasn't Nightingale, but Wendy. "What happened?" He poured himself a cup of warm water. "Where's Nightingale?" "She went to meet our sisters." "Are you," Roland, having raised his cup ready to drink, suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Wait a minute. What sisters?" "Our sisters from the Witch Cooperation Association. They've come to Border Town," Wendy replied. "Aren't they still busy looking for the Holy Mountain?" He jumped to his feet. "How many people are there? The one that wanted to kill Nightingale. I seem to remember she was called Kara. Is she also coming?" "No, Your Highness. They were unable to find the Holy Mountain. When they finally managed to enter the wildlands, they were attacked by terrible monsters. Ultimately, only 7 sisters survived." Wendy reported what Leaves had told her. Then she bowed to apologize. "You were still napping. Please forgive us for deciding that Nightingale and Lightning should go and pick them up." "No," Roland said while waving his hand in refusal. "You already know that I won't blame you for what you decided. What are their abilities?" "This I don't know, but Leaves told us that they don't belong to the fighting type of witch, perhaps." Wendy hesitated. "They aren't of much use to you." "Non-fighting type?" Roland's heart was suddenly full of expectations. The god's stone of retaliations and the witch's small area of effect drawback actually already limit the fighting capability of the witches by a lot. So production was their strongest field in any case. If there is a witch with the ability to produce plastics, I would be able to solve the problems of my rough processing technology. I could directly step into the mechanical production era. If they have a witch with an electrical ability with them, she would be able to turn the night into day for Border Town. If the next king took a witch as his bride, they would be able to lead us to the pinnacle of life. They could leading us to achieve Deng Xiaoping's 4 modernizations. Just thinking about these possibilities makes me already totally excited. "Your Highness, if you don't need them." Perhaps the silence was too long for Wendy, that she began to worry and so whispered. "No, how could that be possible?" Roland said, not letting her speak one word more. "As many witches as arrive is as many I will accept." Around sunset, Nightingale returned smoothly with the last from the sisters from the Witch Cooperation Association. Roland, who was already waiting for them, had prepared a sumptuous dinner in the castle grand hall, trying to wash away the memories of the hardships they had encountered during their travels. The witches were obviously very hungry, but it was their first time dining in such a grand environment. they were all acting very reserved. For many of them, it was the first time seeing a lord, not to mention that this lord was even a prince of this country. Fortunately, in addition to Roland himself, there were also the two local witches Anna and Nana who demonstrated how to act, and not to forget there was also the lively lightning. In the end, they were finally able to let go of their shyness and start to enjoy the banquet, even starting a happy conversation. Roland was chewing on a slice of bread. At the same time, he was also looking on with high spirit at the quite different styled women before him. Even with their uniqueness, they could all still be regarded as beautiful women. This was the great gift of magic. Even with the technology of the science in the future, those witches wouldn't have the need to use any of it. Even without cosmetic surgery, their appearance was still able to turn every head. Since Carl still wasn't finished with the construction of the living area for the witches, the only possibility was to place all of them inside of the castle. There were still 4 rooms vacant on the second floor. So Roland considered changing the single-person rooms into double occupancy rooms. After all, those big beds were actually prepared for visiting nobility. It could easily accommodate 2 people and still have room to spare. The prince waited until the end of the dinner and then finally asked the long-awaited question, what were their abilities? Like a wolf herding sheep, Nightingale brought them one after another into the office. There Roland asked all of them specific questions about their life and abilities, etc., all things that were comparable with a job interview. He recorded each of their characteristics. He also tested their abilities while being protected by the effect by a god's stone of retaliation. When the last interview with the witches was finally completed, he took a deep breath and stretched out his tensed body. If he wasn't afraid that Nightingale might be directly beside him, eavesdropping, he would have liked to start humming Superstar. Although there weren't any witches with the ability of electricity or shaping material, which could have been used to raise the slow modernization speed, but this batch of witches was still able to bring Roland an ample amount of pleasant surprises. First and most important of them was the witch called Leaves. He spread all the records he had collected over the table and took hers back into his hands. Prior to adulthood, Leaves was still only able to speed up the growth of plants and their fruits. But after her day of adulthood, her ability had greatly improved. Besides her growth control of plants, she could now also manipulate them. The first ability could be used to improve the quality of fruits and seeds, increase yield, and also increase their herbal effects. Her ability also had possibility of altering a plant's characteristics and traits. According to her explanation, if she put her magic into a plant, she was able to grow green leaves on a dead branch. While if she put her magic into weeds, she could wrap them around her enemy's feet and doing so entrap them. But the most remarkable thing was that she was able to integrate herself into a tree. However, the bigger the plant, the more magic she had to spend to manipulate it. So she preferred using weeds during combat as it showed a faster effect while having a lower cost. The range at which she was able to cast her power, even through physical materials, such as earth, was around 5 meters. There was no doubt that the witch whose ability resembled her name and whose green hair also her appearance would be a good helper to improve the agriculture. So her importance to Roland was self-evident. Industrialization required a large population, and if there was a large number of people, it also needed an adequate supply of food to support the population. This was achievable through either self-producing or through trade. If they used the former possibility and the production wasn't efficient enough, most of their human resources would have to go work in the fields. The second point was very difficult to achieve because of this era's ability to transport goods. Now that he was able to lay his hands on a druid, Roland hoped to use only a few farmers to feed a large number of the industrial population, and with this, accelerate the process of industrialization in his territory. Therefore, in the future, he would let her practice improving the quality of wheat and barley seeds so that they would deliver a larger yield. As long as she only improved them by at least a little, it would still greatly help to improve his territory overall and raise the upper limit for the population. In addition, Roland had heard that the fjords also had some unique types of food. According to Lightning's description, it sounded like they had both potatoes and corn. If these rumors were true, then introducing those two plants as crops should become one of his highest priorities. After all, wheat itself wasn't a high-yielding crop. Roland carefully wrote down the future practice plan and then put Leaves' data aside, and then he drew the second piece of paper from the table. The second witch he had interviewed was named Scroll. She was also the oldest witch within the 7 survivors. This year, she was close to 40 years old. This was a really rare age for a witch. The older they became, the harder it was to resist the demonic bite. But when she described her ability to him, Roland could immediately understand why she had been able to reach that age. Her primary ability was having a much better memory than the ordinary person. Her memory has become so good that she could almost be regarded as already unable to forget anything. On her day of adulthood, she had also gotten a very interesting branch to her ability. She could read books and for a short period of time create a copy of it. Because of this, Roland named her ability the illusion of a book. Since she used her main ability almost all the time, Scroll could easily pass each day of awakening. This was also the reason why, even though she came from a very poor family, she was still so knowledgeable. This ability greatly enhanced her learning ability, especially for exercises where someone would need to remember important texts. Casting her branch magic was very taxing for her body. How long she could create a copy of a book was dependent on how much mana she had remaining within her body. Usually it was enough for 1 to 2 hours. Obviously, Scroll was a natural-born teacher. If in the future he wanted to increase the standard of education, she was a teacher who could teach nearly anything. Well, as for now, Roland thought her ability didn't offer much to practice, so he simply put her file to the side while thinking, when I have some leisure time, I can write some primary math and primary physics problems down to teach her, so that when the time is ripe, she will be able to enlighten the education sector. TN, Information to the 4 Modernizations. Chapter 98, New Witches, New Abilities, Part 2. The name of the third witch was Hummingbird. She was a witch that had a small size, just like her nickname depicted. When asked to perform her ability, she had acted much more cautiously than the other witches had. It was just in this year that she had become an adult, had symmetrical dimples on her cheeks and very delicate features with a waxy, soft voice. Summing it up, she was cute. Her ability was to lighten an object. When she put her magic into an object, its weight would be greatly reduced. According to her description, the weight would almost become close to 0. Roland let Hummingbird give him a live demonstration with her own cup, seemingly letting it float in the air. In other words, its weight was about equal to the air. Of course, in this era, in the eyes of the people, the air had no weight. It seemed it was due to her ability that the Witch Cooperation Association was able to cross the impassable mountain range. With the help of this young witch, the bags could be filled up with the wheat and dried fish and were still easily to carry. Like this, only a few people had been needed to carry a lot of materials, which had significantly reduced the trouble with logistic. Although Hummingbird had already become an adult, but she still hadn't developed any branch magic. To cast her magic, she needs to be in contact with her target. In addition, the target wasn't allowed to be a living entity. The bulkier the object, the more time would need to transform its weight and the more magic she would consume. However, once the conversion was completed, it would last for several hours. This capability looked to be very suitable for the transportation industry, and it also had some promising uses in the upcoming war. But there were still just too many unknown elements, so her ability still needed to be more researched before that. Thinking all this trough, Roland wrote at the bottom of her parchment, learning to control the needed magic output by training with stones of different weights, so that in the end she can precisely determine the effective time of her magic. After finishing the first 3 training programs, he ordered his attendant to light another candle, making the room brighter. But even with this, in the waving orange candlelight, the reading and writing became much more tiring to his eyes. Roland yawned and took the parchment with information concerning the 4th witch. The 4th witch had a rare surname. With her full name, she was called Soriazone. She belonged to a merchant family from Greycastle and had brown short coils and a pair of slender eyes. On top of her nose, she had a small freckle which didn't destroy her beauty. Instead, it gave her a unique touch of youthful vitality. She was 19 years old, and her ability was also a very special. After all, she was able to paint a picture of everything she saw or could imagine. In addition, with her magic pen, which was her branch ability, she was able to draw without any paint on any paper, and it would be just like creating a photorealistic image. Her ability, which was just like a camera, had endless possibilities, and as for her training, he would just let her draw some paintings every day. Afterwards, he pulled out the next parchment. The 5th witch was called Echo and was a woman from the extreme south. She was tall, had brown skin, and her eyes and nose had the typical southern features, giving her a very exotic look. According to her story, after her awakening, she was able to imitate any animal's call, and after her day of adulthood, her calls had only gotten more wonderful and charming. She didn't develop any branch ability. Roland decided to name her ability Magic Sound. As for the long-time uses, he had no idea, even for practice possibilities. She should just roar at the top of her voice as much as she wants. The 6th witch who came in to be interviewed was Lily, who was only 16 years old. She had 2 ponytails and a delicate doll-like face, without showing any facial expressions while sitting in front of Roland. Her ability was to prevent food from rotting, and even though her awakening had only been 1 year ago, she was still the witch with the most important role in the Witch Cooperation Association. Without any food preservation, a lot of food would have become inedible during their journey. Lily, together with Hummingbird, would be a good addition to his logistic force. As for how she kept the food fresh, whether she was killing the bacteria or had any other means, was still to be confirmed. Roland decided to let her practice on all kinds of meat and fruits, and that she should also confirm her magic power's time of duration ratio. He rubbed his tingling neck and put the information about the 6 witches on a pile and set them to the side. Now there was only one last piece of information on his table. After leaves, she was the next surprise for Roland. 7th witch, Mystery Moon. She was very nervous when she walked into the office. Nightingale even had to come in to comfort her for a while. Nightingale later whispered to Roland the specific reason why she was so nervous into his ear. Even so, her ability was still a mystery, yet it was known as the worst ability within the Witch Cooperation Association. It could even be said to be useless, since it was also easily accomplished by human labor. Coupled with often being blamed by Kara, she has become very timid, and now she feared that if Roland also thought that she was useless, he would ban her from Border Town. Her main ability was to magnetize an object. Before she reached her adulthood, she was only able to magnetize metallic objects. But afterwards, she was able to magnetize any object she was able to put her hands on. She also didn't have any known branch ability, and the magnetizing process was also extremely slow. According to her story, it would take her half a day to magnetize a square stone block the size of about half a foot. This ability wasn't of much use to the Witch Cooperation Association. A magnet wasn't new to them, Every huge vessel sailing across the seas was equipped with a 6-point compass, so they could easily identify their direction. On the contrary, her magnetized objects were causing problems. For example, a metallic pot which was lightened by hummingbird flew always in the direction of her magnetized objects. In the end, Kara even banned her from using her power. But for Roland, this taciturn girl was simply a priceless gift. She was also the reason why he wanted to hum Superstar. Was there anything more appropriate than the lyrics of, "You are electric, you are light"? Magnetoelectric, electromagnetism, was knowledge that any science and technology dog would know about. He thanked Faraday, Gauss, Ampere, and Maxwell wholeheartedly. With electricity, there also was light. Perhaps it wouldn't take him much longer, until he will be able to show Border Town a new miracle. A witch who was forbidden from using power and was still able to survive the demonic bite showed that her self-esteem wasn't so fragile. At least her desire to live on was much stronger than of most other people. Roland was secretly overjoyed that she only joined the Witch Cooperation Association less than a year ago, or else over the years she would most likely have become a living ruin under Kara's rule. With much enthusiasm he wrote, "In the following days, Mystery Moon will magnetize a variety of items as training and determine the relationship between the consumption of her magic and the size she magnetize." With the addition of these 7 new witches, Roland witch lineup had increased to 12. After seeing so many examples, Roland got a general understanding of magic. Their traditional classification of combat and non-combat type wasn't reasonable. Roland instead preferred to divide them by the characteristics of their magic abilities. Summarizing it, the witch's ability can basically be divided into 3 categories. The first category was the self-strengthening type. This type of ability seemed to be very rare. So far, only Scroll seems to belong to this category. Even under the effect of God's Stone of Retaliations, she still wouldn't lose her extraordinary memory. The second type was the summoning type. Anna, Nightingale, Nana, Lightning, Wendy, Leaves, Soria, Echo, and Lily all fell into this category. Its characteristic was that the magic could be summoned outside of their body. Yet the area of effect was only about 5 meters or less. Witches that fell under this category were the witches who were the most suppressed by God's Stone of Retaliation. Once they stepped into its suppression zone, any magical effect would disappear. However, in the case that the power was used before it was blocked, the result was permanent and irreversible. The third type was the attaching magic type. This belonged to Hummingbird and Mystery Moon. Their magic was displayed by direct contact with their target. The conversion process was also very slow, and the consumption of magic was quite large, and it could always be interrupted by God's Stone of Retaliation. However, once the conversion was completed, the added properties became inherent properties, which were effective even within the suppressive area of the God's Stone of Retaliation. How long the enchantment took effect depended on the amount of magic power used and the object's size. Most probably, this is also the reason why the God's Stone of Retaliation is unable to suppress the rampaging magic during the demonic bite. He thought God's Stone of Retaliation doesn't affect the converging magic or the inner magical flow. It only affects magic during the processing time. Described in layman's terms, it only affects outside powers and no inside powers. Roland put the quill down and rubbed his eyes. No matter what, he was going to have a busy future. Chapter 99, Night Talk. The witches were unable to sleep at this time. After having suffered for so long, they still couldn't believe that they were so welcomed by the prince. There were no fetters and no guards. The prince even allowed everyone to live within the castle, sleeping in such spacious rooms. Wendy had already guessed that her sisters would feel uneasy, so she, together with Nightingale, had went to collect all of their sisters and meet in one room. There they sat on the ground in a circle, happily chatting and calming their emotions. This is the manner that a leader should have, Leaves thought to herself. If it were Kara, who was absolutely scrupulous, she would never have noticed their condition, or even if she had noticed, she wouldn't see a reason to comfort her sisters. Sister Wendy, His Royal Highness, what shall we do? Hummingbird asked timidly. Our abilities are much worse than what you and Sister Nightingale can offer. This caused a feeling of resonance within her other sisters, who nodded to support her. Wendy, seeing this, began to laugh. Let me think, well, the first thing you all should do is to practice your ability. Practice our ability? Soria asked hesitantly. Does His Royal Highness want me to draw portraits of him all day long? Probably. Wendy patted Mystery Moon's head. You too. Even if Kara forbade you to use your ability in the camp, His Highness doesn't. Instead, he even encourages you to use and discover your own ability. But my ability brings problems to our sisters, said Mystery in a very low voice. Even if that is the case, you still need to practice, said Wendy categorically. It's to save your lives. What does life and death have to do with training our abilities? Leaves couldn't help herself from asking. Yes, the witches with His Highness method were able to safely survive the day of awakening. Nightingale interjected before Wendy could answer. From now on, we can bid farewell to the demonic bite. All of us sisters can easily pass the day of awakening. All the witches were now staring at Nightingale, and for the moment, they couldn't believe what they heard. Are you speaking about what happened to Miss Anna? Scroll asked in astonishment. But last time you didn't tell us how she was able to accomplish it. Yes, at that time it was still only His Highness speculation, but in the meantime, it was also Nana's day of awakening. All day long she wasn't hurt. Then this method is... Scroll couldn't speak any further. It was just too unbelievable. As long as we can consume all of our magic power daily, Nightingale continued to explain. I'm able to see how the magic power within your bodies changes. Due to regular usage, your body is able to adapt to the magic, and your magic reserves will also increase. While at the same time, the suffering during the demonic bite will also be reduced. When it is close to your day of awakening, as long as you consume all your magic and keep your magic reserves empty, the demonic bite won't cause your body any harm. I think everyone can even faintly feel it, Wendy added. While we were always chased by the church, we always hid in the furthest parts of town, not daring to use our abilities. So every winter we lost many sisters. But this year, while living in the camp in the impassable mountain range, besides for Ari and Ami, everyone else was able to safely live through the day of awakening. Thinking about this, Leaves took a deep breath. When she had encountered the demonic bite while traveling through the wilderness, its duration was exceptionally short. In other words, the Holy Mountain is not a piece of land. Yes, the Holy Mountain isn't a place, Wendy nodded. As long as we can accept ourselves as what we are, not thinking of ourselves as the devil's subordinate, and when no longer hide our abilities, we are our own Holy Mountain. Wendy had even asked His Highness if he allowed her to go to the Witch Cooperation Association camp when the months of the demons had ended, to tell you the news. Nightingale looked at Wendy and softly said, like this, even if you hadn't found the Holy Mountain, you could still live freely within the mountains. Since everyone is here now, it is unnecessary to mention this. Wendy smiled and shook her head. It isn't important if you are needed by His Highness or not. Even if it's only for the reason to keep yourself safe, you need to practice every day. If this is really the key to release us from the demonic bite, can it be that other witches were already aware of this? Scroll asked, and after thinking for a moment, she answered her own question. We weren't the first witch society. The Kingdom of Dawn and the Wolfheart Kingdom had already their own societies. We even sent them letters inviting them to accompany us on our search for the Holy Mountain, but we never received any reply from them. Leaves gently sighed. She had the same thought, but didn't say it. Since Kara found the ancient book in the ruins at the eastern border of the Kingdom of Grey Castle, She firmly believed in the holy mountain and took us all with her on her endeavor. At this point, the society started their long march into the exile, almost across the entire kingdom. During the journey, we meet many new sisters, but we also lost a lot of them. If from the beginning we had hidden ourselves within the ruins, would we have found the key? "We can try to contact the witches hiding in other cities," suggested Nightingale. This was His Highness' plan anyway. He wanted to let other witches know of this safe haven by releasing rumors. Like this, it would surely greatly release their worry. In the end, "I still don't understand the point why His Highness should accept all of us witches," asked Echo, clearly confused. The Southern Witch had clearly suffered worse than most of the other witches. First, she was sold by her own people to a businessman of the port of Clearwater, who then took her all the way to the capital, selling her once again to the king. She was forced to learn the royal etiquette and how to dance. She even had to learn how to skillfully please a man. If it weren't for the Witch Cooperation Association, who rescued her, she would probably already have been sold for an exorbitantly high price to the hands of a duke or minister. Until now, her speech had still her own southern accent. "Maybe he is just the same like those who previously wanted to buy you," said Lily with a sneer. "Men are." "Don't talk about things you don't understand, Lily," said Nightingale, resolute and clearly unhappy. "His Highness, Lord Roland, is clearly different from all those you spoke about. After all, some of us are already living here for quite a while." "Let's end it here for today," decided Wendy, and said while still wearing her kind smile, "It's already late, so everyone should go back to their rooms and try to get some sleep." Even if your ability really isn't useful to His Highness, he still said that what he wants is for all of you to be able to live a life in Border Town that is as normal as possible. If you want to know what His Highness will ask you tomorrow, it is— here she deliberately paused for a moment. "I want you to accept this contract." After Scroll and Leaves had finally returned to their own room and closed their door, the former said, "It's getting late, we should sleep now." Well, even before His Highness had asked about her ability, he had already arranged a room for her and Scroll together. Even so, he had said that this was only a temporary arrangement, and if the construction within the town was finished, she could get her own room. But in her view, this bed was spacious enough for 3 people, so it wasn't really a problem. She took off her coat, got under the quilt, and was immediately wrapped by an indescribable soft and comfortable feeling. After feeling so much pleasure from finally having a comfortable bed to sleep in, Leaves couldn't help herself and began to happily croon while burying her head into the pillow. After a long time, she softly asked, "Do you blame Kara for what we had to face?" Scroll kept silent for a very long time. Then she sighed and finally spoke. "No one can predict the future, no matter what she later did. At least at the beginning, she really wanted to find a home for us witches, where we could live in peace, without having to have anything bad in our minds. But this is of no importance. You should sleep now, child." With this, she closed her eyes and murmured, "Good night." Chapter 100, The Ancient Book and the Traces It Gives, Part 1. Just as Wendy had said, the next morning, directly after breakfast, a maid came and brought them to Roland's office. There the prince handed them a fine piece of parchment. Taking into account that some of the witches were illiterate, Scroll read its contents to them, followed by them signing it with their fingerprint. Roland knew that it was hard for them to understand the meaning of each line written in the contract, but this wasn't important. After some time, they would begin to understand what he wanted from them. He also knew, even if this was a slave contract, they would still have put their signature under it. But Roland didn't think that it was good to lose his principles just to get some small benefits. Since they chose to follow this road, we have to look to where it is leading them to. At the moment, everything he made was the laying of a foundation to form a positive cycle for the future. A long-term investment which should end in a win-win situation for both sides. After receiving the signed documents, Roland gave out the training plan he had developed yesterday evening and explained to each of them personally what they should do. When he had finished this, he called Leaves, Scroll, and Soria back into his office. After closing the door, Nightingale showed a royal salute, startling her sisters. "I've been thinking all night long about the story I've heard yesterday from Wendy." Roland opened the curtains, letting bright sunlight flood into the room. "She said you had encountered a terrible monster, and only 7 of you were able to survive. Even your Witch Cooperation Association mentor, Kara, died within the wilderness. So I want to know what you have encountered. Was it a mixed species or a demonic beasts?" Leaves was the first to speak. "They weren't demonic beasts. They were devils coming from behind of the gate of hell. They possessed a tall body and were able to ride on demonic beasts. They were also able to use magic, just." She hesitated for a moment. "Just like us." "They were devils." Roland frowned, turning his view to Soria. "Were you also present at the scene?" The spoken to nodded hesitantly. "You can draw the scene, right?" asked Roland, and gave her a piece of paper. Soria closed her eyes, remembering the painful memory, but regardless, she still took the paper and went to the table. Following this, she began to fully display her ability, taking her magic pen in hand. The pen started to release colorful light, which flew from her hand directly onto the paper. A lifelike picture gradually took form on the paper, and during the whole drawing process, Soria never opened her eyes once. When Roland stepped near the table, he discovered that the picture's imagery looked very realistic. No, he had to correct himself. This wasn't a painting, but an image taken from a real-life scene. Her ability was just like a camera, reproducing the genocide in the wild from a first-person perspective. When she had completed the painting, Soria's forehead was covered in sweat, clearly indicating that the memory was a nightmare to her. Nightingale went to the table too, taking a look, and asked, "Are these the devils you had encountered?" "Yes, those are." Leaves pointed to the nearest one from the perspective the picture was taken. The devil, wearing metal gloves, was able to summon lightning attacks, while the other one was unusually strong. He could throw a spear several times faster than an arrow shot from a bow. More than a dozen sisters died under their hands, but they weren't able to use their special attack the whole time. It was in such a moment of recharring when I was able to kill them. "You were able to kill them on your own?" Roland asked. Kara's magic snake had ripped open Iron Hand's pipe, and he eventually died from that wound. "I used the same method to kill the other one with a crossbow. The pipe seems to store some red gas, and if the gas leaks out, they die." "Well, this thing seems to resemble an oxygen tank. How is it possible for creatures in the wild to have something like this?" Roland asked himself in confusion. But directly saying that they have to be aliens is a little too premature. Looking at their clothes, they are patched together out of pieces of leather and animal skins. This shows that their level of civilization can't be much further developed than ours is. Whether it was by using magic or technology that they were able to cross to other planets already shows their strength, while the people on Earth are still fighting against each other all the time. Of course, we cannot rule out the point that it's just an innate skill of an exotic civilization. Roland thought, for now, the important point is to remember that the devil is not an invincible enemy. They can be killed. In addition to the devil, we also saw a city floating in the sky. Leaves added, "No matter how far we moved into its direction, it always stayed just in front of us." Lightning has mentioned something similar to it in her stories. I think she called it a mirage. "Can you also draw a picture of the city?" Roland asked in Soria's direction. She nodded, summoned her pen once more, and begun to paint a city floating in the sky, just as Leaves had said. Roland viewed the picture carefully, but he was unable to get much information from the vague scenery. Even if the city displayed in the picture really is only a mirage, it still means that somewhere within the wildlands there has to be the real one. There seemed to be red clouds above the city, Maybe this is the gas that is needed by the devils. This explanation is much more reasonable than thinking about aliens. After all, the vast wide lands behind the impassable mountain range is a complete mystery zone, where for a long time no one had set their feet into, so detecting a new race isn't too surprising. I heard from Nightingale and Wendy that Kara decided to look for the holy mountain after she read about it in an ancient book, Roland asked. Scroll, have you also read the book? Scroll hesitated for a moment, but then she answered. Kara didn't allow anyone to read the book, but I have still seen a little. But the text was quite messy yet, also incredible. Can you make a copy of it and show me? The text written in the book isn't true, Your Royal Highness. That the holy mountain doesn't exist confirmed this, she sighed, but still raised her right hand. I hope you won't get confused by the book's content. Suddenly, a book out of golden light appeared midair. The book flipped open, and its sides turned with an incredible speed. When the book came to its end, it fell directly into Scroll's hands. Your Highness, I hope you are the only person who will read it. I don't want to see any of my sisters become like Kara. Roland took the book out Scroll's hands and comforted her. I got it. When the other witches left the office, Nightingale quietly appeared sitting on the couch. She had lifted up her robe, as usual, and placed both her feet on the table and chewed happily on a dried fish. You don't want to see it? Roland, with a smile on his face, asked. With a scoffing voice, she answered, I'm not interested in anything that lunatic loved to look at. Roland shook his head, sat himself back behind the table, and carefully opened the book. The pages felt just as if the book has become a reality. Just like Scroll had said, most of the content was messed up. It seemed as if the text wasn't written in the common language, at least the grammar wasn't the same. Within the book, a blood moon was mentioned, as well as a huge stone gate, but nowhere did he find any trace of the holy city. In fact, apart from some words, he was occasionally able to understand. The meaning of many other words wasn't clear for him. Most of the book's content he just couldn't read. In the end, his summary was, even if I knew every word, I'm not sure if I would be able to understand it completely. I'm not sure if it is because of the short peak scroll was only able to take, or if the book was just recorded this way. Roland skipped through the long passages, jumping straight to the end. Even so, the book was quite thick. It had very little content, and most of its sides were blank. But when he turned to the last page, he suddenly saw a readable text. The previous neat writing became illegible, as it had been written down in a hurry, but the content was understandable and cleared many questions. The first sentence, still written in neat handwriting, was, We have failed. Mortals cannot overcome the devil. TN, fan art contest. We would like to start a fan art contest to both celebrate Chapter 100 and take the good opportunity that the chapter offered. So, do we have any Sorias within our readership? People who want to present us with a picture of one of the 2 scenes described in this chapter, or any other remarkable scenes from the first 100 chapters. Rules. Artists can submit as many pieces of artwork as they want. All mediums are accepted. Drawings, paintings, digital artwork, etc., no plagiarizing. Submissions must be related to release that which. Any scene within the translated chapters will be accepted. Timeframe: October 17th to November 17th. Submissions have to be sent to no zip files, exe files. Voting will occur between November 18th and October 31st. Results will be published on December 1st. Prizes: First place, 3 free chapters whenever you want them. Second place, 2 free chapters whenever you want them. Third place, 1 free chapter whenever you want it. Please give me notice and understand that it will not be instantly released. All contributors have the opportunity to introduce themselves and provide a link to their website, DeviantArt page, portfolio, or anything else in order to promote themselves. I wish you all good luck with your drawing slightly smiling face. Goes into the corner and prays please have at least 3 submissions. Chapter 101, The Ancient Book, and the Traces It Gives, Part 2. What does this mean? Roland rubbed his fingers over the handwritten line. Had the original owner of this ancient book also had to fight against those monsters in the wild lands? He turned his view further down and continued reading. The devils grew each day in number, but every day we became less. God's stone of retaliation was also unable to stop them. It would only work against their unparalleled strange powers, but even without relying on their magic, they were still fierce and terrible enemies. The holy city of Taquilla has already fallen into the enemy's hands. The only option left to us was to scatter in all directions. Over the mountains, across the rivers, trying to flee as far away from the gates of hell as possible. But for the next time, where should we flee? But this isn't something I have to think about. I am going to die. Natalia, the devil's power is corroding my body, and every one of our drugs are malfunction. I'm writing all this down because I have a simple matter I want to request of you to do for me. Alice's test of the God's punishment army is already approaching its end, and the test was a success. Even when facing the extraordinary devil warriors, they have nothing to fear. But she forgot the important point. Even if the God's punishment army will win, this victory won't belong to us. That's right. The God's punishment army will lead to our end. To stop her, only you are left. The text he managed to read wasn't long. Roland swept his gaze once more from beginning to end. He then closed his eyes and began to think about what he had read, trying to see it from Kara's perspective, assuming that she wasn't aware of the existence of the devils, and she thought the devil to refer to a witch. Using this assumption, it would be easy to imagine that the book was written from the perspective of a member of the church, fleeing from the witches. Then, combined with widely circulated rumors. After all, the rumors say that the witches are all the devil's minions, and that they gained their magic from the gate of hell. Kara most likely thought that the church actually wanted to hide the truth, that they changed the entry to the holy mountain to the gate of hell, and that for several hundreds of years, witches already had access to the holy mountain, and that they found there an eternal life. So the witches became more and more, yet the warriors of the church became less and less. Of course, this theory had many holes to it. For example, the author of the text said that the other side possessed strange powers when compared to ordinary people. Clearly, there were no witches who possessed these characteristics. Another example was that even under the suppression of the God's stone of retaliation, the witches were still able to let the church suffer a crushing defeat, which seemed too bizarre. So in the end, the reason why Kara went on the journey to the wild lands was still unknown. Maybe she had just been so eager that she didn't realize that it had already affected her judgment. There was still some content that he wasn't able to understand. Maybe the real cause stood therein. Roland preferred the latter possibility. At least he knew now that the devil that was described on the last page wasn't a witch, but was the description of the real alien race. But all this didn't reduce his doubts. Instead, it only increased his already numerous problems. In the end, since when was the church fighting against the devils? Even so, again and again, Roland went through the content of the book, but he was still unable to find the relevant content. The church had established their base in the north since the end of the War of Faith. The base was built to defend against the huge gap in the impassable mountain range against the demonic beasts. Later, they simply built a fortress on the plateau of the Hermes and simply called it the New Holy City. These two cities are now connected together, one on the high ground and the other was low-lying, but both were used to withstand the demonic beast's attack and not the devil's. Besides, he had never heard before of a place called Taquilla. If all of this was true, the church would have no reason to hide it. According to church's history books, they were always able to resist the attacks from the demonic beasts, and were also able to achieve great victories in their battle against the witches. This was all described in great detail as if they feared that anyone would forget of their great merits. But compared with the confrontation against the devils, how can they still treat the matter of the demonic beasts and the witches to be more worthy to particularize? The last question concerned the gods' punishment army. Evidently, this member of the church didn't want to see the gods' punishment army to appear. Furthermore, they even entrusted others to stop the person in charge of the experiment. Apparently, they seemed to have succeeded. Roland only knew that the church had an army of judges, but he had never heard of the gods' punishment army, of course. That doesn't rule out that the former fourth prince was simply just ignorant. However, if they really could foster warriors strong enough to fight against the devils, wouldn't it just increase the power of the church? So why would the author of the note write that it would cause their destruction? The place where they found this book should have additional information. It was Kara who found the book. Do you know where she found it? Roland raised his head and asked Nightingale. When I joined the Witch Cooperation Association, the sisterhood had already set foot on the road towards the Holy Mountain. Nightingale, who was still chewing the dried fish, answered absently. But Wendy had mentioned that at the beginning, the sisterhood didn't call themselves the Witch Cooperation Association. They were just a couple of witches from the Sea Wind region. Also among them were Kara, Wendy, and Scroll. Afterwards, when they left the Sea Wind region, they found a secret meeting place within a forest. But no one had expected that there would actually be a secret entry to an ancient ruin hidden there. She took another bite from her snack, licked her lips, and then continued. But except for Kara, no one else had went down to explore it. Did she find the ancient book within the ruins? At least, that's what Kara said. Nightingale curled her lips. And later then, they began to gather more and more witches. But it seems that their hiding place accidentally got leaked to the church, which later then brought a large army to surround the meeting place. Only 20 witches were able to escape, which was less than half of them. It was then that Kara decided to search for the Holy Mountain. So they established the Witch Cooperation Association, with the goal of finding the Holy Mountain as their highest priority. After hearing this story, he once more began to think about it. To study mysteries while knowing so little was just too inconvenient, even more so when it was history mixed with legends, leaving a blank in his mind. The ancient book didn't mention the year that it was written, and there was also no other big war mentioned in other history books he had read. The first person involved in discovering it was already dead, but maybe we can go to find the ancient ruin ourselves, he thought. But to Roland, it was also clear that it was basically an impossible task. The forest in the east was just too far away from border town. It was much more than just a short walk. It was a journey across the whole kingdom of Greycastle. But at this moment, the development of his territory was his highest priority. Roland stood up and walked to the window. There he had a perfect view over the back gardens. In the garden, the witches were training according to his training program. Now that his group of witches had grown to 12, it was finally time to set up an organization. In his conception, the organization didn't need any program or guideline. It was just designed to facilitate the management of the witches and the ability they were able to wield. Its function would be similar to the future generation of industrial associations. The rules of the organizations would also be as simple as possible. There would only be 2 rules. Do not take advantage of your ability to violate the law of the territory. And it is forbidden to use your ability to evade the law. At the beginning, Roland wanted to use the 3 laws of robotics, restricting the ability of the witches by not allowing them to injure or attack ordinary people, and so on. But then he thought that it would actually be unnecessary. Their ability was just the same as guns. When confronted with hazards, there was really no difference between using a gun or a witch's ability to defend themselves. And by deliberately stressing the difference between witches and ordinary people, the gap between these 2 groups would only grow further apart. So it wouldn't become illegal, he couldn't avoid his responsibility as a scientist and engineering dog. He had to express himself in the most concise way. As for the name of this organization, Roland had already long ago found a good one. The name of the new collective will be Witch Union. Chapter 102, The Honeysuckle and the Elk Families, Part 1. After nightfall, the elk mansion was brightly lit. While holding his invitation, Petrov was welcomed into the hall. The banquet to celebrate the birthday of the third young lady of the elk family, Orlia, had just begun. Only people with a prestigious or aristocratic background in Longsong's stronghold were allowed to attend the banquet. As for the Count himself, the birthday banquet was also very important. A woolen carpet was spread throughout the whole hall, and all the chamberlains wore a custom-made uniform so that they would easily be recognized. After all, it was Orlia's 16th birthday, which means that she reached the marriageable age. String music sounded throughout the hall, and attendants were walking in the crowd and handing out glasses of wine. The steaming food was placed on circular tables which were spread within the hall. Orlia, the protagonist of the birthday banquet, was wearing a canary dress and stood in a corner of the hall surrounded by a group of friends, seeming to be having a very lively chat with them. This was a new popular trend to celebrate, directly coming from the king's city. Previously, the banquets were held like this. Usually, there was a long wooden table placed in the hall, and all the guests were sitting at the table, waiting for the chef to serve the meal. Then, huge bowls with pork and whole chickens was served with butter and bread. In addition, there was also double-sided fried eggs served together with a large pot of lettuce leaves. But some years ago, the king came up with a new way to celebrate, and today this was now a mimic of the new style, but only in form. For example, the glasses given out were all made of different colors, instead of the normally transparent glasses. Within them, the wine was unable to bring out its mellow color. The circular tables are also covered with white tablecloths, rather than the greasy tablecloths they had used. As for the cooked food, the elk family was still serving the old Western style, very greasy and coarse. Seeing this, Petrov shook his head. The cook could at least have cut the meat into several small pieces. As usual, Petrov had already filled his stomach at home in advance, since he didn't want to cut the big pieces of meat like a surgeon. He was invited to this birthday party as the representative of his family, so he had to eat at least a mouthful of this oily food, even if it was only to save face. After all, Petrov didn't want to become a joke for the ladies. Long time no seen, man. Suddenly his neck was hooked by someone from behind. I heard you've been appointed as the Duke's messenger. How was the harvest of ore in Border Town? Were you able to steal a lot from them? Hearing this familiar voice, Petrov immediately knew that it was René, the second son of the Elk family, who was bent on becoming a knight, even though there wasn't any territory for him to manage. Such an idiot. As a friend, René would count as not bad, but Petrov still didn't want to speak about what he had encountered in Border Town. So he changed the topic. Shouldn't you be in the camp at the Cold Wind mountain range at this moment? I thought you were sitting in a tavern and trembling. Damn, René pushed Petrov away. It seems your mouth is unable to speak a single word of praise. This time, I wasn't even able to enter the new holy city. The day before the departure for the border guard, I got infected with a cold and had to lie for a whole week in bed. Good, you seem to have improved compared to the last time, but skipping the journey saved the guards a lot of inconvenience. This time you're wrong, René said suddenly, while a mysterious smile spread over his face. If I hadn't been lying in bed for a week because of the cold, I'd now be lying on the icy walls of the new holy city forever. What do you mean? Petrov raised his eyebrows in confusion. Listen, I have something to tell you. René, the second son of the Elk family, came close to Petrov's ear and whispered. The new holy city almost fell. The demonic beasts were even able to rush into the inner city. If not for the church's timing to release their strongest warriors, they would have been unable to hold the city. But during the fight, the armies of the four kingdoms had suffered heavy losses. Only a few soldiers of the Cold Wind mountain range were able to come back alive. In just a month, there are many wives who had become widows without any savings. He winked his eyes, then stretched out 2 fingers, and now they will get 2 silver royals as compensation. Hey, don't use that look on me. I can't do anything about it. Are you sure this news is true? What happened to the border guards? Of course, I've seen it with my own eyes. When the Lord received the news, he fell ill. René shrugged. As for the guards, what else could they do instead of slowly recruiting new guards? Now the North is desperately in need of experienced soldiers. If not for my call to come home, I would be commanding a cavalry squad right now. That isn't the important point, Petrov thought to himself. The border guards from the Cold Wind mountain range was also the primary defense against the church's army of judges. Now, the generals and soldiers of the Four Kingdom are buried at the Hermes. If that doesn't taste a little bit of a conspiracy, then I don't know what does. If they plotted to attack us, the north of the Kingdom of Greycastle, which is now like a nearly stripped bare woman, how many soldiers are lost in the army of judges? They didn't fare much better than the other 4 armies. Think about it, they always rush to the front like fanatics. On the other hand, if the army of judges didn't attack, the soldiers of the other 4 kingdoms certainly wouldn't have moved, René said in disdain. Knights shouldn't be like this, always speaking about honor, but when they have to confront demonic beasts, shrinking back like little girls. You mean knights like the one in front of me now? Perrault smiled. Perhaps I'm just thinking too much into this. Even if the church wants to start a war against the North, it will have nothing to do with us here in Longsong's stronghold. Should the new king get headaches from thinking about this? Unfortunately, until now, no one has accepted my allegiance, or perhaps they just don't have the qualification to take me in. René paused, looked towards the door. The people of the Wolf family have come. I'm just going to greet them, and then I'll come back. Go, but don't come back. Oh, that's right, René retorted as he looked back. Have you noticed the handkerchief in the invitation? Were you the one that put it in? Petrov asked. Oh, if it was me, I'd only have given you some 2-days-old socks. René shook his finger. That was my younger sister's personal decision. Although the age gap is rather big, but as long as you have the intention, I can only say that you shouldn't wait, my friend. After all, you're already 22 years old by now. Petrov gave him a dirty look, but René just whistled innocently, then turned around and laughingly went away. After taking a glass of wine from an attendant, Petrov strolled by himself to the corner, while quietly looking through the lively hall. He noticed that Aurelia was still busy talking lively with her friends, but at the very same time as himself, she also took a secret look at himself, so that for a short moment, their eyes met. But immediately afterwards, Petrov saw that Aurelia quickly changed her line of sight, and on her cheeks emerged a touch of red of embarrassment. Petrov in return just smiled kindly. In his view, the other was just a little girl. All of a sudden, the sounds of a fierce discussion came from the other side of the hall, attracting the eyes of all the people present. What? He dared to say that? Yes, Cornelius, that coward, unexpectedly didn't even dare to let out a fart. He just came back with his tail between his legs, said the man with the loudest voice, shaming the whole of Longsong's stronghold. Petrov knew the man. If he remembered correctly, he was called Simon Elliot, a member of the Wolf branch family, who was also married to a very pretty woman. Petrov had seen the woman once. She really was charming. It seems as if you have a way to solve the problem. Someone teased. I may not be able to do it alone, but if you can get the Duke to notice of this ridiculous affair, I don't believe Roland Wimbledon would still dare to act so rampant any longer. Hearing the familiar name, Petrov was startled and started to follow the conversation, fully interested. Chapter 103, The Honeysuckle and the Elk Families, Part 2. What happened? Petrov went through the crowd and asked. Sir Hull, they were talking about the Lord of Border Town, answered someone that had seen the honeysuckle crest on his chest. He has confiscated all the belongings of our people from Longsong's stronghold. You can call me Petrov. Tell me about the situation. Petrov ordered. Let me explain it to you, Mr. Petrov, Simon said while pressing through the crowd, revealing a pleasing smile. This is how it is. We serve the Duke with our lives, so I lived in the border town, where I was responsible for managing the mines. Every winter, we will take the town's residents back with us to the Longsong stronghold, where we are able to protect them from the demon beast's attack. But this year, after the end of the months of the demons, when one of my colleagues, Cornelius Fletcher, came back to Border Town, the Lord told him that his house has been demolished by the townspeople and that he wouldn't receive any compensation for it. If you don't admit that the house didn't belong to you, I will put you in prison for desertion, where you will wait for the day of your hanging. He said, exactly copying the fourth prince's words. Sir, you have to understand, what he called defection is the procedure we have used for over 100 years. Petrov couldn't stop himself from imaging the young man's appearance in his mind. Although to the outside world, the prince was extremely unbearable, but compared with his personal experience of their 2 meetings, Roland Wimbledon was no pushover. Also, his method of handling the crime of defection hit the nail on the head, however. The other side didn't try to think the matter through and was only looking for a reason, but the prince never thought to convince the group of people with reason. He has already broken away from Longsong's stronghold long ago, Petrov thought. Or, when he thought about it further, how can it be that the prince never knew that the nobility would seek refuge in Longsong's stronghold? Obviously, that isn't possible. He clearly knew, yet he still forced a criminal charge upon them, forcing the other side to make a choice. But in the end, he still let the other party come back to Longsong's stronghold to report such a barbaric act. In the end, what is it that the prince wants to achieve? But he is still the Lord of Border Town, said the man who Simon previous laughed at. As the Lord, he has the power to dictate the rules within his own land. Border Town still belongs under the jurisdiction of the Western Territory. Simon retorted unhappy, with a cold voice. Do you question the authority of Duke Ryan? As the Duke, it's his job to supervise the mine, and he appointed the nobles to do it in his name. But now Roland had taken all the houses of the nobility for himself, which is openly pitting himself against the 6 families. Duke Ryan will never stand by and only look as he does as he pleases. You're speaking about the man who hanged Dimitri Hill. Petrov didn't know when René came over. My father has been furious. Young lord, Simon said, greeting him with a salute. It is exactly that man, and now he is behaving even more wildly. I'm afraid that only Duke Ryan can stop the prince, and I hope that you will convey this issue to the Duke. Don't worry, even with or without this matter, Duke Ryan is already prepared to play his cards. René seemed not the least bit concerned about the future. It is for exactly this matter that I've come back. It is just that at this moment, my eldest brother is still in the king's city, setting his name under a trade contract. So at the moment, only I can lead the Elk family. Really? That's great, Simon said happily. Petrov frowned. He himself knew that since the moment he came to deliver the trade offer, and the prince chose to stay for the winter in Border Town, that such a day would come sooner or later. But he had never expected that his own friend would be fighting in this battle. Despite all the onlooking eyes, he pulled René directly to his side, trying to discourage him. You shouldn't go to battle, that is a prince you're fighting. I know he is a prince, the prince of the mountain. René patted on Petrov's shoulders. Rest assured, Duke Ryan will not hurt the prince. Maybe just as in the past, he will surrender when he meets resistance. Even if he wants to resist, as long as we launch an attack on our horses, those farmers and miners will scatter. The 4th prince has never brandished a sword or spear. I think he won't even manage to cut a hair. No, I was worried that you would be hurt by him. But he was unable to say it. He knew that the others would never believe him, because even for himself it was still difficult to believe. The prince can only rely on farmers and miners, while the duke can rely on knights. I do not know why, but my heart becomes uneasy when I think about it. Master Petrov, your father called for you. He has something to discuss with you. A white-haired steward suddenly rushed to the side of Petrov and talked into his ear. I've got it, Petrov nodded, and after an early goodbye to Renee, he took a coach back to the house of Honeysuckle with his housekeeper. Father! He entered the study and saw his father Shalafi Hull writing something by the table. When he heard Paul's voice, the count did not pause his writing. You have to sum up the number of people and their income within our domain and deliver your summary to me. I will then arrange the soldiers for the spring expedition. Duke Ryan has already sent out his call for weapons. When the snow melts, we and the other 5 families have to provide him with knights and mercenary, which will then march against Border Town. How much do we have to provide? The count put the pen down and raised his head. What happened? Until now you have never concerned yourself with this kind of problem. He reached to the side of the table and opened a letter. We have to send at least 25 knights, together with their corresponding squires and horses. Also for the mercenaries, they must be fully equipped, and lastly we have to send 100 free people or serfs, who have to be equipped with simple weapons. Petrov summed up the troops within his head. If I add all the soldiers provided by the 5 families, we will provide more than 1,000 soldiers. Together with the Duke's own troops, it will add up to a force able to sweep away any power in the Western Territory, even if the Longsong stronghold didn't send there. Defending troops, this force isn't something that Border Town can resist. After all, Border Town only has 2,000 inhabitants. Father, can you please stay away from the battlefield? Petrov asked hesitantly. What do you want to say, son? The count asked strangely. I'm worried about your safety. His Royal Highness only has a few knights and less than 50 guards. Our numbers are more than 10 times greater than his. Theoretically, this was the case, but his father had never seen the prince before, but Petrov did. But, Father, everybody said that the wall made up out of mud paste will soon collapse, but the prince presided over the construction, and it still stands. They also said that Border Town, using only miners and farmers as soldiers, cannot stop the demonic beasts. His Royal Highness has not only done this, he was even able to defend his town until the end of the demons of the months, and during the whole months, no one fled from Border Town. The more he said, the more disturbed his heart became. Now, once more, everyone thinks that Duke Ryan will defeat Roland Wimbledon, running over the prince as easily as running over an ant. Father, are you certain that it will be as easy as you think? That's enough. Shalafi slammed his fist onto the table. He shook his head and stood up. Then he went to the wall on which the portraits of their ancestor hung. You always liked more to be a businessman and buy and sell goods than riding a horse and going to war. This is fine for me, but being a merchant is not equal to being a coward. Those merchants who crossed the ocean were threatened with death every day, he shouted, pointing at the wall. Look at the portraits, your grandfather, your grandfather's grandfather. They all leaned on their longbow or their sword and defended themselves against demon beasts, bandits, and brigands. You disappoint me, being so afraid of fighting. No, father. Petrov bowed his head, no longer motivated to argue. But within his heart he thought, you are talking about grandfather and grandfather's father. But if you took a closer look at those powerful faces, and then take a look at your loose belt and your overflowing double chin. Father, do you really believe you are able to use the bow? Chapter 104, Planning and Entertainment. On a sunny afternoon, it was finally time for Roland to fulfill his promises. He conferred the title of Viscount to Sir Payne. In addition to the title, he also received a territory to the south of the Shishui River and the right to set up a small village on the other side of the river. Currently, This new territory was still covered by jungle, but Roland had already planned to develop the land. In order to make him give up the autonomy of his newly acquired territory, Roland promised Sir Payne that he would give priority in opening up the territory as soon as possible. Furthermore, on the open ground, Roland would also establish several different kinds of industries that would generate shares to be given to Sir Payne and his descendants. Roland, of course, used his technical abilities as the reason to describe why it was needed for him to supervise the industries. He also explained to him that it was a pretty good possibility to receive money without having to do anything. Sir Payne readily agreed to this offer. After all, he didn't like this kind of work. In his view, there was nothing more interesting than riding a horse into battle. But after he had his daughter, he instead put his focus into hunting. The industries in his old territory had already long since been ruined, so he simply asked Roland to help him sell his land, which was located east of Longsong's stronghold. After all, his family had already completely moved and started to live in Border Town. Roland naturally agreed to his request. Another person he conferred a title to was Brian, who was awarded with a knighthood. Afterward, Brian had to choose if he wanted to get his own territory or still wanted to serve in the army. If he chose the land, then he could no longer serve in Border Town's first army. If he decided to join the army, he had to, just like the others, receive his land due to the achievement of his military merits. Without any hesitation, Brian chose the latter option. As a result, Roland could finally start with planning the general layout of his territory, with the Shishui River as one boundary and the impassable mountain range as the other. The living area had a length of 3 kilometers and a width of 7 to 8 kilometers. After the construction of the residential areas, it could also later be used as a prize, which could be given as an additional reward to promoted officers. The other side of the Shishui River will become the future industrial areas and agricultural areas. The land could be extended to the south, but the only problem was that it was still covered by forest. In addition, its topography sloped higher and lower in the further distances. To meet the needs of the population, Roland must begin to reclaim the land. The border area to the west of the garrison and the forest where the demonic beasts hid themselves were also important areas to open up. The forest has a wide range of treasures, such as wood, edible fungi, wild animals, herbs, and more. In addition to using wood for construction and in industry, it could also be used as a fuel source. The vast area covered by the forest was staggering. Roland had already sent Lighting to explore it, but even flying more than 30 kilometers, she still hadn't been able to see its end. That meant that if all of the wood in the forest was to be used for building a fire, it would burn for a very long time. The last area was the territory between the hiding forest and the impassable mountain range. It was a no-man's land, a restricted area, in other words, a barbarian wasteland. He could only speculate how big the area between the impassable mountain range and the border of the forest was. Both borders were extremely vast. It had to be much bigger than the territory of the Kingdom of Greycastle. In the face of such an extremely large and ownerless land, Roland's heart began to itch. But he also knew that for the moment he was temporarily unable to bother himself with this piece of land. At present, the most important thing for Border Town was to increase its population. Back in his office at the castle, he called for the artist Soria. "How was your work? Are you still helping out in the town hall?" "I have never painted so many paintings in one day." She seemed to be in a much better condition than the last time he had seen her. "Today, I have already finished the basic pictures, but only painting pictures of their heads while looking through a window feels a little strange." "They would easily become scared when they see your magic pen," the prince smiled. "They know that there are witches in Border Town, but if you get in close contact with them, it could easily cause accidents. So we just took some simple hidden measures, not letting them know that you are a witch. Later, their opinion will slowly start to change. Sorya's photographic ability helped to bring Roland's citizenship registration program to a new level. For this plan, he had emptied a room in the town hall and then used the room to store the information about the town's citizens. It was similar to a population register. On each piece of paper were written their names, ages, addresses, blood relatives, and so on. This information was all the statistics he had gathered during the winter, and now the records were expanded with new content. The biggest change to all of their personal accounts was that he added to each of them a color photo. According to Roland's request, the town hall had set up a small room large enough for one person that was enterable without being seen. It had only a small window through which Sorya could see the face of the person she should paint. So when she painted the portrait of her subject, the other person couldn't see her using her magic pen. As to how it was possible for him to let the town's residents come over and give their personal information so freely, Roland's method was very simple. Whoever came over and gave their information got 10 copper royals. He ordered the town hall to allocate the money. Today I called you here to draw something else. Roland took out some cutout papers and gave them to Sorya. The latter noted that the sizes of those pieces of papers were exactly the same, with a size of half a palm and in a rectangular format. What do you want me to paint? Some props for entertainment, Roland said. He had this idea within his mind for a long time already. Every day the witches had nothing to do besides practicing their magic. This life had to be a bit boring. The same could be said for the prince, especially when he had to wait for the moment the snow finally melted. Until then he was stuck within the castle. Therefore, he came up with the idea of reinventing some games from his old word and finding a way for the witches to relax. The simplest possibility was to create a card game. But the soft, ordinary paper he had wasn't suitable for card games. Shuffling was also a hassle. However, with Sorya, he could finally make some more advanced things. Entertainment? She crouched her head, wondering what kind of entertainment she was painting on a square piece of paper. Okay, you have the final say. First, on this piece of paper, you have to draw a soldier with a heavy crossbow. Imagine. Yes, the armor, the body shape, age, and the surroundings, everything up to you to freely imagine, as long as it has a heavy crossbow. I will try it. Sorya closed her eyes, meditation for a while, then she summoned her pen into her hand, and soon a bright light streamed from her hands onto the paper. Soon, a middle-aged man looking just like a crossbow soldier appeared on the paper. Very well, Roland praised. Let me think about what the next painting should be. In the upper left corner of the paper and the middle position, draw a small circle at each of these positions. He recalled the card in his head. The first circle is white in the center with a golden coating, and the second one has an orange color together with a golden coating. He said, when the circles were finished, Roland let her add a number to the first circle, and to the second circle, you will add a bow and an arrow mark into the circle. The beauty of Sorya's ability lied in her ability to ignore the material she had to paint on. It didn't matter to her if it was a blank sheet of paper or an already painted piece. The second design can perfectly cover the former painting, like a layered mask. Thus, a delicate crossbow card appeared in front of Roland. Is this what you wanted? She asked. This is just the card of one unit. There are still many similar cards waiting to be painted by you. By the end, you will get a deck, and then I'll teach you how to play. When looking at Sorya, who was painting with her eyes closed, Roland felt a kind of hunch from his heart. Perhaps soon a dialogue like this would be heard within the castle. Do you have anything important to do? If not, let us first play a round of Gwent. TN. Thanks to the help of Busnus and Lord Vortex, are here some more information about Gwent. Chapter 105, Army Marching Song. Echo was sitting on the highest point of the castle, on the roof of the watchtower, from where she was able to overlook the whole town. She was only able to reach the top thanks to lightning taking her up on a piggyback ride. Now she had to stay here until sunset. Only then would the little girl come back and take her back down. At the moment, lightning should have already been on her way to the Longsong stronghold. The weather was very good today, the sun was shining brightly, and the river in the distance looked under the sunlight like it was made of satin, slowly flowing westwards, and dividing the green leaves on the one side and the snowy landscape on the other side into two sides. Lying comfortably in the sun, she felt as if her whole body was embraced warmly by the sun. It was completely unlike her previous time in the extreme south, where the scorching sunlight was so aggressive that it easily hurt her skin. Even the wind isn't the same. She thought, during my life, I've already felt 6 different kinds of wind. The slightly salty sea breeze in Port of Clearwater, while in King City, I felt the wind of the hot and damp monsoons. During my travel through the impassable mountain range, we were constantly accompanied by the freezing cold north wind. And now, here in Border Town, the light breeze has an earthly aroma to it. No matter what, the wind here is pure and independent. In the Iron Sand City, it was either so hot that there was no wind, or we would have an overwhelming storm. Then the wind became visible, and the storming air mixes with the stones and gravel. From afar, it looked like a giant black monster. Every time the wind came up, I had to hide inside a house or any place else which wasn't in the open. There was nothing that was able to stop the wind. Echo still wanted to throw up, and taking her revenge when she thought about her past. It was nearly 4 years ago that she left Iron Sand City. Her Osha clan, unfortunately, was defeated during a fight for power, her father killed by their enemy even after he surrendered. Echo, who witnessed all this, wanted to rush to the enemy and take him down by herself, but at that moment, she had been caught off guard from behind. She didn't know how many members of her clan were still alive after these 4 years. Before she was sold as a slave to the Port of Clearwater, she heard that her Osha clan had violated the agreements of the sacred duel and were now spurned by the 3 gods, who then exiled them to the Endless Cape, never being allowed to return to Iron Sand City. But Echo knew that it was all a conspiracy by the Tibia clan. They had smeared black oil on their whip, and as long as this oil was ignited, even water was unable to put it out. It was this trick which caught her brother, the clan's strongest warrior, off guard in the duel, so that he was burned alive, leading to the chaos in their team's formation. In the Endless Cape, the only thing beside the hot sand were the ever-burning fires of Mother Earth, who was even more maniac than her brother, the Emperor of the Sea. Soon the people of her clan would have turned into bones, but in the end, her fate as a slave was even more miserable. When Echo awakened to her power, she knew that she had become a witch. Naturally, she thought about revenge, but in the end her ability was useless. She was only able to release sound. No matter how much she begged the gods, they never heard her prayers. 6 months later, when she was living in the Port of Clearwater, she came to an understanding. The thought that they were loved by the 3 gods was in truth only their self-deception. Under the jurisdiction of the church, the witches were all hunted inside the 4 kingdoms. From that day on, Echo completely gave up on her hope for revenge. At this moment, suddenly a billow of smoke rose from the distance. She looked to the east bank of Shishui River, and she saw several lights of green flames flash through the trees. The black smoke of the burning trees mixed together with the vapor of the melting snow, forming a gray plume in the sky. It was Anna's green flame. When they arrived for the first time in Border Town, Wendy had briefed the sisters about Anna and Nana. When Echo heard about Anna's ability, she was very envious. Anna was able to freely manipulate flames. It could even reach the temperature hot enough to melt swords. If she had such a powerful ability when she had lived in Iron Sand City, the people of the Tibia clan would never have been able to hurt them. Echo shook her head. Thoughts like these were totally unnecessary, Most probably her people had already turned into bones. Since she was still alive, she could count herself as lucky. Since His Royal Highness was willing to accept her, she should complete the orders given by His Royal Highness. She cleared her throat and began to hum the song according to the prince's demands. It was a cheerful ditty. The prince had only hummed the melody once, but she completely remembered the whole ditty. Music was nothing new to Echo. As a superior slave, she was taught many things. Seductive dances and flirtatious crooning were skills she'd had to master. But the music given by His Highness was completely differently. It was full of rhythm, full of powerful energy. Especially when he asked her to simulate the sound of a flute, every note was like a pulsing beat. People hearing this couldn't help themselves from wanting to dance. The difficulty lied in playing several instruments at the same time. Later, there were also drums and string instruments that were added. So she had to simulate 3 different kinds of sounds at the same time, which overlapped each other. Something like this was something that she had never done before. Previously, she would have never believed that music could also be played in this way. In the beginning, it was hard for her to make sure that the drums didn't disrupt the rhythm of the flutes. So Roland gave her the tip to play the beat with her hands or feet, and only later gradually start to fuse the 2 sounds together. After a few days of practice, Echo had gradually mastered this kind of music. After playing it for several times, she was self-assured enough to finally add the string instruments. When Echo played the new melody for the first time, she had to change the notes again a little. If the sound of the cheerful flute were the torso, the heated drums were the bones, and the last, seemingly embellished strings were the soul. She increased the beat over and over again until the 3 instruments were finally fully integrated. The sound was getting higher and higher until she couldn't stop herself from starting to sing. My attack power is higher than yours, so it's my win. Roland put his last card on the table, and Soria, who sat across of him, covered her face and said with a low voice, "One more round." Then she thought for a moment and shuffled through the cards. "Let me pick your 10 cards this time." "Well," coughed the prince, "it's already late. I have still several things to do. You should go to the other." After laying down a groundwork of different cards, the next part was to copy the already invented cards. With the template in front of her, Soria's speed of drawing was comparable to a printer. Soon, Roland got several copies of the same units. So naturally, Soria became his first opponent. After explaining the rules to her, the first card war was started. During the games, he quickly learned that the thinking process of the witches was completely differently from ordinary people. Soria quickly figured out the right way to use the skills. After playing for several rounds, Roland was still able to win, but this was only due using several special cards. When Soria asked him to create her own special cards, he shamefully rejected. "All right," Soria said. Then she took the cards into her arms and ran into the direction of the door. At this moment, a cheerful melody came through the open windows. Hearing this, Soria paused, turned around and ran to the window, taking a probing look outside. "Is that Echo? Well, it looks like she has completely mastered it." Roland leaned back in his chair and admired the familiar music. Border Town's first army would soon enter the first stage of comprehensive maneuvering. Compared with the training for shooting while standing on the wall, the comprehensive maneuvering would be carried out in the wild. At the same time that they moved through the wild, they had to hold their formation, always forming a shooting line. In order to make the soldiers march with the same pace, he had to rely on drums and slogans. But now with Echo, he could simulate several instruments at the same time. Now, they had only had to simply to learn English. Then they could implement several famous marching sounds. Compared to the simple drums, the marching song would not only control the marching speed, it would also effectively boost morale. Of course, the most famous marching song was the British Grenadiers, but Roland only knew its name, but he didn't know the full tune. But this didn't pose a problem for him, As long as he had the tune to the British Grenadiers, he could always rearrange its lines later. During the War of Resistance, the sound could be heard through the whole nation, north and south of the Yangtze River. And nearly everyone was familiar with its melody. After all, it was the famous gorilla's song. When Soria turned her head in the direction of the prince, she heard the prince following the song, gently singing. He sang in a language she had never heard before, but still, the melody and the lyric fitted together perfectly. We are all sharpshooters. Each bullet takes out an enemy. We are all soldiers with wings, unafraid of tall mountains and deep waters. In the dense forests, our comrades set their camps. On the tall mountains, our countless brothers are there. TN, information to the gorilla's song. Chapter 106, It's not the same for him. When Scroll knocked on the door, she quickly heard an answer from the other side. Please enter. Hearing this, she pushed open the door and stepped into the room. Within the room, she saw Anna sitting at her table in front of the window, busy reading a thick book. The sunlight was flooding the room through the window, stretching the woman's silhouette until it was unusually long. Within the sun, her soft cheeks and neck were dazzlingly white, and her shoulder-covering flaxen hair seemed to be made of white gold. After nearly a week of living together, Scroll had a basically understanding of Anna's temperament. For example, if she had something to say, she would speak bluntly and never equivocate. She was calm and quiet, especially studious. In short, it was difficult to find any other civilian-born person like Anna who was totally at peace with herself. How is it that you aren't playing that card game? Scroll took a chair and placed it next to Anna. During the last 2 days, whenever her sisters had finished their daily practice, they would immediately rush back to the castle, crowding Soria's room, playing the so-called Gwent card game, and competing against each other to collect more cards. It seemed like they would never get tired of this. She even saw that Anna and Nana played this game every day after they learned the rules. There were only rare occasions where they didn't play. Unlike the previous days, she would often see the young girl with the healing powers coming to the castle to play. I just wanted to read some books. Anna turned to the next page. Since I don't have your ability, I have to spend more time to read the books. Anna almost read everything, from historical biographies to long poems, including every book she saw on the streets, even if it was only a variety of folk tales. As long as they were collected into a book, she would read them with relish. Scroll touched her head sympathetically. Don't worry. Remind me that I wanted to give you a new book to read. It was only because of her that the fate of us survivors of the Witch Cooperation Association had so greatly changed, Scroll thought. If it wasn't for her, Nightingale would never have left halfway for the direction of Border Town. So we would never have met the 4th Prince of Kingdom of Greycastle, and so would never have come to know the method to staying healthy. In a sense, she was the savior to all witches. Which was also the reason why Scroll had from the beginning felt only goodwill for Anna, while the latter also quickly accepted the other witch, who had so much knowledge and experience. But it was also clear that Anna greatly envied Scroll for her ability, which in return to Scroll was a little ridiculous. In the Witch Cooperation Association, the sisters never showed any envy for another witch's abilities. It was even more ridiculous since Anna had the largest magic capacity Nightingale had ever seen a witch possessed before. Furthermore, the ability of her green flame was also one of the strongest. Your hair has become a little long. Anna's curly bangs were nearly covering her eyes. Is there no one who can help you cut them? Anna shook her head. No, I'm all on my own. Suddenly Scroll became totally motivated. Your tangled hair isn't good looking. Let me cut it for you. You do this for me? I've cut the hair of most of the sisters during our time in the camp. Scroll answered happily. Wait a minute, I'll go get the tools. She soon came back while holding a cloth bag. When she spread the bag's content out, Anna saw several white pieces of clothes and a bronze scissor. The scissor was V-shaped, and at both its ends, it had many scratches. already losing its gloss and clearly showing that it was well used. Before Scroll had joined the Witch Cooperation Association, the scissors were used to help her cut the hairs of her customers in the Sea Wind region. All the copper royals she didn't need to buy bread were handed over to an old captain with a broken leg. This captain was the one who'd taught her to read and write until he died of old age. Scrolls skillfully put one of the white clothes on Anna's neck and started cutting her hair. "I had some questions I wanted to ask you," Anna announced. "What do you want to know?" Under her skillful fingers, the scissor flew through Anna's hair, always releasing a crisp caca sound. Soon, the first cluster of finger-length hair was cut and fell to the ground. Many of the stories described in the books I'd gotten from you yesterday almost always have the same ending. Will the prince always take a princess as his bride? Hearing this question, Scroll's hand paused for a moment. The stories in the book were not stories of a real people. Instead, it was a collection of stories she had heard within her 10 years in the Sea Breeze region. They were stories told to her by the sailors. But Scroll had specifically put this kind of stories together, and every story where the prince wouldn't marry the princess didn't have a happy ending. These kinds of stories were put together in one book, and which she then gave to Anna to read. Always knowing that after reading, Anna would ask her exactly this question, but now that she really had to answer the question, she hesitated. Most of the time this is the case, of course. Some princes will also marry the daughter of a Grand Duke or a Duke. For example, Greycastle's King Wimbledon III. His wife was the daughter of the Duke of Silver City. Answering the question like this, Scroll suddenly felt very sad. Wendy and Scroll herself had already talked about Nightingale's situation, but compared to the mature and calm Shadow Killer, she was more worried about the possibility that the prince and Anna would develop deeper feeling and become closer. Anna was a woman who was very important to His Royal Highness, and everyone could clearly see this. When Anna and Roland were in the same room, his eyes would always fall on her. Anna's life was several times busier than that of any other sisters. Even more important than that was that even Nightingale had to share her room with Wendy, but His Royal Highness didn't change Anna's room into a double, making her the only one was allowed to have a room all to herself. The reason for this was that when Nana came over to sleep in the castle, she could share the room with Anna. He seemed to not realize that he was the owner of this place, and that there was no reason that he had to explain himself. And for Anna, it was the same case. When she was together with the other witches, she was a person of few words. She was even for most of the time just a quiet listener. But when Roland was by her side, she would immediately become active. If there was anything which was able to let her forget about her books, Scroll thought that only the prince was able to achieve this. Unfortunately, Roland was the fourth son of the former king of Greycastle, the future king who will support the witches, and Anna was only a witch. Since Roland was a prince, Scroll was unable to order him, so she had no other choice than to influence Anna in the direction she thought would be correct. She didn't want those two to be estranged from each other, but she also didn't want to see it ending in the only possible result, a tragedy. "Why?" asked Anna, shaking her head, as if to try to get the memories of her destroyed dreams out of her head. "Does he have to do this, even though he doesn't like the princess or any other woman of the nobility?" Scroll hadn't thought that she would continue questioning. Even then, he had still has to marry them. Because the prince would most likely become the new king, and the king's marriage can't be his own personal decision. She tried to recall some of the knowledge from the books that would help her, in order to stabilize the powers within his own country, in order to appease the neighboring countries, in order to achieve a good deal. These are all important reasons for marrying a princess. But the most important matter is that the king has to have heirs. Hearing all this, Anna did not ask any further, which in return made Scroll a little relieved. This kind of thing was something only slowly achieved, not something she could force. But she believed that one day Anna would understand her thoughts. When the trimming came to its end, Scroll scratched the fringes on Anna's shoulder away. "Now you're looking great." "Thank you," said Anna and bowed thankfully. "Well, for today's book," Scroll thought for a moment. Then she decided to tell her about the Wolfshark Kingdom's history, trying to reinforce the impression she had installed today. Her own selection of the royal family biography. When Scroll was finally ready to leave, Anna suddenly began to speak, still holding the Book of Illusion within her hands. "I think Roland isn't one of those princes from your stories." Her voice was very steady and powerful, nothing as if she was only speaking to convince herself. He will do whatever he wants to do. His decision won't be influenced by anything else. For a long time Scroll was startled, and in the end, she could only merely ask, "Why? If he were one of those princes, he would never have saved me." Chapter 107, Asking for his intention. After dinner, Roland returned to his office to continue to copy down all the primary mathematical knowledge from his mind onto paper. He wasn't gifted with an extraordinarily retentive memory, and also not to forget that his memory would decline over time. Because of his former job, he had often used mathematical and physical knowledge to get the job done. But his knowledge about other subjects, such as history, geography, biology, chemistry, and the other classes, had in the years degraded back to entry level. Therefore, even if it was a little early, he still wanted to write down all of his knowledge, so that other people could at least learn from it. Each time when he filled up a piece of paper, he gave the letter to Scroll, letting her read it. As long as she saw the content, it was equivalent to permanently preserving his work. Unfortunately, Scroll's ability was only being able to remember everything. Even with all the content it didn't mean, she was able to self-teach herself high school mathematics knowledge. So whenever Roland had time, he would explain to her the knowledge she had previously read. Of course, with regards to lecturing others, Roland liked it very much and thought that it was an interesting job. Especially when he at first saw the confused look on Scroll's face, then when her expression would turn into one of concentration, only to suddenly turn into a look filled with realization. Whenever he saw this look, he would feel a sense of accomplishment. However, Roland clearly knew that it also had to do with the target of his lessons. Although Scroll was already nearing the age of 40, but the aging of her face had been greatly slowed by her magic. The skin on her cheeks was still tight and had a healthy touch of red. Her hair was tied behind her head, giving her a mature and capable look. The tiny crow's feet in the corner of her eyes didn't damage her overall aesthetic appearance. Instead, it brought out the impression of someone with a stable temperament. If she were to be placed in a movie, she would definitely give off the impression of an elegant and versatile teacher. Now, when he was able to stun this teacher with his knowledge, the sense of contrast felt quite good. Roland was silently asked himself, in the end, what is magic in this world? Magic is everywhere, whether one is in the depths of the northern slope mine or in the impassable mountain range. In the barbarian wasteland, west of us, or in the east, within the sea-wind region. A witch would always be able to cast her incredible magic. If I look at the magic to be the same as energy, then the witches are the same as an electrical instrument. But the magic power obviously has many more possibilities to offer than electricity would have. It was more like it was the origin of all energies. For example, Wendy had said that Kara was able to summon 4 different kinds of magical snakes, namely death, pain, petrification, and nothingness. Each of them had a different kind of venom. Another example was Nightingale. Her ability to enter into the fog would almost distort space. The witch's magical abilities varied so much that other than being related to the origin of the world, Roland couldn't think of any description more appropriate. To give a definition of the origin, someone has to look at the universe and its rules. In my former world, Einstein determined the 4 fundamental forces of the universe and put them into a theoretical framework, the so-called grand unified theory. In other words, what he did was to find the origin of the universe. In case someone found the rule to the universe, could this rule then be applied in every universe? Coming to this point, Roland couldn't help himself from questioning. If he returned to his former world, would there also be the same power? Yet, because they had no witches who could access this power, the power got just ignored by the people. No matter what, at the moment Roland could only think about it. After all, with the current level of technology, he couldn't analyze this power closer. So promoting the Industrial Revolution and promoting the standard of civilization was the most important work for him. Maybe one day, the power could not only be used by the witches with their direct access to the origin, converting it into a kind of energy that could be used for a variety kind of effects at the same time. Just thinking about it made him feel totally excited. Your Royal Highness? When Scroll saw the prince lost in thoughts with an intoxicated look on his face, she couldn't stop herself from speaking out. Well, Roland said, slowly coming back from his thoughts. After embarrassingly coughing twice, he glanced at the burning candle and told her, "That was enough for today, come back tomorrow." "Yes, Your Highness," Scroll bowed once, but when she was already on her way leaving the room, she unknowingly slowed her pace. When Roland, even after half a minute, didn't hear the closing sound of the door, he raised his head in confusion. Seeing that the other one was still standing in the doorway, he asked, "Was there anything else?" "Your Highness." Scroll hesitated for a moment, but then she said, "I want to ask you a question. Ask freely." Roland nodded and put his quill down and instead raised his cup and drank some tea. There was really no problem with the witches. That was, if someone searched for it, someone could point out that they weren't confident enough. They were just the same as rabbits, slowly sticking their heads out of their hole, always ready to flee back into it, even if the grass was only moved by the wind. It would be better if they weren't any longer so afraid and would act more freely. Roland's estimation was that her question would be the usual kind of, "Why are you willing to host us? Aren't you afraid of the threat by the church and the likes?" Nightingale and Wendy had asked him this kind of question so many times that he couldn't count it any longer. But since Scroll was in such an earnest mood, he naturally had to give her a seriously answer, so that they could experience his honest comrade-like treatment, giving them the feeling of being surrounded by a warm spring breeze. "Is it possible that you would ever marry a witch?" Roland nearly sprayed the tea out of his mouth. Why would you ask that?" Scroll opened her mouth, but in the end, she was still unable to answer him. To marry a witch, when thinking about this question, the first person appearing within his mind was Anna. From the time he met her in the cage, and he saw her pair of lake-like blue eyes, she had left a deep impression on his heart. Before their awakening, witches are just ordinary human women, but afterwards, their ability made them superior. And the same could be said about the appearance of their body. Both were superior to that of an ordinary woman. If he were to place them in modern society, they would definitely become the focus of everyone's attention. So, is there any reason why I should hesitate? That not being the case. He looked at Scroll and replied with a smile, "Why would I not?" On the way back to her room, Wendy rubbed her sore shoulders. "My chest is just too big. It's causing nothing but trouble. Especially when I have to stay on the roof of my small sheet on Little Town. I have to raise my hands when I summon the wind, but when I do, I also have to bend backward. If not, I will lose my balance." Compared to the first test trial, Little Town had gotten a number of improvements. For example, she had gotten a simple shed at her workplace, both to block the wind and rain, but also to avoid the sun's exposure. Another improvement was the tree bark, which was now fastened around the hull. It was used to reduce the incoming collision force when landing at port. Also, both sides of the ship were now equipped with 2 cement blocks to make things easy for fastening the ship with hemp rope. And after nearly a month of training, her ability to control the wind had gotten substantial better. Now, Regardless if the ship was stable or not, she could always control the degree of the wind, letting it blow fast or slow. She had also learned to use the already existing wind to adjust her own magic consumption, so that in the end, she would be able to summon her wind for a longer period of time. Nightingale, who came home before Wendy had already finished her bathing, and was now sitting in pajamas on the bedside waiting for Wendy's return. But when Wendy saw her, there seemed to be something strange. Nightingale had an irrepressible smile on her face. "What kind of good thing happened to you?" Wendy asked. But the later shook her head without saying anything, with only her smile growing even deeper. Wendy curled her lips. After their talk some nights ago, Nightingale's mood wasn't very good, but after the creation of the new card game, it had somewhat improved again. But today, how was it that she was full of smiles? Where had the expressionless shadow killer from Silver City gone? Without getting an answer, Wendy took off her clothes and stepped into the bucket filled with hot water. Most probably, she had won a good card today. TN, today we learned 3 things. The card game is the excuse for everything. Nightingale is the ultimate stalker. It's time for Roland to introduce modern underwear like any other good MC. Chapter 108, Echo, Part 1. The months of the demons had already ended 2 weeks ago, and the snow has finally turned into streams, which ran into the Shishui River. The spotlessly white landscape slowly faded away, and the trees on both sides began to sprout again, becoming green once more. The land to the east of Border Town was the land Anna that had already cleared of trees and snow, and because of this, it had now been turned by His Highness into the temporary practice ground for the First Army. At the practice ground, Carter was holding a gun and checking if the bayonet was securely installed. This was the newest invention of His Highness, but compared to the automatic operating machine and the modified snow powder, this new invention seemed to be a little too simple. The moment he had for the first time taken the new weapon into his hands, Carter knew almost immediately that it wasn't a qualified weapon. In short, it was just a sharp iron triangle, with the middle line as the base, which had 2 small iron pieces pointing downwards. Although it had a sharp edge, it was absolutely impossible to slash with the weapon. The blade was just too short. If it had to bend, it would immediately break. It had hardly any tip to speak of, while the other end was only around a thumb thick. Even if he was able to attack an enemy, if he tried to slash out horizontally, Carter couldn't say whether he would even be able to cut apart the enemy's clothes. This weapon had only one use, and that was stabbing. And before it could even be used, it still had to be connected to the gun. Used by itself, even a dagger would be a better weapon. In the eyes of the knight, it was totally unqualified to be used as a weapon, and a big waste of pig iron to create such weapon with only one type of attack. If a blacksmith within his territory had dared to create such a weapon, he would have tied the man and given him one fierce beating. But even if it was such a bad weapon, Carter could still see His Highness' originality and his passion for all of the details. For example, the design for the connection between the gun and the bayonet. The mouth of the barrel had 2 grooves with a right angle at its end, as long as the 2 small iron pieces at the bayonet were fitted into the grooves, and the bayonet was turned half around the barrel, then the bayonet would become fixed. Thanks to this concept, the grooves and the iron pieces didn't need to fit perfectly. If they were a little too loose, the gunner could just insert some pieces of paper between the 2 iron pieces and the grooves, and when it fitted better, only then should he rotate the bayonet. In the case that they didn't have any papers, tree leaves would also be okay. Put the bayonet on the gun. When they heard the keyword, the gunning team took out the bayonet from their bag and put it on the gun's barrel. Until now, they had only been able to produce 40 of the new weapons and their supporting bags. So the soldier who didn't receive the new weapons had to put a short stick on their guns. This kind of action was almost trained through the whole morning, and now most soldier only needed to adjust the bayonet 2 to 3 times until it was fixed. According to His Highness' words, the bayonet should only be used as a last resort. He didn't want his men to start a close combat attack on their own with the bayonet. Carter disagreed with this statement. As long as a man didn't personally stab a weapon into an enemy, they would still be considered as children. Only if they saw their first blood would they transform from ordinary miners and hunters into soldiers. Iron Axe also stood among the ranks of trainees. Although he had previously claimed to only be a hunter, but from his skills, Carter could see that the man had absolutely received special combat training before. His skills weren't any worse than the skills of any other knight. His Royal Highness had asked Carter to teach the soldiers how to use the new weapon correctly. Having received this order, Carter felt a little guilty. The bayonet was a kind of weapon he had never seen before, so it was impossible that he couldn't know how to use it. However, after seeing the prototype, Carter was once more immediately filled with confidence. After all, the bayonet was nothing other than the equivalent of a short spear. In addition, due to its special blade, it was much easier to use than the pike. Due to its unique blade design, the bayonet training method has also become very special. They didn't need to learn how to split, lift, block, or sweep with the bayonet. They only had to train one move, stabbing. So the knight let all the soldiers line up and then began to teach them the most suitable method for stabbing, placing one foot before the other, bending the knees, and then pushing their arms forward with their maximum amount of power. This kind of repetitive training method was extremely boring. So Carter was amazed that everyone was so meticulously completing this kind of training exercise. Before the winter, they were all still a bunch of weak and lazy civilians, but now they behaved like a decent group of trainees. When Carter shouted a command, they would immediately take action, and he had to acknowledge that they even put more effort into the training than the squires he had previously trained. Of course, if he were to give them a sword, or to say it using the words of His Royal Highness, if he gave them cold weapons, he would still be able to defeat them with a stick in a mere 3 strokes. But in terms of their willpower, their progress is already worthy of acknowledgement. After an hour of training, Carter let the gun team sit down and gave them a break. At this moment, His Royal Highness the Prince also showed up on the practice ground, followed by a woman who was wearing a hood. This didn't take the knight by surprise. Previously, at the beginning of the training, His Royal Highness had informed him in advance that during today's practice, they would be assisted by a witch. However, Carter hadn't known that the witch would be so tall, as far as he could determine it with his eyes. She was almost as high as His Highness. But nevertheless, she is still exquisite and good-looking, Carter thought. Then he came back from his thought and let the soldiers stand up, allowing them to greet the 4th prince with a salute. "Your Highness," the soldiers shouted and raised their hands. "Thank you for your effort." Receiving their greeting, Roland nodded and walked around since he also wanted to speak with just Carter alone. But at this moment, a soldier suddenly rushed in the direction of the prince. Discovering this, Carter frowned, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and took a step forward, placing the prince behind himself. Nightingale had been even faster to react. Her hand appeared out of the fog and grabbed Roland's arm. As long as the situation turned out to go even slightly wrong, she would be able to pull the prince into the fog. But then they discovered that the person was rushing out was actually Iron Axe. And even more, he didn't run to the prince, but instead to the unknown witch, immediately falling down to his knees in front of her. Not the kingdom's normal kneeling on one knee, no, he threw his whole body flat on the ground, with his head deeply buried between his arms. "My clan leader." With this, the training of the gun team came to a forced break. "First tell me, what's going on?" Back in the castle hall, Carter, Echo, and Iron Axe stood in a row, while Roland sat at the lord position. He asked, clearly dissatisfied, "Discipline. You have to always maintain discipline." This is one of the most important rules within the militia, and now the army should also have the same iron discipline. Not to speak about seeing the clan leader. Even if you were to see the king, you shouldn't move even a toe out of line. This is the only requirement. There will be always time to report later. From the beginning on, Roland had a very good impression of Iron Axe, but with his action of today, he could only sigh. So his final analysis was, it seemed that his inner cultural quality wasn't able to keep up with his practical talents. He clearly hadn't understood the meaning of the word discipline. Your Royal Highness, Iron Axe couldn't help himself to wait any longer. He wanted to kneel down, showing his regret. But when he was already halfway down on his knee, he was stopped by Roland. Stand straight and speak. Yes. Iron Axe swallowed nervously and then began to speak. I grew up in Iron Sand City and vowed my loyalty and devotion to the Osha clan and the new clan leader Silver Moon. No, Cabego, I am not the clan leader. Echo quickly disagreed. No, you are, Iron Axe retorted. Your father and brother already died, in accordance with the Osha custom. From the moment of their death, you became the clan leader of our Osha clan. When I heard that you were sold to the port of Clearwater, I immediately went there, but I was unable to find you. I thought that you had died. But Roland interrupted Echo. One by one, first let Iron Axe finish his story. I will obey you until the end of my life, Your Highness. The story wasn't complicated. Roland was quickly able to understand the general idea behind what happened. Echo was originally a member of the Iron Sand City's Osha clan. Her former name was Silver Moon, and her father had been the clan leader of the Osha clan. The people of Sand Nation didn't have an easy life. Iron Sand City was only able to accommodate a limited population, so every 3 years, each clan had to take part in the sacred duel, and the 6 clans who won would receive the right to live in the city, while the other clans either lived outside of the city or went together to the Green Sea. These places were dangerous places to live, although they offered water, but the demonic beasts and sandstorms would cause a great threat to the Sand People. So, during each sacred duel, the warriors of various clans would spare no effort in order to win. Chapter 109, Echo, Part 2. However, in the duel, the Osha clan lost to the insidious means they were used by the Tribian clan. Not only that, but in the end, even their patriarch was killed, and the clan ended up being exiled to the Endless Cape. Silver Moon, the daughter of the former patriarch now known as Echo, because of her outstanding appearance, was sold as a slave by the slavers to a businessman from the port of Clearwater. Iron Axe, with his identity as a mixed blood, despite being an adopted member of Sand People, was not a real member of the Osha clan, and therefore he hadn't been sentenced into exile. But because of his strong combat abilities, the other clans took a liking to him and wanted to recruit him to their side. Yet Iron Axe, who had over years received a type familial care from the old patriarch, coupled with the hope of saving Echo, did not hesitate to reject the offers of the other clans. After a long and a difficult journey, he finally arrived at his goal, the port of Clearwater. But he never got to know that at this time, Echo had already been sold to the King of Greycastle. However, in the end the latter was rescued by a witch who'd belonged to the Witch Cooperation Association, while the other disheartenedly moved to the west border of the Kingdom of Greycastle. Yet today, these two people unexpectedly meet once again in Border Town. Then, what are your plans for the future? Roland asked after pondering for a moment about what he had heard just now. Do you want to return to the south, take Echo with you, and revive the Osha clan? No, Your Highness. Iron Axe went down on one knee. I have already sworn to the 3 gods that for the rest of my life I will always work for you. I was just too excited to see Silver Moon again. I couldn't control my emotions. Please punish me. What about you? The prince asked Echo. Do you want to avenge your people? Being asked this question, Echo also knelt down before Roland. When I awakened to my witch powers, I truly had the thoughts of seeking revenge. But today, I no longer harbor such feelings. She bit on her lip and weakly asked, "Please allow me to stay here. I don't have anywhere else I can go." "I understand. Please. Stand up," Roland said quietly. "You don't need to act in this manner. Don't worry, I won't banish you." He paused for a moment, then said strongly, "In fact, letting you achieve your revenge also isn't impossible." "What?" Iron Axe exclaimed in shock. He was unable to believe his own ears. Echo, however, didn't show much of reaction after all. She had already let go of her hope of ever going back to Iron Sand City. "Of course, right now I'm unable to achieve it." Roland waved his hand dismissively. He didn't think of this idea on a whim. During Iron Axe descriptions of the extreme south, he had heard some very interesting things, that this piece of land was hot and dry, and that the environment had many strange things to offer. Especially the orange flames coming out of the ground that had burned for decades without going out. The orange fire was oftentimes burning above a huge pit, and at the bottom of the pit, someone could see the black sticks flowing endlessly. Orange fire, black sticks, were both words worth mentioning. When Roland listened to this description, one question immediately popped up in his mind. Wasn't he talking about oil? Even more, open-flowing oil. How important this black liquid was to the industry's development, no one really had to ask. After all, more than half of modern warfare was because of the need for oil. The rise and fall of the oil prices could even affect the rise and fall of a number of countries, and even change the patterns of the world. If he could somehow get control over the people in the South, he could maybe get a stable source of oil. However, for now, Roland did not have the time to think about disputes happening in a faraway area, which was out of his control. So without any better option, he had to postpone the show, since in ancient times, to a later day. "When I get hold of the throne, I will try to get justice for you." Roland went in front of the kneeling Iron Axe. "But today you violated the discipline of the First Army. From now on you are sentenced to 2 days of confinement. During these 2 days, you will reflect on your wrongdoings." "Yes, Your Highness," Iron Axe returned excitedly. "Then let us continue the training," said Roland to the knight, "and you will also be responsible for the next march." Brian thought that today's training had already come to its end, but everyone was still sitting on their place in the driving range. No one dared to disperse on their own. After all, before Carter left with the prince, he gave them the order to rest where they were, but not to dissolve. What should he do? If he had to wait until the time of his patrol, he didn't want to imagine such a scenario. "Sir Knight, you said that Captain Iron Axe won't come back?" asked Nail, who was in the same group as Brian himself. "His unexpected action just now nearly gave me a heart attack." "How many times have I told you already? You shouldn't call me sir." Brian corrected him again. "In the First Army, you should call me group leader." After he was knighted by His Highness, his rank within the army had become a lot of higher. It even came to the point that other people didn't dare to talk to him, except for Nails. The little man worked as a miner before he joined the army. He was the only one who would often come to him to talk. According to Nail's stories, don't mention that he dared to talk with a knight. He even said that he'd had close conversations with His Highness. This kind of thing, His Royal Highness won't blame him too excessively, right? Although he gave him a reassuring answer, but the wariness in his heart didn't want to quell down. Once he had seen a civilian who accidentally collided with the occupants of a carriage and afterwards got stabbed to death by the guards on the spot. Such a tragedy. Even so, Iron Axe came from another country. It was still very daring to kneel in front of another woman when His Highness stood directly beside him. Even calling her patriarch, adding all this together was a big break of etiquette. "I guess that will be the case," nodded Nail. "I've spoken to His Royal Highness personally. He isn't like the other nobles." He scratched his head, and seemed to try to find the right words. Even though they almost look the same as him, they act totally different. Brian also didn't want Iron Axe to be punished too hard. After more than 1 month of collective training, he already felt a deep sense of admiration for this foreigner. Especially when he taught them how to build a tent for the case in which they happened to be stranded in the wild. They all benefited from the superb skills he patiently taught to them. In the eyes of the knight, Iron Axe was even more suited to be the commander of the First Army than Carter was. "They're back." Nail brushed against Brian's arm. "Hey, I can't detect Iron Axe within their group." No, it was time to stop his imagination from running wild. Carter had already ordered them to line up, according to how they had previously trained. When they were ready, His Highness stepped in front of them and began his speech. "The woman beside me is another witch. Her name is Echo. She and Iron Axe had been separated before for many years. According to the rules, Iron Axe was sentenced to days of confinement for disrupting the formation and violating the military discipline. No, I will repeat it once more. You all now belong to the regular army, and the most important rule for a member of this army is to always obey orders and maintain the discipline. Can you understand this?" "Yes, Your Royal Highness." Brian, like the others, shouted his consent. When he had heard that Iron Axe was sentenced to confinement, his heart was finally able to calm down, and when he looked in Nail's direction, the other one made a wry face. "During the following training, we will use her ability to simulate a variety of sounds, including musical instruments like horns and drums. She will play several kinds of marching songs, which will be your command to act. Everyone will move in accordance with the drums, always holding the same rhythm, keeping the team in one line." Here, His Royal Highness paused. "On the battlefield, Echo will always stand behind you. You can think of her as the banner of the First Army, and you have to always protect her with everything you have. Now that I've finished saying all this, everyone should become familiar with the next tunes." What is a marching song? Brian's head was full of confusion. Is it something like the music I occasionally hear when I visit a pub? This kind of soft music should be able to motivate you to move forward. But when he heard the melody coming out of Echo's mouth, he realized that he had never heard something like this before. He almost instantly understood the meaning behind His Royal Highness' words. The rhythm of the drum directly went into his bones, giving him the desire to move his feet, while at the same time, the light melody was provoking his desire to fight. This so-called marching song, hearing this, it would boost everyone on the battlefield. It was a battle hymn to encourage everyone to keep on unceasingly moving forward. TN. The official translated map of release that Witch is finally here. I hope you like it. If you have better skills than my unbelievably good skills with paint, feel free to make a better version and send me the link or picture at Slightly Smiling Face. Also, don't forget to submit your pictures for the fan art contest for a chance at free chat.